Ocean Calendar 1501. 3 years ago, the last words of the pirate king Joel D. Roger before his execution led everyone to the sea. The great pirate age began. Now it is 3 years later. The situation in the ocean has become chaotic. Grand Line, calm belt. An isolated island full of ferocious beasts. A ship with red as the main color and dragged by two giant sea snakes docked on the shore. A woman walked down from the ship. She was wearing a white and red cheongsam with a slit to the hips and a red furry cloak. Long black hair like ink, fair skin, graceful figure, and beautiful face. The current queen of Nine Snake Island, Boa Medusa. After getting off the ship, she walked straight to the depths of the island. All the birds and beasts made way for her. A few minutes later, a dilapidated scene like hell appeared in front of her. The corpses of beasts over 10 meters long were piled up like a mountain. On the top, a handsome boy with a childish face was sitting there. Meng Tian, long time no see. Medusa looked up at the boy. The queen's cold expression bloomed into a beautiful smile. Sister Medusa, you're back so early? Meng Tian jumped and landed in front of Medusa. Sister, I miss you so much. Medusa gently stretched out her hands and hugged the boy's head into her plump arms. Not only was it soft and sticky, but it also had an attractive body fragrance. But Meng Tian grabbed it with both hands. It took a while to escape. Sister Medusa, I almost suffocated you every time like this. The originally cold queen. After a battle with this boy a month ago, her attitude changed 360 degrees. Every time they met, they would give each other such a warm hug. Although it was very pleasant, it was really suffocating. Oh, sorry. I just can't help it. Medusa admitted her mistake delicately, and her shy posture made people unable to stop. She found that Meng Tian was staring at her intently. She blushed immediately. She quickly shifted her attention and took off a cloth bag from her waist. Look, this is the gift I brought you this time. What is this? Meng Tian took the cloth bag with some doubts. He opened it and saw it. Devil fruit. Yes, sister has worked so hard to find it. Sister Medusa, you are so great. Meng Tian gave the queen a deep hug. He said before that he wanted a devil fruit. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. He looked at the fruit in his hand excitedly, although he had the thing. But, Sister Medusa, what kind of fruit is this? Meng Tian asked. I don't know either. It's not easy to get one like this. Medusa explained. This made Meng Tian a little embarrassed. If this is a garbage ability, it's not worth eating. I can't swallow other people's abilities like Blackbeard did. Suddenly, Meng Tian found that Medusa's eyes looking at him were a little wrong. At this time, Medusa hugged him again. But this time it was not so heavy. The queen's gentle voice came. Actually, you can stay with me. No matter what you want, I will give it to you. If you leave, I will be very painful. Hearing such intoxicating words, Meng Tian was helpless. I traveled through time and appeared on Nine Snake Island. My experience with Luffy can't be said to be similar. It's exactly the same. In the end, I finally accepted the reality and wanted to go crazy. As a result, the same plot appeared. Like Luffy, I also fought and then captured the queen's heart. Anyone who has read the original book knows it. The queens of Nine Snake Island all have a common problem. Lovesickness. Falling in love is love that lasts until death. Once the loved one leaves, it won't take long for the disease to occur and suffer from lovesickness. Although I am 16 years old and she's 23 years old, how can I not be moved by such a good sister? But Meng Tian was also in trouble. He gently rested his head on the queen's bust. He patted Medusa's back with both hands and comforted her. Sister Medusa, this is my home. I will not leave. But men must have their own ambitions. You will support me, right? Don't worry. I will come back often. In fact, I don't want to be separated from you for too long. Medusa released the hug, held Meng Tian's face, and showed a beautiful smile. Really? You don't want to be separated from me either? Yeah. Wow. That's great, Meng Tian. I support you no matter what you want to do. Medusa suddenly hugged Meng Tian into her surging arms again. The two were sweet for a while. Medusa finally left and gave Meng Tian her space. After watching the swaying, beautiful figure disappear, Meng Tiankai turned his attention to the devil fruit again. It's finally starting. A month ago, like all time travelers, Meng Tian awakened the system when he came here, and he gained two abilities through the system: Dragon Defense and Max Domineering Haki. Dragon Defense is the same level of defense as Kaido. It can be said to be the top defense among pirates, although he has no combat skills and experience. But with these two abilities, he finally tied with Medusa. The result is what you have just seen. It is natural to move into the queen's bedroom. However, it is impossible for him to shrink on this isolated island for the rest of his life. He has not tasted the devil fruit yet. Although he will become a landlubber after eating it, Meng Tian believes that the system will definitely have a way to solve it. So eat it first. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head. Detected devil fruit, split fruit, can consume fruit, turn on the mirror summoning function. Do you want to turn it on? Meng Tian was stunned. Split fruit? Buggy's fruit? Moreover, what does this mirror summoning mean? Meng Tian was a little undecided for a while. Fuck, give it a try. The bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Turn on the mirror summoning function. Consume a devil fruit. The mirror summoning function is turned on. At the same time, the devil fruit in Meng Tian's hand also magically disappeared. Not long after, a prompt came again in his mind. The mirror summoning function has been turned on. Please check the summoning list by yourself. Meng Tian's mind moved, and he immediately opened the summoning list. Demon Slayer Inusuke Hashibara, 2,500 points. Phantom Battlefront Klaus V. Reinherz, for 1,000 points. One Punch Man Genos, 3,500 points. Bone King Albedo, 6,500 points. Fate's Day Knight Siyu Chulin, for 1,500 points. Naruto Zabuza Momochi, 8,500 points. Jujutsu Kaisen Saki Inumaki, for 1,500 points. Baki Yujiro Hanma, 500 points. Pokemon Mutwo, 30,000 points. Fairy Tail Gray, 6,500 points. Chapter 2. Into the fray. Gazing at the 10 names on the list, Meng Tian felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The disparity was indeed striking. Pokemon had made their appearance. In particular, there was the formidable Vanma Waichur, renowned in the original narrative as the strongest Oni of the surface. In the presence of other characters, he seemed utterly insignificant. The 1,000 points must have been the result of the recent exchange for the devil fruit. To his surprise, the system displayed a certain benevolence, granting points upon activating its functions. Upon seeing these names, Meng Tian had already set his sights on a target. Although he yearned for the enchanting succubus, Yerbed, he recognized the gravity of the situation. There could be no frivolity. He must summon the water-style ninja, Momochi Zabuza, who would be perfectly suited for maritime engagements. After making his decision, Meng Tian followed the system and Appos' instructions to initiate the mirror summoning. This feature functioned akin to conjuring a doppelganger, possessing all the abilities of the original character, save for memories. Before long, a vivid manifestation of Momochi Zabuza appeared before Meng Tian, complete with a large sword and bandaged visage. Is there a distance limitation with the system? Meng Tian inquired. Concerned about the potential of the doppelganger to devour its master. There are no spatial or temporal restrictions. The host may manipulate it at will. And there will be no risk of it devouring the host. Impressive, simply splendid, Meng Tian remarked with satisfaction. Suddenly, a notification window materialized before him. Mirror character, Momochi Zabuza title, the demon of the mist strength, D agility, D stamina, D intelligence, E abilities, ninjutsu, D chakra, D skills, water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, water prison technique, water release, great waterfall technique, ninja art, mist concealment technique, silent killing technique, water clone technique, body flicker technique, mist body flicker weapon, dismemberment blade, executioner's greatsword reputation, 0. Meng Tian was taken aback. What? There are attribute levels as well? Character attributes are graded from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS max. Attributes can be enhanced in the enhancement interface. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian immediately accessed the enhancement interface, only to be infuriated at the exorbitant costs. To elevate from F to E required 1,000 reputation points. And each subsequent level doubled in cost. E to D demanded 2,000, D to C 4,000, C to B 8,000, and so forth. The same method applied to enhance character abilities. Goodness, should I aim to elevate all abilities and 4 attributes to max, who knows how many reputation points that would entail? Meng Tian felt a wave of frustration. Though his mathematical skills were lacking, he knew it would be a considerable sum. Aside from reputation, points could also be utilized for enhancements, but Meng Tian promptly dismissed this option. With such a plethora of points, it would be far more prudent to summon a more formidable character. As for acquiring reputation, it was straightforward. One merely needed to eliminate foes. Of course, civilians were off limits. Lest one lose reputation, Pirates, Marines, and bandits, however, were fair game. Being a wanted criminal would also yield reputation. Lastly, regarding the enhancement of the 4 corresponding attributes, Ming Tian noted that it bore a striking resemblance to games he had played in his previous life. Strength affects physical damage and critical hits. Agility influences movement speed. Attack speed and evasion stamina impacts defense and vitality. Intelligence determines elemental damage and resistance. Having comprehended the functionalities, Meng Tian closed the system interface and turned his gaze to Zabuza. At that moment, Zabuza finally opened his eyes. Though devoid of the original and Apos' memories, he was far from a mere puppet. He was a conscious entity. Zabuza surveyed his surroundings with an icy demeanor before his gaze settled on Meng Tian. "Did you summon me?" "Indeed," Meng Tian replied with a smile, stepping forward to pat Zabuza and Apos' shoulder. "Welcome, demon of the mist. Fortunately, my master is not a weakling," Zabuza remarked coolly. Though Ming Tian had not exuded any overwhelming aura, as a killer, Zabuza could keenly sense the dangerous and formidable presence emanating from him. Days later, on the Grand Line, at Gat Island, a colossal ship, dragged by a gigantic serpent, docked in a secluded corner of the island. After disembarking, Medusa embraced Ming Tian with lingering affection, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Brother Ming, do return soon." Behind Medusa, a small girl with black hair chimed in softly. "Okay. I'll be back to play with Hancock soon." Ming Tian ruffled the girl's hair and turned back to Medusa. "All right, you two should head back now." The 9 snake pirates departed quietly. Ming Tian watched until their ship vanished over the horizon before he ventured into the island. Meanwhile, Zabuza had already arrived at the designated location as per Ming Tian's arrangements. As a water ninja, his mobility over the sea surpassed that of Admiral Akiji in both speed and method. Arriving in the bustling heart of the island, Zabuza strolled the streets with a detached demeanor, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he let out a cold chuckle, sensing an intriguing turn of events. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, only to reappear at a nearby port. Fire! Shoot! Eliminate them! Chaos erupted as the Marines clashed with pirates. The townsfolk took refuge within nearby buildings, observing the carnage like spectators at a spectacle. Reckless paparazzi hid in the shadows, capturing footage with their transponder snails. The Mad Dog Pirates, a newly emerged crew, were led by their volatile captain, Jig. Known for his irrational temper, he was aptly nicknamed Mad Dog, a title he embraced as a badge of honor. He was also a Zoan-type gray wolf devil fruit user, with a bounty of 40 million berries. Currently, he was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Marine Lieutenant Kaji, both evenly matched. However, the Marines were significantly outnumbered, and the tide of battle began to shift against them. Moreover, Jig's first mate, a notorious fighter with a bounty of 25 million berries, wreaked havoc amongst the Marines as if they were mere livestock. It wouldn't be long before the Marine forces faced utter defeat. "Haha, Kaji, you've walked right into my trap. After I eliminate you, my bounty will soar," Jig taunted, hurling insults at Kaji and Apos' family. Lieutenant Kaji, infuriated, retorted, "Reinforcements are on their way. I will ensure you die and impel down." Jig fell silent for a moment, gesturing to his first mate, who stealthily approached amidst the fray. As the battle raged, the onlookers began to notice something amiss. A figure clad in black, with a bandaged face and a large sword slung across his back, had appeared on the battlefield without anyone noticing. Neither the Marines nor the pirates dared to challenge him. "Who is that? When did they arrive? Is he with the Mad Dog Pirates?" The crowd murmured in confusion. Chapter 3. Emergence. Some astute reporters had already caught the scent of news and immediately began capturing images of the enigmatic man. Before long, both the Navy and the pirates realized something was amiss. This individual stood there, seemingly unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. Occasionally, pirates or Navy personnel who inadvertently obstructed his path would inexplicably collapse. With a clash, Zabuza and Jige exchanged blows, maintaining a safe distance while vigilantly observing the mysterious figure. A rabid dog? A member of the Navy CP-9? Damn it, get out of my way. A brutish man, brandishing a hefty cleaver, charged forward. He was the combat captain of the Rabid Dog Pirates, with a bounty of 5 million berries, already a formidable figure in this emerging crew. Zabuza cast a cold glance and deftly sidestepped the attack. With a slight shift, he dodged effortlessly. The cleaver struck the ground, cleaving a massive fissure into the earth. Water release. Water prison technique. Zabuza formed a hand seal and murmured softly. Suddenly, a gigantic blue water orb enveloped the man. Gurgle. Ah. Help. Gurgle. The onlookers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. a water-based devil fruit user. Zabuza and Amp, Apos, S expression remained impassive as he clenched his fist. Boom. The water prison that had ensnared the man transformed into a torrent, surging violently into his mouth and nose. Ah. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As his abdomen swelled, an explosive sound echoed. The man and Amp, Apos, S stomach burst open, separating his upper and lower halves, leaving a grotesque scene of blood and entrails splattered everywhere. With a flick of his wrist, Zabuza conjured a water shield above his head, shielding himself from the repulsive debris. In that moment, both the Navy and pirates, along with the onlookers, began to stir. How was this possible? Captain Jama was killed in a single blow. The reporters in the distance, far from fearful, were instead exhilarated. What a scoop. A rare water-based devil fruit user. Although a pirate with a 5 million berry bounty was not particularly strong, the one-hit kill was enough to indicate the opponent and Apos' prowess. At that moment, Lieutenant Kagis and Captain Jige furrowed their brows in unison. Their subordinates ceased fighting, returning to their respective factions. The battlefield, which had been rife with chaos just moments ago, fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, with only the solitary figure in the center drawing everyone and Apos' attention. Jess, go deal with that guy. He dares to lay a hand on a member of the rabid dog pirates. Let him know what it means to cross us, Jige said slyly. Understood, Captain. The lean swordsman Jess, with a sinister glint in his eye, approached Zabuza. He was the first mate of the rabid dog pirates, with a bounty of 25 million berries, a figure of some renown. On the Navy and Apos' side, Lieutenant Kagis was equally eager to assess the opponent who had just dispatched a Navy member. As soon as reinforcements arrived, he planned to apprehend both Kagis and this man, sending them to impel down. Thus, under the watchful gazes of both factions, Jess stepped forward, declaring, "No matter who you are or where you hail from, remember my name, Jess, the one who will take your life." The pirates of the rabid dog crew erupted in laughter upon seeing Jess draw his sword. "You're asking for death. Let us show you what our first mate Jess is capable of. With a bounty of 25 million berries, you stand no chance against us." To the pirates, this man seemed no different from a corpse. A swordsman? How intriguing. Facing Jess, Zabuza felt a flicker of interest. In this unfamiliar world, he found many things captivating. The usage of ninjutsu had been instinctive, and now he relished the opportunity to compare his blade against Jess's sword, to see which was superior. Meanwhile, Meng Tian received a notification from the system and opened Zabuza's information interface. A series of updates flashed before him. Zabuza Momochi, honorably killed 1 Navy member. Reputation 5, Zabuza Momochi, honorably killed 1 Navy member. Reputation 12, Zabuza Momochi, honorably killed 2 pirates. Reputation 20, Zabuza Momochi, honorably killed 1 pirate. Reputation 8. Has the battle begun so soon? The pirate world is indeed rife with conflict, Meng Tian mused with a quiet chuckle. The summoned characters were not immutable. They could grow stronger through training and combat. However, this process was somewhat slow. For instance, to elevate Zabuza to the strength of a water shadow, who knows how long it would take. Thus, the system offered a second method, honorably killing opponents to increase reputation. This method reminded Meng Tian of the outdoor PvP mechanics in his previous life playing WoW. He decisively opted for this second approach, especially since it encompassed the effects of the first. Constant combat would also foster growth. Observing? Meng Tian was taken aback and immediately entered Zabuza and Apos' perspective through the system. However, this was not merely a first-person view. It was akin to a VR game, allowing him to rotate his viewpoint freely without influencing Zabuza and Apos' actions. This is impressive, Meng Tian remarked with a grin. After surveying the surroundings, he returned his focus to the front, where a swordsman was slowly advancing towards Zabuza. A swordsman? How could he possibly be a match for the Demon of the Mist? On Zabuza's side, the swordsman Jess had already initiated his assault. Jess and Apos' sword relentlessly aimed for Zabuza and Apos' vital points, while Zabuza remained composed, evading with minimal movement. He sensed no trace of chakra from his opponent, merely the skills of an ordinary swordsman. Nevertheless, Jess and Apos' swordsmanship was commendable. Clang. Zabuza parried Jess and Apos' thrust with a swift strike, then sidestepped and reversed his grip on the executioner's blade, aiming for Jess's neck. Jess's pupils dilated in alarm as he quickly retracted his sword, using the hilt to deflect the imminent threat. With a clash, Jess immediately evaded, creating distance. This man was the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far, and it seemed he was in no rush to conclude the battle. He appeared to relish the thrill of combat, as if playing a game. However, to the onlookers, Zabuz's movements appeared slow and deliberate. His use of the blade lacked the grandiosity typically associated with skilled fighters, leading them to believe he was being overwhelmed by Jess. How can this guy withstand Jess and Appo's attacks for so long? He and Appo's clearly being suppressed. He won and Appo's last much longer. This sentiment was shared not only by the surrounding pirates, but also by Jess himself. He assessed that aside from Zabuza and Appo's exceptional evasion skills and slightly superior technique, his actual offensive power was far less than he had anticipated. Chapter 4. A touch of thrill. As soon as an opening presented itself, victory would be within reach. While Jess contemplated how to provoke an error from his opponent, Zabuza and Appo's gaze narrowed slightly, deliberately slowing his movements. Observing this, Jess immediately increased his attack frequency, forcing Zabuza into a relentless cycle of defense, unable to mount any counterattack. Witnessing Jess gain the upper hand, Giggle erupted into a triumphant laugh. However, his amusement was abruptly interrupted by a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the air. In the arena, Jess's left wrist had been severed, blood gushing forth and pooling around him. Such tedious swordsmanship. It should come to an end, Zabuza remarked with a hint of disappointment. He then unleashed a flurry of vicious strikes upon Jess, who could only desperately defend himself. However, with one arm incapacitated, there was little he could do against the relentless onslaught of the Phantom of Mist. Soon, deep wounds marred his body, revealing bone beneath the flesh. Zabuza refrained from employing any ninjutsu, relying solely on his broadsword, which rendered Jess as powerless as a solitary boat amidst a tempest. How could he be so formidable? Was he concealing his strength all along? Jess had no time for contemplation. Suddenly, he realized that his right hand had lost its grip on the sword. Clang! His hand fell to the ground. As he gazed at his severed hand, he was about to scream when, in an instant, his vision spun, and he collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground. Zabuza lightly tapped the blade of his sword, a stream of water washing away the blood before he sheathed it upon his back. Am I dead? Jess squinted toward the cold, indifferent gaze above him, feeling an unsettling chill. So tired. I want to sleep. His vision began to blur, gradually succumbing to darkness. Die now. A furious roar pierced the air. Giggle seized the moment, charging at Zabuza with remarkable speed, only to be met with a single explosive punch. Yet, his body crumbled to the ground, transforming into a puddle. A water clone. Zabuza materialized behind Giggle, delivering a precise strike. Upon witnessing this, Giggle and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. What was that ability? Listen, no matter what power you wield, if we Don and Appo's eliminate the Navy, we won't escape. Giggle glared fiercely at Zabuza. He had intended to rescue his first mate but was thwarted by Navy Lieutenant Kaji. Despite knowing the Navy aimed to use this person to eliminate Jess, he found himself without recourse. Now, observing Zabuza's prowess and the Navy's intent to reap the benefits, Giggle regained his composure. Reinforcements from the Navy would soon arrive. To successfully escape, the best chance lay in allying with the individual before him. As for the grudge against Jess, if he could recruit such a powerful ally into his pirate crew, it would be a boon. Would you care to join my Mad Dog Pirates? You would be the vice captain. Giggle extended the invitation. Join you? Zabuza and Appo's expression hinted at interest. Meanwhile, as Giggle and Zabuza conversed, Navy Lieutenant Kaji signaled his subordinates to prepare for action. If this individual truly allied with the pirates, it would complicate matters. He was well aware of Jess and Appo's strength, and Zabuza and Appo's ability to dispatch him with such ease posed a significant threat if he teamed up with Giggle. Mad Dog? Meng Tian, observing from a distance, recalled the name with some familiarity, having seen it in the newspapers. Assessing the situation, he concluded that taking on either the pirate captain or the Navy lieutenant alone would only yield a slight advantage. Yet, facing both sides, one misstep could lead to disaster. Although he could resurrect fallen mirror characters, the cooldown period was an entire year. Who could afford to wait that long? Alternatively, he could locate another devil fruit to feed the system for a new summon, but either option was too costly. Thus, Meng Tian resolved not to allow such a scenario to unfold. Then let us engage in a thrilling endeavor. Thankfully, ninjutsu thrives on unpredictability, allowing the few to triumph over the many. Meng Tian promptly issued a directive to Zabuza in his mind. Zabuza then raised his gaze toward Giggle and Lieutenant Kaji, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He formed hand seals with both hands. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Water clone technique. Instantly, a dense fog enveloped the harbor, visibility reduced to less than a meter. Mist concealment, silent killing technique. 2 days later, a newspaper and a bounty began circulating worldwide, the headline emblazoned in vibrant red. Breaking news. A new pirate star emerges. The Phantom of Mist. The article recounted the debut of a bandaged figure who annihilated the entire Mad Dog pirate crew. This individual proclaimed himself the Phantom of Mist. With the Navy placing a bounty of 50 million berries on his head, 10 million more than Giggle. The Phantom of Mist? Quite a mouthful. Only a fool would bestow such an unflattering title upon himself. On Snake Princess Island, Meng Tian perused the newspaper, a smile gracing his face. The world government managed to suppress the news of the Navy and Appo's defeat. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Navy reinforcements, Lieutenant Kaji would have surely perished at Zai Bujan's blade. How fitting of their conduct. Meng Tian accessed Zai Bujan's information interface. Due to the bounty, Zai Bujan's reputation was steadily rising, now exceeding 38,000. At his current level, a single resurrection required 30,000 reputation, granting him a chance at revival. He needed to accumulate more reputation to enhance his attributes. After deducting the 30,000 required for resurrection, he had 8,000 left for minor enhancements. Strength enhanced to level C, deducting 4,000 reputation. Agility enhanced to level C, deducting 4,000 reputation. At that moment, far away, Zai Bujan, having just defeated a pirate crew, felt a change within his chakra. Though he did not understand the cause, he sensed he had grown stronger. Meanwhile, Meng Tian scrutinized Zai Bujan and Appo's attribute list. Mirror character, Zai Bujan title, Phantom of Mist strength, C agility, C stamina, D intelligence, E abilities, ninjutsu. Chakra skills, water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, water prison technique, water release, great waterfall technique, ninjutsu, mist concealment technique, mist concealment, silent killing technique, water clone technique. Body flicker technique, mist body flicker weapon, broken sword, decapitating broadsword reputation, 30,000. When will I reach the strength of a water shadow? To stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors and Navy admirals? Meng Tian mused. The power of a shadow may even surpass that of the 4 emperors and Navy admirals. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, the youngest Marine Admiral, Sengoku, examined the newspaper in his hands, his expression grave as he furrowed his brow. This Phantom of Mist again. Chapter 5. The birth of a supernova originally. The bounty of several tens of millions on the pirate did not warrant such concern. However, the figure known as the Mist Phantom was evidently unlike any other pirate. He did not resemble a user of a devil fruit. His ability to navigate and manipulate the sea was apparent. Unlike Akiji's ice powers, what kind of ability was this? The ability to control water, not just fresh water but even seawater, was nothing short of a nemesis for devil fruit users. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku summoned a naval captain and tasked him with capturing the Appo's Mist Phantom and Appo's. As the youngest admiral in naval history, Sengoku possessed keen insight. He understood the traits that could enable one to evolve into a formidable pirate and a potential threat to the Navy. The individual on the wanted poster instilled in him a sense of foreboding, if not swiftly eradicated in his infancy. He could become a significant headache for the Navy in the future. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki and Appo's Esbar, the man known as the Dark King, Silvers Rayleigh, was engrossed in the newspaper. It seemed that yet another supernova was about to emerge. Roger and Appo's mere words had rendered the world so vibrant. Rayleigh set down the newspaper and raised his glass, acknowledging the young man known as the Mist Phantom, an intriguing figure indeed. Beside him, Shaki elegantly rolled her eyes and smiled. Noting that a first bounty of 50 million berries was quite impressive, especially considering he had simultaneously eliminated both Navy and pirates, it was certainly fascinating. Rayleigh nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, the current world was precisely what Roger wished to see, a cause for celebration. He toasted to Shaki and downed his drink. In the new world of the Grand Line, a realm teeming with powerful pirates, the news and bounties concerning the Mist Phantom merely stirred small ripples. Those with bounties exceeding 100 million paid little heed. Even the denizens of the New World were accustomed to such occurrences. Perhaps one day, this newly emerged figure would be killed or captured, only to be replaced by another newcomer. A sudden bounty of merely tens of millions would hardly allow one to venture far alone. Most merely glanced at the bounty amount, chuckled, and dismissed it as a joke. However, in the four seas, the attention towards the Mist Phantom was markedly different. A bounty of 50 million was substantial in the four seas. In a maritime region near the entrance to the Grand Line, a pirate ship carried over 40 pirates laboriously working to reach the next island. They were the remnants of the Mondo pirates, now bereft of their captain. The captain, with a bounty of 35 million berries, had been slain. Had it not been for the necessity of the ship, they too would have met their demise alongside their captain. In the captain's quarters, the Mist Phantom gazed at the newspaper on the table, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upwards. What a dull bounty! Constantly employing chakra to traverse the seas had proven exhausting, leading him to commandeer a pirate crew. 2 weeks later, on an island within the Grand Line, an auction was underway. The forthcoming item promised to astonish all present. The auctioneer, microphone in hand, animatedly stirred the atmosphere. A maid brought forth an item covered by a red cloth. As the audience watched with bated breath, the auctioneer dramatically unveiled the object, an oddly patterned fruit. A treasure of the ocean, a devil fruit. The crowd erupted in excitement. It was indeed a devil fruit, a treasure worth over 100 million berries. This auction was undoubtedly fortuitous. The auctioneer reveled in the eager gazes of the audience. This auction house had only recently been established by a formidable force, and considerable effort had been expended to procure this devil fruit. Currently, its type, be it Zoan, Paramecia, or even Logia, remained uncertain. As the auctioneer continued, the excitement in the room mounted. The 3 admirals of the Navy were all Logia users, leading many to equate Logia with power. Observing the crowd, the auctioneer nodded in satisfaction. In reality, this devil fruit had been identified as a Zoan-type baboon fruit, but such information could not be disclosed. Only curiosity and hope could drive the price higher. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid is 100 million berries, with increments of no less than 1 million berries. Let the auction commence. As the auctioneer and Apo's voice faded, numerous bidders began to raise their offers. 101 million, 103 million, 105 million, 200 million. The bidding continued until it gradually slowed at 270 million. After all, the fruit and Apo's abilities remained unknown. If it possessed a lackluster power, it could lead to discontent among bidders. At the auction venue, amidst the wealthy nobles, there were also disguised pirates, and the Navy had made an appearance. Had it not been for the auction house and Apo's formidable backing, the pirates might have already seized the opportunity to raid it. 350 million berries. A voice echoed through the room. The crowd turned towards the source. It was him, the pirate supernova, Mist Phantom, with a bounty of 350 million berries. How audacious of him to appear here. Some pirates whispered in shock. Was he not afraid of an ambush by the Navy? In just 2 weeks, under Meng Tian and Apo's orders, the Mist Phantom had pillaged dozens of noble treasuries in 2 kingdoms, resulting in several Navy captains meeting their demise at his hands. His bounty had skyrocketed from 50 million to 350 million berries, while his reputation should have surged. The collateral damage from his widespread AE techniques during battles inadvertently harmed many civilians, leading to a decline in his standing. Though his bounty had increased, his reputation did not rise commensurately, leaving Meng Tian somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, as news of the bounty spread, his reputation gradually improved, thanks in part to the world government and Apo's portrayal of him as a merciless and lawless pirate. Here comes the Mist Phantom, someone suddenly shouted, sending the venue into a frenzy, particularly among the nobles, who were most fearful of him, as his presence often resulted in the plundering of their wealth. Navy! Navy! Capture him! A noble cried out to the nearby Navy. Instantly, all eyes turned towards them, and the Navy and Apo's faces soured, especially that of the leading colonel, who wished he could silence the noble. Just 3 days prior, 2 commodores had led several warships and nearly 1,000 Navy personnel in an attempt to capture the Mist Phantom, only to have their efforts thwarted and themselves annihilated. Now, with only a few hundred subordinates at his disposal, how could he possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Chapter 6. Brazen Robbery. He cast a glance at his aide, who immediately nodded and swiftly departed from the auction. The only course of action left was to request reinforcements. Zaibujan surveyed the chaotic surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. It was too noisy. The din was not loud, yet an ominous chill enveloped everyone present, making them feel as though death had tightened its grip around their throats. At that moment, a thought lingered in their minds. truly deserving of the title of the Phantom of Mist. Merely his presence evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. At this juncture, Zaibujan rose from his seat and approached the auction stage. A profound silence descended upon the crowd, with every gaze fixated nervously upon his figure. Zaibujan directly seized the box containing the devil fruit and turned toward the exit. Observing his imminent departure, the auctioneer's expression darkened, filled with uncertainty. He was merely an auctioneer. If the devil fruit slipped from his grasp, the organization would undoubtedly seek his life. Yet, the specter before him might just as easily claim it. Between two deaths, he decided to gamble. Unable to contain himself, the auctioneer finally spoke. Lord Zaibujan, the 350 million berries you mentioned have yet to be paid. At these words, a wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. Zaibujan slowly turned his head, remarking, "My head is worth 350 million. Do you wish to claim it?" Upon hearing this, the auctioneer broke into a cold sweat. "Aha! You jest, Lord Zaibujan. Please be my guest." Faced with the certainty of death from the organization, he might still have a chance to escape. However, this man before him seemed to leave no room for survival. He dared not utter another word. Zaibujan departed amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving a sense of relief in his wake. Moments later, discussions erupted among the onlookers. Now, a spectacle was unfolding. Zaibujan had appeared in this nation. He was likely to plunder the royal palace. Perhaps they could tag along for a share of the spoils. What a fortune to be made. Some pirates among the audience reveled in the chaos. What are we to do? That fellow walked away so brazenly. Why isn't the Navy apprehending him? Our taxes shouldn't be used to support such incompetence. A nobleman, one of the royal family, rushed to the Navy and Apos' front, his voice raised. He had refrained from speaking earlier for fear of attracting the Phantom and Apos' attention. Now that he had departed, he immediately berated a naval colonel. The colonel could only grit his teeth, envisioning a violent retribution in his mind. "I will immediately request reinforcements," he managed to say through clenched jaws. Ignoring the nobleman, he led his men to a quieter corner, where he began dialing the Navy headquarters. After explaining the situation, he and his subordinates set off in pursuit of Zaibujan. If he truly intended to raid the royal palace, they could not stand idly by. Meanwhile, in Marineford, the 40-year-old Sengoku received a report. Marshal Sengoku, Major General Garofalo, who is in the vicinity, is en route. He should be able to intercept the individual in time. Garofalo? Though the old man was 58, he was at the peak of his strength. Very well, Sengoku nodded, signaling for his subordinate to leave. He then retrieved a wanted poster from his drawer. Zaibujan and Apos' wanted notice. Gazing at the image, Sengoku fell into a lengthy silence. This individual had managed to stir such a commotion in a mere fortnight, raising the bounty from 50 million to 350 million. The world government had ordered his swift elimination. Should he continue his assaults on the royal families, panic would ensue, provoking the ire of the celestial dragons, with consequences that would be dire. Sengoku, to be frank, harbored a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. He would relish the opportunity for someone to teach these arrogant beings a lesson. Yet, as one in his position, he bore an inescapable responsibility. His primary concern was how this individual had grown in strength so rapidly. Initially, investigative reports indicated that he was merely at the lieutenant level. His prowess was solely attributed to his unpredictable abilities. However, after multiple captains sent to apprehend him were slain, Sengoku realized his assessment had been flawed. He subsequently dispatched several colonels to pursue Zaibujan, only to receive reports of utter defeat. The most recent two colonels, poised to be promoted to lieutenant colonel, had both begun to grasp the use of haki and were proficient in the six powers. Yet, they too fell prey to the Phantom of Mist. Thus, Sengoku could ascertain that this individual had likely attained the strength of a rear admiral. Although Garofalo was regarded as a formidable major general, and his physical condition was at its zenith, Sengoku remained uneasy. Many pirates, particularly the more powerful ones, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to escape peril. They were as resilient as cockroaches, utterly absurd. After a moment of hesitation, Sengoku made up his mind. He dialed the phone on his desk. Moshi, Marshal Sengoku. What brings you to call at this hour? The telephone mimicked a languid man wearing yellow sunglasses. Yellow Ape, I have an urgent task for you. Sengoku succinctly outlined the situation. Sengoku, it's not that I don't want to go. I'm currently in pursuit of a cunning pirate, a significant one at that, with a bounty in the billions. I can't abandon this chase at such a critical juncture. Yellow Ape replied slowly. His assistant, overhearing, could not help but grumble inwardly. If only you had acted more swiftly, that pirate would have already been dispatched to impel down. How could he be deemed cunning? No matter how crafty, it would be a trivial matter for you. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku frowned upon hearing Yellow Ape and Amp, Appo's response. He was well aware of the man and Amp, Appo's temperament. Set aside your current mission, complete this new task, and I will commend you with a first-class merit. Upon hearing Sengoku's promise, Yellow Ape displayed a hint of interest. Yet he remained somewhat reluctant. The location is thousands of nautical miles away. By the time I arrive, it might be too late. That is precisely why I chose you for this mission. Sengoku asserted sternly. You will go alone. Given your speed, you will reach there swiftly. Upon hearing this, Yellow Ape furrowed his brow. While the speed of the Pika Pika fruit was indeed remarkable, the distance of thousands of nautical miles would still take considerable time. However, Chapter 7, achieving the strength of Kisame exhausted. He did not wish to linger in the air for too long. Sengoku silently observed the transponder snail, pinching the bridge of his nose. If only Kizaru could exhibit the same level of initiative as a Kainu. Had it been a Kainu, he would have undoubtedly nodded in agreement without hesitation. Kizaru, upon the successful completion of this mission, I shall grant you a week of paid leave. Sengoku remarked with a hint of resignation. Understood, Admiral. I shall depart immediately and complete the task at the utmost speed. Kizaru promptly affirmed, hanging up the transponder snail before soaring into the sky. Sengoku gazed at the disconnected transponder snail, finally allowing a sigh of relief. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, with Kizaru undertaking the mission, it should be foolproof. No matter how formidable this misty rogue might be, he would inevitably find himself trapped. As Kizaru proceeded to offer assistance. On Nine Snake Island, Meng Tian was strolling through the woods with Medusa. Suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. He halted abruptly. Turning to Medusa with a smile, Sister Medusa, let us return. I just remembered something I forgot. Medusa gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a blissful, sweet smile as she nodded in agreement. Ever since Meng Tian returned from his previous outing, he had shifted his focus from training to spending more time with her. This arrangement brought immense joy to the once proud and aloof empress before outsiders, rendering her a gentle and obedient little wife in Meng Tian and Amp, Appo's presence, never daring to utter a word of dissent. Hand in hand, they made their way toward the palace of Nine Snake Island. Upon returning to the palace, Meng Tian instructed Medusa not to allow anyone to disturb him. He then entered his study and locked the door behind him. Settling onto the sofa, his eager thoughts manifested, and a devil fruit materialized in his hand. The summoned doppelganger shared the same system space as him. Anything could be transferred to Meng Tian through this system space, a feature he found not only practical but remarkably powerful. This alleviated his fears of losing characters or equipment in the event of a fatal encounter. During the past 2 weeks, Meng Tian had dispatched Zabuza on a spree of plunder, primarily to acquire more devil fruits. Previously, within a royal palace, Zabuza had indeed seized a devil fruit, but the absence of superior summoned characters at that time compelled him to save his points instead. Subsequently, he utilized his reputation to enhance Zabuza. Otherwise, how could this individual have grown so powerful in such a short span? After 2 rounds of enhancement, Zabuza and Appo's ninjutsu and chakra had been elevated to C rank, with his 4 attributes reaching BB, CD respectively. Pondering this, Meng Tian examined Zabuza and Appo's reputation. Mirror character, Zabuza Momochi title, Miss Demon reputation, 102 for 100, goodness. His reputation has surpassed 100,000. Meng Tian felt a surge of excitement. This was achieved in just 2 days. He glanced at the devil fruit in his hand. It appeared that its origins were extraordinary. He promptly fed the fruit to the system, now possessing 21,500 points. Upon reviewing the list of summonable characters, he found no extraordinary figures. Even Conan appeared, proving utterly useless. Now, he contemplated how to enhance Zabuza and Amp, Appo's attributes. Meng Tian opened Zabuza and Amp, Appo's information interface and, after a moment of contemplation, made his decision. Strength enhanced to A rank. Deducting 16,000 reputation. Agility enhanced to A rank. Deducting 16,000 reputation. Stamina enhanced to B rank. Deducting 8,000 reputation. Intelligence enhanced to C rank. Deducting 4,000 reputation. Ninjutsu enhanced to A rank. Deducting 24,000 reputation. Chakra enhanced to A rank. Deducting 24,000 reputation. Mirror character, Zabuza Momochi title, Miss Demon strength, A agility, a stamina. B. Intelligence. C. Abilities, ninjutsu. A. Chakra. A. Skills, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water prison technique, water release, great waterfall technique, ninja art, mist concealment technique, silent killing technique, water clone technique. Body flicker technique, mist body flicker weapon, decapitating blade reputation. 44,000 mirror character. Zabuza Momochi comprehends ninjutsu, water release, water shark bullet technique. Water release, great shark bullet technique, water release, exploding water wave, water release, great exploding water wave, water release, rain 4 sharks, water release, 5 food sharks. Water release, 1,000 food sharks, trigger trap, shark prison. Ming Tian raised an eyebrow. Zabuza had surprisingly learned the ninjutsu of the infamous Kisame. Closing the interface, he approached the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the azure sea and sky, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Zabuza and Appo's strength was already at the level of AJ Nin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to contend nearly evenly with Kakashi. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist wielded power second only to the Mizukichi within the mist village. Among them, only the mightiest, Kisame and CHJR, were designated as shadow-level figures. Given the skills he had now acquired, Zabuza should have attained Kisame and Appo's level of strength. Beneath the Marine Admirals, he should pose no problem. Based on Zabuza's current bounty, it was likely insufficient to warrant an admiral's pursuit. On another island, as news of Zabuza's arrival spread from the auction house, people began to express their astonishment, particularly the members of the royal family. They had not anticipated that this demonic newcomer would set his sights on them so swiftly. The royal members and ministers were engulfed in panic, hastily sending distress signals to the Navy and the world government. Upon receiving a response indicating that a rear admiral was en route, they felt a measure of relief. Meanwhile, that very individual who instilled fear in them was leisurely approaching. Zabuza seemed to be on a sightseeing tour, appearing genuinely curious about everything around him. In truth, he was meticulously noting every street, every corner, and every unique individual. As a ninja, such habits were merely foundational. He paid no mind to the Marines closely tailing him. In reality, he did not wish to parade ostentatiously, exposing himself to the gaze of the crowd. However, Ming Tian had compelled him to act this way. Only through such visibility could he rapidly elevate his notoriety and garner reputation. Otherwise, if he were to conceal himself like a true ninja, though safety would be assured, his reputation would dwindle. Thus, he had no choice but to comply, as this directly correlated to his growth in power. Just moments ago, a sudden surge of chakra within him confirmed his newfound strength. His mind was inexplicably filled with methods for utilizing several ninjutsu. At this moment, aside from the pursuing Marines, there were also pirates lurking among the crowd, attempting to seize the opportunity amidst the impending chaos. The residents had long since taken refuge, while reporters buzzed with excitement, continuously photographing Zabuza. After all, this mist demon was the focal point of recent news. Not far behind, a Marine colonel who had been trailing Zabuza observed him heading toward the royal palace. At this pace, it was likely that the palace would be ransacked before reinforcements could arrive. According to official reports, the places plundered by this mist demon resembled a house-moving operation. No one knew how he managed to carry away so many items, which remained a mystery to this day. Chapter 8. The King's Contempt. As time gradually passed, Zabuza approached the royal palace, where the guard troops had long been on high alert. The naval colonel, unable to contain his impatience any longer, realized that failure to act would lead to dire consequences from above. He immediately signaled for the nearby navy to advance, encircling Zabuza. "Stop, Mizukichi, you are under arrest." "Surrender immediately," declared Colonel Kaga, stepping forward from the naval ranks. The palace guards, witnessing the arrival of the navy, felt a slight sense of relief. Truth be told, they were acutely aware of their lack of odds against the pirate who had decimated naval forces multiple times. At that moment, Zabuza came to a halt and turned to face the navy. "You dare to confront me with such feeble power? Are you not afraid of death?" His cold gaze fixed on Colonel Kaga. The last encounter with the 2 naval rear admirals had intrigued him. He found himself fascinated by their 6 powers and the mysterious force known as haki, which felt distinctly different from chakra. Moreover, he had begun to grasp some understanding of this haki. Colonel Kaga, merely locking eyes with Zabuza, was already drenched in cold sweat. Yet, retreating was not an option. He needed to buy time. "Zabuza, you cannot escape. You shall spend the rest of your days in Impel Down. Justice will prevail." Upon hearing this, The usually stoic Zabuza could not suppress a laugh. He took 2 steps forward, challenging, "Let me see the extent of your strength." Kaga, attempting to stall further with words, soon realized that Zabuza was not inclined to engage in conversation. With a resigned sigh, he knew that despite understanding he was outmatched, he had no choice but to press on. He pulled down his cape, signaling to his comrades to keep their distance. Without another word, Kaga vanished using the technique Saru and reappeared behind Zabuza. His finger shot forward like a bullet, aimed at Zabuza's forehead. Zabuza merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the strike. Next, Kaga executed a swift kick at Zabuza's midsection, channeling his energy to cleave him in two. With a resounding crash, the severed Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water, scattering across the ground. In an instant, Zabuza reappeared behind Kaga, swinging his blade with a single hand. "Steel!" Kaga shouted as the heavy metallic clash echoed through the air. Though uninjured, he was sent flying by Zabuza's formidable strike, crashing against the palace wall with a deafening thud. Such overwhelming power! The onlookers gasped, astounded by the might of the Mizukichi. Zabuza vanished in a flash, reappearing before Kaga, his expression one of contempt. So swift, Kaga's pupils constricted in fear. He had never encountered such speed, even while using Soru. Impressive martial arts. "Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand," Zabuza remarked, swinging his sword towards Kaga's waist. "Steel!" Kaga shouted once more, hardening his body as if forged from iron. The impact sent him crashing through the palace walls, creating a cacophony of destruction. "Monster!" The 6 powers are utterly powerless against him. A guard could not contain his terror, dropping his spear and retreating, longing to return home to his mother. The remaining royal guards began to waver under the mounting fear. "Those who sow discord shall perish," a commanding officer declared, thrusting his sword through the heart of the trembling guard. "It is our duty to protect the royal family and nobility. We shall not retreat." However, the soldiers looked on in terror, not at their commander, but at the figure looming behind him. The commander, realizing the danger, turned around only to be met with Zabuza's hand, which struck him in the face, encasing him in a massive water sphere. Struggling for breath, the commander's face turned pale, and he succumbed to drowning within the watery prison. "The commander is dead. Run for your lives," a soldier shouted, triggering a mass panic as many discarded their armor and fled. "Do not retreat. No matter how strong he is but one man. The Navy's reinforcements will arrive soon. We outnumber him. We must not give him the chance to retaliate." The vice captain emerged from the ranks, rallying the troops. As the soldiers steadied themselves, the fate of the naval colonel remained uncertain, while the commander lay lifeless. Only the vice captain and the colonel's aide could command the remaining forces. They exchanged a determined glance and simultaneously issued commands. Nearly 1,000 naval and guard personnel surged towards Zabuza. At that moment, Galafalo led 600 Navy personnel to the island, leaving a few behind to guard the warships before hastening to the palace. Upon arrival, he was met with a grim scene. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, naval officers, pirates, and royal guards alike, some dismembered, others drowned. Galafalo felt a pang of dread. Thankfully, he noted that no civilians had been harmed. "Quickly, search for survivors," he ordered, and the Navy sprang into action. "Major," a sailor called out, prompting Galafalo to rush over to a fallen colonel. The man's chest was caved in, his right leg severed, and his forearms shattered. Seeing his young comrade in such a state, Galafalo clenched his fists. "Even if we manage to save him, he will be incapacitated. Get him immediate medical attention," he commanded, and the surviving Navy rushed the wounded to the island's hospital. Galafalo took only a handful of elite sailors with him as they pressed further into the palace. Strangely, they encountered no bodies within. Even the wounded were absent. It seems they have all fled. Understandably so. After all, this is a notorious new villain who has eluded capture multiple times. Determined, Galafalo continued until he reached the royal treasury. Once overflowing with treasures, it now lay barren, save for one solitary figure standing in the center. "You arrived a bit late," Zabuza remarked, nonchalantly awaiting the pursuing navy. Defeating these foes would elevate his bounty and reputation, enhancing his own strength. Galafalo, upon hearing Zabuza's words, felt his entire being tense as an aura of power began to emanate from him. Zabuza narrowed his eyes slightly. Though older than the previous naval officers, this one possessed formidable strength. "Give it your all. This will be your final battle," Zabuza stated calmly. Chapter 9, The Major General and Oppos, S. Trial Ha. Captain Gaffalo exclaimed, his hands turning pitch black as he activated both the armament haki and observation haki. Before encountering Zaibujan, he believed defeating this rookie would pose no challenge. However, from the moment he laid eyes on Zaibujan, he recognized that this individual was superior to him. Admiral Borisolino was on his way, and all Gaffalo needed to do was stall for time. Everyone retreat. Gaffalo commanded. Captain Gaffalo, be careful. The crew slowly withdrew from the treasury, closing the door behind them. Zaibujan observed silently, making no move to intervene. Once his subordinates had safely exited, Gaffalo relaxed and smiled. Zaibujan, you cannot escape today, he shouted, charging forward with a straight punch aimed at Zaibujan's face. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Zaibujan was sent flying several meters. He glanced at the massive blade blocking his path. Impressive, your haki is far stronger than those before you. I do not seek the praise of pirates, Gaffalo retorted. Magnetic shockwave. Boom. Zaibujan felt an immense force collide with his blade, propelling him backward once more. Using his waist, he executed a 360-degree spin in midair, landing gracefully on the wall like a spider. A devil fruit user? Zaibujan mused, surprised. The previous pursuers from the Navy had all employed Rokushiki techniques. None were fruit users. Your blade cannot harm me, Gaffalo declared, gesturing dismissively, causing Zaibujan and Apos' sword to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, observing the battle through the live system feed, raised an eyebrow. Magnetism? Or is it a magnet? From the earlier name of the move and the way Gaffalo seized Zaibujan's sword, Meng Tian deduced the nature of his powers and relayed this information to Zaibujan. Upon hearing Meng Tian's insight, Zaibujan, though unfamiliar with the concept of magnets, understood its implications. Gaffalo flung Zaibujan's sword behind him with a whoosh, embedding it deep into the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a kick. Storm leg, chaotic blade. A flurry of slashes erupted. Zaibujan leapt effortlessly to the ceiling, evading the onslaught. Moonwalk. Gaffalo quickly pursued, ready to strike again, when he suddenly noticed Zaibujan's cheeks puffing up, preparing to unleash an attack. Water release. Great water burst. Splash. Water gushed forth from Zaibujan's mouth like a dam breaking, flooding the room. What? Gaffalo exclaimed. Before he could finish, he was swept away by the torrent. The once sealed treasury had transformed into a reservoir, with water pouring from the previously slashed walls, prompting the outside navy to hastily open the door. Splash. Gaffalo emerged, drenched but relieved that it was not seawater. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. What manner of monster is this? How can someone who is not a devil fruit user spew forth waterfalls? Moreover, my observation haki cannot perceive his movements or attacks. Captain Gaffalo, are you all right? His lieutenant rushed up to him. Retreat quickly. Gaffalo started to shout when, suddenly, water surged from the ground, forming spheres that enveloped all the Navy personnel. At that moment, Zaibujan leisurely reclaimed his sword and stepped forward. In an instant, Gaffalo and Apos' pupils constricted as Zaibujan stood before him. Finger gun. A single finger jabbed towards his heart. Steel block. Bang. Gaffalo was pushed back several meters, shock evident on his face as he regarded Zaibujan. This person has even mastered the finger gun technique. Such a weak force. It appears he is still unrefined, Zaibujan murmured, somewhat dissatisfied. Just then, Gaffalo launched a counterattack. Shave. Storm leg. Infinite chaotic blade. With blinding speed, Gaffalo delivered a barrage of slashes from various angles, effectively sealing off all escape routes for Zaibujan. Paper drawing. Zaibujan seemed to drift like a paper in the wind, evading all the attacks with ease. He has even learned paper drawing. Gaffalo was taken aback. Has this individual mastered all the Navy's Rokushiki techniques? Yet, he could not afford to be distracted by such thoughts. He quickly refocused on the battle, determined to relocate the fight, preventing collateral damage to his subordinates amidst the many civilians outside. Without hesitation, Gaffalo dashed back into the treasury, extending his hand to activate his magnetic ability and pull Zaibujan inside. He then waved to shut the treasury door. You seem genuinely concerned for your subordinates, Zaibujan remarked with a faint smile. In that case, let us engage in a thorough practice of those Rokushiki techniques. Meanwhile, hearing news of Navy reinforcements, the royal members hurried toward the treasury. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were met with a scene of water spheres everywhere, with Navy personnel trapped inside. Some strong enough were holding their breath, while others had already succumbed. The royal members rushed to pull the Navy out. You were supposed to come to our aid. Why must we rescue you instead? Many royal officials exclaimed angrily. The king approached the Navy lieutenant, demanding, where is your major general? Have you captured that pirate? That wretched brigand has made off with all my treasures. He showed no concern for the obliterated royal guard. He had initially thought himself doomed, but was grateful that the pirate had chosen to ignore him. King Genie, do not worry. Our Captain Gaffalo is currently engaging the pirate. Find a safe place to hide. We will inform you once it is secure, the lieutenant assured earnestly. After calming the royal members, he promptly reported the situation to the Navy headquarters. From what he had witnessed, he was aware that the Major General did not possess a foolproof strategy. He worried whether Captain Gaffalo could endure until Admiral Borsalino's arrival. His gaze shifted anxiously toward the treasury. Inside the treasury, Gaffalo's body emanated crimson steam as he strained to control every muscle, striving to prolong his endurance. Since the onset of the battle, he had exerted himself fully using Rokushiki techniques, placing an immense burden on his body. What surprised him most was that this wraith of mist was indeed using him to practice his Rokushiki. Moreover, the progress was rapid. Additionally, Zaibujan's physical prowess, when not utilizing Rokushiki, was frightfully formidable. Particularly, the peculiar ability he possessed felt reminiscent of hockey, yet distinctly different. Gaffalo and Appos' magnetic powers were proving difficult to wield effectively without Zaibujan employing his sword. Bang! Gaffalo propelled himself forward, channeling hockey into his fist as he swung at Zaibujan. Chapter 10. The dwindling holiday. Once again, a fist enveloped in chakra collided with the opponent. Bang! Gaffalo was sent soaring through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Weakly, he lifted his gaze to Zaibujan, exclaiming, "What a monster! Where is Admiral Borsalino? If this drags on, I may not even be able to utilize armament hockey. Have you ceased using the 6 styles?" Zaibujan coldly inquired. "If you do not, the game will come to a close." Gaffalo had initially intended to learn the 6 styles, yet his adversary had consistently employed hockey and engaged him in close combat. Gaffalo was beginning to feel bored. Reluctant to allow his opponent to pilfer his techniques, Gaffalo acknowledged that time was of the essence. "Very well. I shall demonstrate more of the 6 styles." He raised his right hand, forming a gesture to execute a finger pistol. Piu. A light projectile shot forth towards Zaibujan. "Ah, the finger pistol can also attack from a distance. How intriguing," Zaibujan mused, evading while observing. Gaffalo swiftly switched tactics, intensifying his assault in an attempt to disrupt Zaibujan's scrutiny of his techniques. Finger pistol, Yellow Lotus 3 shots. Stormfoot, Kybird. Finger pistol, Fire shot barrage. Stormfoot, Surrounding cut. Moonstep, Thorn's path. 6 styles ultimate. 6 king pistol. 6 styles ultimate. Maximum wheel. 6 king pistol. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage of skills erupted. Zaibujan either dodged or blocked the attacks, the palace trembling with each explosion. The Navy watched in astonishment as the structure began to fracture, the ceiling swaying precariously. They had not anticipated that Gaffalo, a recently emerged pirate, could force a Marine major to unleash all his strength. Crack! We must evacuate the palace. It is collapsing. Gaffalo and Appos' aide shouted urgently. Yet, the major was still engaged in battle. Retreat. Remaining here will only complicate matters for the major. Quickly. Upon hearing these commands, the subordinates wasted no time in fleeing the palace. Boom. Just as the Navy exited, the palace collapsed in a cacophony of noise. Dust swirled, and smoke enveloped the area. After a considerable time, tranquility returned to the scene. Outside, Navy personnel, disguised pirates, royal members, civilians, and reporters anxiously stared at the ruins. Who had emerged victorious? With a loud crash, a figure arose from the rubble. Gaffalo, panting heavily and trembling, clearly exhausted, immediately searched for the fearsome silhouette. "In light of your use of so many techniques, I shall return the favor with the same." Zaibujan and Appos' voice resonated from behind. Gaffalo and Appos' pupils constricted as he turned, only to see Zaibujan and Appos' fists poised against his chest. 6 styles ultimate. Maximum wheel. 6 king pistol. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as Gaffalo was propelled backward like a cannonball. How could it be that a skill so revered by the Navy could be learned after just one observation? He pondered, his consciousness dimming. Thud. He crashed to the ground. And silence enveloped the area. All were too frightened to breathe. The major had been defeated. It appeared as though his opponent had sustained no injuries. Were they now mere lambs awaiting slaughter? Run. The Navy has fallen again. Someone shouted, igniting chaos within the crowd. Snap, snap, snap. The paparazzi fearlessly captured the moment. Major Gaffalo, The aide rushed towards him, blood staining the ground. Gaffalo's chest was caved in. How is this possible? Major Gaffalo has lost. A voice cried out amidst the throng. In response, the Navy descended into disarray. Everyone, remain calm. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens. As the brilliance gradually faded, a man, clad in sunglasses and a yellow shirt, towering at 3 meters, appeared before the crowd. He surveyed the scene, then turned to Gaffalo and slowly spoke. Hey, old man Gaffalo, long time no see. You look a mess. Paulusolino, you have finally arrived. Gaffalo weakly opened his eyes. The admiral had mobilized. On the other side, Meng Tian gasped in surprise, promptly relaying information about the yellow ape to Zai Bujan. A marine admiral? The power of the Pika Pika no Mi? Zai Bujan observed the yellow-striped uniformed marine with interest. The newcomers truly were monsters. Even old man Gaffalo had been defeated. Yellow Ape remarked lazily, if memory serves, Gaffalo defeated a pirate with a bounty of 500 million just last week. How could he be bested by a mere 35 million bounty pirate today? Casting a glance at Zai Bujan, Yellow Ape narrowed his eyes slightly. What a nuisance. I thought this would be a simple task. No wonder Sengoku summoned me. My holiday has been cut short. At this moment, Ming Tian began to feel anxious. He was not concerned about Zai Bujan being killed by Yellow Ape, but rather the sudden realization of how disparate the powers of Zai Bujan and the Admiral truly were. Without hesitation, he checked the Yellow Ape and Appo's combat abilities through the system. Character, Paulusolino. Title, Yellow Ape Strength, A Agility, SS Stamina, B Intelligence, S Ability, Pika Pika no Mi, SSS Class, Armament Hockey, S, Observation Hockey, S, Skills, Yada Mirror, Amaterasu Cloud Sword, Yada no Kagami, Light Kick, Radiance of Light, Laser Finger. Examining this data, the disparity in abilities was evident. Aside from the SSS level fruit, both types of hockey were rated S. However, it was uncertain whether the current Yellow Ape was weaker than he had been during his encounter with Luffy, or if he had merely grown complacent. With Yellow Ape's strength, his speed should at least be SSS level. Perhaps he only became more formidable after assisting Luffy. Meng Tian pondered, stroking his chin. Moreover, he was curious if chakra would function against elemental bodies like Haki did. Otherwise, Yellow Ape and Appo's S-light form would be rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, Yellow Ape sauntered towards Zai Bujan. Hey, young man, you have injured old man Gaffalo. Would you accompany me for a moment? I need to report to Sengoku before heading back to sleep. Paulusolino, be cautious. His abilities are peculiar. Gaffalo, with the aid of his aide, managed to sit up. Zai Bujan glanced over. Despite his severe injuries, Gaffalo remained alive, a testament to his tenacity. However, he was no longer of significance, as Zai Bujan sensed that he had already been targeted by the towering man. Based on the intelligence Meng Tian had just shared, he knew he could not outrun the speed of light. Furthermore, Yellow Ape's observation hockey was already activated, and an inexplicable energy radiated from him, instilling a sense of wariness. Chapter 11. The First Battle of Major General Kazara. Brigadier General Law, quickly take the old man Gabbalo away. I do not wish to harm you, came the command. Yes, Major General Paulusolino. Brigadier General Law hurriedly carried Gabbalo away. Once they were far enough, Kazara turned his attention back to Zabuza. Shall we begin? Zabuza spoke coldly, indifferent to the retreat of the Navy, eager only to test his current strength against a worthy opponent. Kazuru and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly, a signature languid smile gracing his lips, as if he found amusement in everything around him. No? Kazara replied softly, his tone dripping with nonchalance. If you think you can survive, let us commence. Zabuza's gaze was sharp as a blade, gripping the hilt of his executioner's sword tightly. The blade radiated a chilling aura in the air. His breathing was steady, chakra flowing seamlessly within him. I do not favor wasting time, Zabuza said in a low voice. As his words fell, the surrounding air turned damp. Mist began to rise from the ground, gradually swallowing the visibility around them. The entire world seemed to enter a shrouded realm. The mist technique was activated, rendering the atmosphere slick and heavy, visibility plummeting. Do you think this mere fog can conceal me? Kizaru and Appo's lips curled in a derisive smile. Yet, he effortlessly twirled his Hakashaka KG, transforming it into a beam of light that pierced through the dense mist. In an instant, Kazara's figure flickered, becoming a streak of light that left a blurred trace in the air. Zabuza and Appo's pupils constricted, acutely sensing Kizaru and Appo's presence. He swung his executioner and Appo's sword, the blade slicing through the air with a whistle aimed at the light. The attack missed. In a split second, he formed a one-handed seal. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza pivoted swiftly, a low shout escaping his lips. The surrounding mist coalesced into a massive water dragon, charging towards the figure behind him. The water dragon surged forth, breaking through the fog with overwhelming force directed at Kizaru. However, Kizaru and Appo's smile remained unchanged as his form vanished from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Zabuza, moving with the speed of lightning, resembling a fleeting shadow. Too slow, Kizaru's voice echoed from behind. You cannot hit me with such an attack. Without turning, Zabuza's instincts warned him that Kizaru was poised to strike. Suddenly, his body went missing. Although he did not move at light speed, the essence of ninjutsu lay in anticipation and seamless execution. Out of nowhere, Zabuza and Appo's figure appeared behind Kizaru. The executioner's sword sweeping through the air. Mist-hidden technique. Silent killing technique. This strike was utterly silent, the blade blending seamlessly with the air, stealthily advancing toward Kizaru. Yet Kizaru effortlessly evaded, his form disappearing yet again. In a heartbeat, he re-emerged to Zabuza's left, launching a kick that was so swift it seemed to suspend the very air. Flash kick. A dazzling burst of light erupted, illuminating the surrounding mist. Zabuza was struck by the brilliance, but, puff, Zabuza was suddenly shattered into a shower of water. A decoy. Kizaru was taken aback momentarily. In an instant, a large blade swung from behind him. Zabuza and Appo's eyes narrowed, yet he felt no impact. Ignoring the severed torso, Kizaru leisurely turned around. Well played. But I am the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. No attack can harm me. Zabuza sheathed his sword, stepping back with a single stride. I acknowledge that the Pika Pika no Mi is indeed formidable, but that does not imply I cannot defeat you. He suddenly stomped his foot down, causing the ground to fracture. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water gushed forth from the ground, resembling a colossal waterfall charging toward Kizaru. The water surged with immense force, forcibly constraining Kizaru and Appo's movements, swiftly filling the surrounding space. Yet Kizaru and Appo's smile remained unfazed, his body transforming once more into a streak of light, weaving through the deluge as if unaffected. With a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a beam of light. Laser finger. A radiant beam shot towards Zabuza at blinding speed. Zabuza immediately sank downward, vanishing as if submerged in water. Despite Kizaru's extraordinary abilities, he understood that in the world of ninjas, sheer strength was not everything. Only strategy, speed, and composure could determine the victor. Water clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Zabuza figures suddenly appeared on the field. With his current chakra, he could only sustain a maximum of 5 water clones. Zabuza and Appo's tone remained calm and steady. The real battle was just beginning. It seems you do not intend to concede easily, Kizaru remarked, still brimming with nonchalance. Zabuza remained silent, his gaze icy and fixed on Kizaru and Appo's every move. The mist continued to linger, the air heavy with moisture, as if the entire space exuded an unseen pressure for this confrontation. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. A fierce torrent surged forth once more, filled with devastating power. Crashing toward Kizaru, the waves roared, stirring the air into a frenzy, the scene overwhelming and majestic. Almost the moment the water surged, Kizaru and Appo's figure vanished yet again. A subtle shift flickered in Zabuza and Appo's eyes. He realized that with Kizaru and Appo's speed, relying solely on brute force would not suffice. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Zabuza formed seals once more. The surrounding mist thickened dramatically. Dense streams of water, under immense pressure, crashed wave after wave upon Kizaru, transforming the area into a vast ocean. Endless water gathered, creating towering waves that soared dozens of meters high. This time, the water was not only explosive but also imbued with an oppressive force, as if capable of devouring everything. Yet Kizaru and Appo's form, like a flash of lightning, vanished into the air once more. Simultaneously, he felt relieved. Fortunately, it was just ordinary water. Had it been seawater, it would have been troublesome. Could this individual be a user of the Mizu no Mi? How else could he conjure such abundant water from thin air? Continuous assaults had proven ineffective, and Zabuza paused to recover his chakra. You are indeed remarkable. Zabuza's gaze remained cold, his expression unchanged. Yet deep within, a sense of vigilance stirred. He began to realize that Kizaru's speed was not merely a matter of light speed. Light speed was but a facet of the Pika Pika no Mi and Appo's powers. The true crux lay in Kizaru and Appo's utilization of Kenbunchika haki, enabling him to accurately predict every one of Zabuza and Appo's attacks. At that moment, Kizaru and Appo's voice floated through the air, leisurely and self-assured. Indeed, a powerful attack. What a pity. It would have been splendid if it were the Navy. Chapter 12. The extremely malevolent news star Zai Bujan narrowed his eyes slightly, as Huang Yuan's words stirred some secret contemplation within him. Despite his exceptional combat skills, he increasingly sensed an insurmountable barrier when faced with Huang Yuan's abilities. How could he strike an elemental body? With seawater, Meng Tian's voice echoed in Zai Bujan's mind. Suddenly, Zai Bujan's eyes sparkled with realization. He subtly adjusted his breathing, and all the water began to seep underground, vanishing from sight. The ground, once damp, had now become dry. Huang Yuan yawned leisurely, seemingly indifferent to Zai Bujan and Appo's movements. He appeared to believe that Zai Bujan and Appo's methods of attack had become tiresome. However, Zai Bujan and Appo's gaze sharpened, and the speed of his hand seals increased. If you lack other means of attack, then it and Appo's my turn, Huang Yuan said languidly. Water release, ocean current wall. Zai Bujan suddenly stepped forward, his chakra surging within him. The ground cracked open, and a torrent of seawater erupted forth. This water was entirely different from the previous fresh water. It was saline and corrosive, as though each drop brimmed with destructive power. Huang Yuan and Appo's smile froze for a moment. This is seawater? How is that possible? As the ocean current wall formed, the surrounding space was instantly filled with seawater. Huang Yuan and Appo's body flickered, moving with a speed that was nearly impossible to track. He glided like a beam of light through the water, each appearance resulting in explosive bursts around him, not a single drop landing on him. Yet, Zai Bujan's expression remained unchanged, his hand seals continuing unabated. Water release, water prison technique. The seawater surged once more, enveloping the entire area and sealing both Zai Bujan and Huang Yuan within. The seawater is indeed troublesome. A flicker of seriousness crossed Huang Yuan's eyes, his demeanor shifting from nonchalance. All the seawater began to compress, the space for movement shrinking. If that and Appo's the case, I will have to kill you, Huang Yuan declared. His gaze fixed on Zai Bujan, his intent to kill unmistakable. Eliminating this opponent would resolve his current predicament. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Zai Bujan formed seals again. The seawater surged, crashing toward Huang Yuan like cannonballs. Yada no Kagami, Huang Yuan whispered, unleashing thousands of yellow beams of light from his hand. The sound of explosions echoed as all the water bullets were obliterated in an instant. He then quickly raised a finger, firing a laser beam. Zai Bujan had anticipated this, vanishing into the water without a trace. When he reappeared, it was already behind Huang Yuan. Water release, shark prison, roar. Several serpentine dragons made of seawater coiled tightly around Huang Yuan. In an instant, he transformed into particles of light, perfectly evading the water dragon's assault. Nature-type abilities are indeed troublesome. Zai Bujan and Appo's voice emanated from an unknown location as he concealed himself within the flowing water. Even with his haki fully activated, Huang Yuan could not pinpoint Zai Bujan and Appo's location. What a vexatious ability. Are the newcomers this strong now? What shall we older ones do in the future? Huang Yuan mused as his form slowly coalesced. He sensed no overwhelming aura from Zai Bujan and was unperturbed by the seawater. Has a third type of ability emerged in this world beyond devil fruits and haki? In midair, Huang Yuan, fully restored, unleashed a radiant burst of light. Countless yellow particles bombarded the surrounding waters. Zai Bujan, hidden in the shadows, was immediately dispersed the moment he attempted to use his skills. In such a situation, he could not easily reveal himself. However, this continuous release of wide-area techniques would inevitably drain Huang Yuan and Appo's stamina, ensuring that he could not sustain it for long. At this moment, Huang Yuan hovered in the air, gathering a powerful orb of light between his hands. The blinding sunlight rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. Yada no Kagami. In an instant, countless light bullets struck the water prison surrounding the area. A cacophony of explosions ensued, splashing seawater everywhere. The observing Navy personnel gasped. What a powerful attack. That Miss Ninja must be gravely injured. Truly, one of the three admirals. Remarkable. Gaffalu, witnessing his junior and Appo's remarkable growth, felt a surge of emotion. It seemed he had reached the age for retirement. Yet, a lingering worry remained in his heart. Would that man be so easily defeated? In a distant street corner, reporters continued to photograph fearlessly. At the center of the battlefield, the water prison was finally shattered. Huang Yuan withdrew, gently descending atop the palace, surveying the surroundings. Had his opponent truly vanished without a trace? When had he escaped? His eyes, sharp as an eagle beneath his sunglasses, expanded his haki to its fullest extent. He decided to observe for a while, wary of any hidden ambush. After a while, confirming that Zai Bujan had indeed retreated, Huang Yuan relaxed his vigilance. This fellow and Apos' abilities are utterly absurd. Such a bizarre ability. Perhaps next time, I shall leave it to Sengoku to handle. With that thought, Huang Yuan flashed to Gafalu and Apos' side. Meanwhile, in a corner of a coastal area, following the seepage of seawater, a figure gradually took shape. Zai Bujan sat down, restoring his chakra. On Women's Island, Ming Tian smiled as he switched off the image before him. Currently, Zai Bujan was unable to defeat Huang Yuan. However, their next encounter might yield a different outcome. The following day, the newsbird soared across the globe, delivering a new newspaper and bounty notice. The bold headline read, "Shock. The pirate Miss Ninja Zai Bujan officially becomes the extremely malevolent news star of the New World." In the Navy headquarters conference room, Sengoku slammed the newspaper down. What the hell is this bastard Borsalino doing? Not only did he fail to defeat Zai Bujan, but he also allowed his reputation to soar. The newspaper exaggerated Zai Bujan and Apos' achievements, claiming he had defeated thousands of Navy personnel, vanquished the strongest major, and even bested Admiral Huang Yuan, while neglecting to mention Zai Bujan and Apos' escape. Sengoku, calm down, Tsuru advised. This is unlike your usual demeanor. You're right, Tsuru. As a fleet admiral, I shouldn't and Apos' be so rash, Carp chimed in, munching on rice crackers. Shut up, Carp. You have no right to lecture me. Sengoku replied darkly. Tsuru sighed. These reports are fabrications. Why let it bother you? How do you plan to handle the situation with the world government? Upon hearing the mention of the world government, Sengoku finally calmed down, grateful that Gafalu had survived. The world government insists we eliminate Zai Bujan. According to our intelligence, his next destination is Sabaody Archipelago. Let Akaina handle it. Sengoku did not believe the reports of Huang Yuan being severely injured. That man was simply seizing the opportunity for a vacation. However, he had promised him a week off, so he granted it without hesitation. Chapter 13. The Shandya Islands and the Vast Expanse of the Grand Line. As Akaina perused the newspaper in his hands, a frown creased his forehead. With each breath he took, the air around him grew increasingly heated. Clenching the paper tightly, he muttered, "Poor Salino, you are truly useless." In an instant, his magma-infused hand reduced the newspaper to ash. "Miss Ninja, allow me to deal with you." At the Shandya Islands, Shaki tapped her fingers against her cigarette while Rayleigh sipped his drink. The two gazed at the bounty notice laid out before them. Rayleigh chuckled, remarking, "The youth today are indeed impressive. In just half a month, they have turned the world upside down." Shaki inhaled deeply and replied, "They are becoming more radical." And with Morgan and Apos' flattery, this young man is surely on the higher-ups and Apos' radar. Rayleigh shrugged. This is Whitebeard and Apos' era. I wonder if Zoro will dare to challenge him. The world is becoming quite interesting. Shaki shook her head. He should first contend with the Navy. Their forthcoming actions will be significant. On Onigashima, Kaido took a swig from a barrel and glanced at the newspaper. Miss Ninja? Zoro. He certainly did not believe that Kizaru would easily fall to such a fledgling. Yet, this Zoro was formidable in such a short time. His bounty had surged to 730 million berries. Most concerning was the resemblance of his attire to that of Wano. Troublesome, Kaido muttered, gulping down more alcohol. At Cake Island, Big Mom savored her cake while perusing the newspaper, her laughter echoing, "Mama, Mama. I like this newcomer. Once he arrives in the new world, I shall have him as my husband, Mama, Mama." Her eldest son, Perispero, quickly chimed in to flatter her, while her second son, Katakuri, remained silent. The bounty of 730 million berries had already made Zoro a notable figure in the New World, even before his arrival. Almost everyone was keenly observing how the Navy and the world government would handle this situation. Another day passed. Within the palace of Boa Medusa, Montian reclined on Medusa and Apos' soft bed, conjuring Zoro and Apos' status panel. Astonishingly, his reputation had reached 360,000. Montian smiled, commenting, Time to level up. As he perused the skills, he noted that ascending from A to S rank was a significant milestone. Previously, each level required a doubling of reputation, but now, starting from S, the required reputation had quintupled. More importantly, in addition to ninjutsu and chakra, Zoro had acquired both observation haki and armament haki. Although his haki level remained at the lowest rank of F, naturally, he had also gained all 6 abilities of the Rokushiki. Without hesitation, Montian spent 350,000 reputation points to upgrade Zoro. Power enhanced to S rank, deducting 32,000 reputation. Agility enhanced to S rank, deducting 32,000 reputation. Stamina enhanced to S rank, deducting 48,000 reputation. Intelligence enhanced to S rank, deducting 56,000 reputation. Ninjutsu enhanced to S rank, deducting 48,000 reputation. Chakra enhanced to S rank, deducting 48,000 reputation. Observation haki enhanced to a rank, deducting 45,000 reputation. Armament haki enhanced to a rank, deducting 45,000 reputation. Total reputation deducted 354,000. Remaining 6,000. Mirror character Rorinoa is Zoro title. Mist ninja power. S agility. S stamina. S intelligence. S abilities. Ninjutsu. S. Chakra. S. Observation haki. A. Armament haki. A skills. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Water release. Water prison technique. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Ninja art. Mist concealment technique. Silent killing technique. Mist. Water clone technique. Instantaneous technique. Mist body flicker. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. Water release. Great shark bullet technique. Water release. Exploding water wave. Water release. Great exploding water wave. Water release. Rain 4 sharks. Water release. 5 food sharks. Water release. 1,000 food sharks. Trap technique. Shark prison navy skills. Galefoot. Chaotic blade. Moonwalk. Iron block. Shave. Galefoot. Paper drawing. Life return. Flying finger gun. Draw. Flying finger gun. Fire barrage. Flying finger gun. Yellow lotus triple draw. Galefoot. Infinite chaotic blade. Galefoot. Flying bird. Galefoot. Surrounding break. Moonwalk. Thorn path. 6 style secret. 6 king gun. 6 style secret. Greatest wheel. 6 king gun weapon. Decapitating blade reputation. 6,000. Upon seeing this panel, Montian felt a sense of nostalgia. Although Zoro appeared to be on par with Kizaru, the true decisive factor lay in Kizaru's SS level speed and SSS level light fruit abilities. The SSS level fruit abilities indicated that Kizaru and Appo's S skills were also of SSS caliber. Zoro, now merely at S rank, was still far from being Kizaru and Appo's S match. Closing the panel, Montian pondered how Zoro might reach the New World. The conventional route to the Shandya Islands would undoubtedly face Navy blockades. The only viable option was to find a way over the Red Line. Albeit more troublesome, it would ensure greater safety. Lost in thought, Hancock's melodic voice called out, and a little girl joyfully appeared. Montian smiled as he ruffled her hair and playfully pinched her cheek. Having traversed to this time too early, he found that this future empress was still just a little girl. However, he felt no regret, for Medusa, in terms of beauty, figure, and character, stood entirely on par with this future empress. One could even argue that the future Hancock had grown up entirely under Medusa's influence. In the days that followed, apart from indulging in romantic moments with Boa Medusa, Montian spent his leisure time training on Beast Island. Half a month later, in the first half of the Grand Line, the Shandya Islands shone like a dazzling yet fantastical jewel, exuding a unique charm. From a distance, the extraordinary landscape, supported by countless towering Yalchaman red trees, resembled a city forest meticulously sculpted by nature. These trees loomed high into the clouds, their thick trunks serving as bridges between earth and sky, while their canopies formed umbrellas that filtered sunlight into delicate patterns on the ground. On the streets, pirates, merchants, and adventurers from all corners of the globe jostled together, their diverse skin tones and varied attire creating a vibrant tapestry. Stalls lining the roadside displayed an array of dazzling goods, shimmering treasures sparking curiosity and lively bargaining among passers-by. The sounds of laughter and clinking glasses resonated from bars and restaurants, where pirates gathered to share thrilling tales of their adventures or engaged in heated debates over bounty rankings. The air was rich with the aroma of delectable food and a hint of fine spirits, tantalizing the senses. The slave market represented the darkest corner of the Shanda Islands, where individuals of various races were imprisoned, their eyes filled with fear and despair. At the island and Apos' edge lay a beautiful beach, its fine sands resembling a golden velvet carpet, soft and inviting beneath one and Apos' feet. The azure sea sparkled under the sun, merging seamlessly with the sky, while massive sea creatures occasionally broke the surface, creating towering waves that instilled a sense of awe. Chapter 14. The abduction of the celestial dragon. At this moment, within the grandest auction house on the island, the atmosphere in Area 1 was fervent as the auctioneer introduced the items set to be sold. Curiosity was piqued by a black cloth-covered iron cage on the stage. When the cloth was drawn back, the auctioneer proclaimed loudly that this was none other than Captain Bloodhook of the Bloodhook Pirates, with a bounty of 34 million berries. Before he could finish his introduction, a cold voice interrupted, bidding 100 million berries. It was a celestial dragon, clad in a white suit akin to a spacesuit, adorned with a bubble helmet, grotesquely rotund with hair standing on end. The auctioneer hastily struck the gavel, allowing no room for further bids. After all, who would dare contest the desires of a celestial dragon? Another celestial dragon, St. Calangel, shook his head, finding the situation rather dull. He was displeased with the peculiar penchant of St. Catamora for collecting pirates. The audience held its breath, waiting for the slave to be auctioned and delivered. Only after the two celestial dragons departed with several CP agents did the crowd exhale in relief. Along the way, every commoner who encountered the celestial dragons fell to their knees, which delighted them immensely. Suddenly, a glaring figure emerged. A man with one eye obscured approached without a hint of submission. St. Calangel, enraged, barked, "Why do you not kneel before a celestial dragon?" However, St. Catamora recognized the identity of the newcomer. "Ha! Is this not the infamous Zabuza Momochi? As long as you become my slave, I shall spare you this once." Upon hearing this, St. Calangel immediately drew his weapon, intent on executing the intruder. Ultimately, after a negotiation involving an exchange of palaces, St. Calangel reluctantly agreed not to kill Zabuza, permitting St. Catamora to take him as a slave. Unbeknownst to them, the nearby CP agents had already prepared for action. The name Zabuza was thunderous in their ears. Within mere months of his debut, he had garnered a bounty of 730 million berries, besieging multiple royal palaces and slaying countless navies and pirates. Even Admiral Kazara could not capture him. Should a confrontation arise here, they were certain they could not protect the two celestial dragons. At that moment, a subordinate of the celestial dragons approached Zabuza, sneering, "Lowly commoner, did you not hear the words of your betters?" Zabuza cast a glance before dismissing him and attempting to walk past. The subordinate lunged to seize Zabuza by the neck. But before he could even make contact, the world spun around him. Blood gushed forth. The subordinate could not comprehend what had transpired before his demise. St. Calangel and St. Catamora were left in shock, frozen in disbelief. Without hesitation, St. Calangel fired his weapon. A loud bang echoed in that instant, his hand had been twisted, aiming the gun back at his own head. The onlookers stood agape, mouths wide in astonishment. The celestial dragon has been attacked. A civilian finally cried out, triggering a chaotic scramble as those kneeling hastily rose and fled. The sounds of footsteps, shouts, and screams intertwined in utter disarray. Witnessing the death of St. Calangel before him, St. Catamora trembled uncontrollably, retreating while shouting, "Guards! Guards! Seize this fiend!" Yet, silence surrounded him. The CP agents stood paralyzed. Their eyes locked on Zabuza, an overwhelming sense of foreboding rendering them immobile. Unbeknownst to them, each had been stealthily approached from behind by the elusive figure of Zabuza, a blade poised at their throats. Such was the prowess of the Mist Ninja. What manner of ability is this? The CP agents were consumed by dread and despair. With the celestial dragon slain before them, they would face severe repercussions for their failure to protect, yet any attempt to act would also lead to their demise. St. Catamora stumbled backward, falling to the ground, and began firing wildly at Zabuza. As the last bullet was spent, Zabuza remained unscathed. He shouted, "What do you want? I am a celestial dragon. You cannot kill me. Admirals will hunt you down." Zabuza frowned, his expression one of exasperation. With a single hand, he lifted Catamora and struck him unconscious. Is this how weak the supposed rulers of this world are? Casting a glance at the nearby CP agents, he nonchalantly departed with the celestial dragon in tow. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku received the alarming news from the world government, his demeanor explosive. Zabuza has taken a celestial dragon hostage. They demand 10 devil fruits for his release. The mere thought of abducting a celestial dragon was unfathomable. Who did not know that they were the pinnacle of this world? Even the 4 emperors would not dare to seize a celestial dragon. For such an act would provoke the relentless wrath of the world government, potentially summoning the 5 elders. No one could bear the ultimate consequences of such an escalation. However, with the situation unfolding, the immediate concern was to secure the hostage. With a resounding crash, Garp burst through the door, beaming with laughter. Did I hear a celestial dragon was captured? Sengoku's expression darkened, incredulous that Garp could find humor in such grave matters. How can you laugh at such a serious situation? Haha, I'm just thrilled. That Zabuza has done something that truly pleases me. Garp continued to chuckle, having long harbored resentment towards the celestial dragons. After confirming the situation, Garp prepared to leave with a smile. Wait, Garp, Sengoku hesitated. Do you wish to meet Zabuza? Absolutely. I'm off now, Garp declared, striding away. Sengoku felt a pang of exasperation. Garp appeared rather unreliable. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that should any misfortune arise, it likely wouldn't end in disaster. For no one had ever escaped Garp's fists. Not long after, Garp stood upon the deck of a warship, gazing at the bustling Sabeti archipelago in the distance. The news of the celestial dragon's abduction was spreading like wildfire. At this moment, Zabuza had already led the celestial dragon into the ladder and Apos' palace on the island. Surely, he was ransacking treasures within. Garp felt a surge of excitement for this audacious pirate. On the Sabeti archipelago, the populace was taken aback by the news of the celestial dragon's abduction. That's a Navy warship. Someone noted in Area 10, spotting the incoming vessel. How could they arrive so swiftly? Run! An admiral is coming! Panic ensued as the word spread, particularly among pirates, who, in their frantic escape, did not hesitate to assault civilian vendors, seizing whatever they could. Shaki flicked the ash from her cigarette, while Rayleigh downed the last of his drink. Listening to the commotion outside, he adjusted his glasses and chuckled. That fellow truly has audacity, daring to abduct a celestial dragon. Even Roger lacked such gall. Shaki shook her head. His brazen provocation of the world government will surely elicit a counterattack. The youth must learn a lesson. Rayleigh raised his glass for another drink, donning his hood as he rose. Chapter 15. The battle against Akina. Siachi inquired, Do you wish to lend a hand? Rayleigh chuckled. I am merely curious and wish to observe. Siachi sighed. You remain unchanged as ever. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived at the gates of the celestial dragon and Apos' palace, entering with great enthusiasm. In the windless zone, within the luxurious quarters of Boa Medusa, Ming Tian reclined on the sofa, his expression grave as he fixated on the imagery before him. If he failed to deal with this situation, it would be a significant blunder. I did not instruct him to capture the celestial dragons. To my surprise, not only Akina but Garp has also arrived. Gazing at the data panels of these two, Ming Tian sighed. This lineup makes escape exceedingly difficult. Akainu possesses attributes comparable to Kazuru. Yet Garp is astonishingly powerful, all rated at SSS level. Garp is indeed at the pinnacle of his strength. Ming Tian shook his head. Fortunately, it is not a deadlock. Akina cannot eliminate Zabuza in an instant. And as for Garp, this benevolent old man has no inclination towards killing. Even if captured, one could always attempt to break into impel down. His gaze fell upon the system space. Moments ago, Zabuza had already scavenged 2 devil fruits from the celestial dragon's palace. Should the world government's fruits be secured, perhaps a breakthrough could be achieved. He activated the mirror summoning, revealing an updated list of summonable characters. At Sabeti Archipelago, a group of individuals clad in white suits and masks approached Garp and Sakazuki, each carrying a briefcase. The leader, donning a lion mask, was the captain of this CP-0 squad, the Mad Lion. The Mad Lion bowed to Garp and Sakazuki, stating, Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Garp, we shall proceed to negotiate. Once the celestial dragons are rescued, we hope for your timely assistance. Although Garp held only the rank of Vice Admiral, no one doubted his might. He was a formidable warrior, one whom even Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals, could not defeat. Observing the departing figures, Garp noted the arrival of CP-0. The world government was clearly investing heavily to prevent Zabuza and Apos' escape. While their strength may not be the highest, their peculiar abilities would make it difficult for Zabuza to flee this time. With a dark expression, Sakazuki ordered, Leave it to me, Garp. Do not interfere. Within the palace, Zabuza sat regally in an opulent chair, resting his chin on one hand while rhythmically tapping the armrest with the other. Beneath him, two celestial dragons sat trembling, while nearby CP agents remained silent. As footsteps approached, the CP-0 squad entered the hall. Upon witnessing the dire state of the celestial dragons, the Mad Lion inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Zabuza, the devil fruits are prepared. Release the celestial dragons." Zabuza grinned. "So soon? It seems these fools have some utility after all. Or perhaps I should demand less?" The celestial dragons on the ground quivered in fear. The Mad Lion refrained from responding immediately, observing Zabuza. After a moment, Zabuza remarked, "Fine, bring forth the goods." Seeing Zabuza's condescending gaze, the Mad Lion's anger flared. CP-0 had never faced such disdain even in front of the admirals and the fleet admiral. To be so scorned by a mere pirate was utterly unforgivable. Suppressing his fury, he gestured for his team to place the box down. Upon opening the box, 10 uniquely shaped and vividly colored devil fruits were revealed, which were then pushed towards Zabuza. After inspecting the contents, Zabuza nodded with a smile. "Take these two useless beings away. Next time, I shall demand more than 10. At this, the CP-0 members clenched their fists involuntarily. Did he imply that he would continue to abduct celestial dragons? The two celestial dragons, upon hearing Zabuza and Apos' words, felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hastily fled, their attendants following suit without a glance back. The palace fell into a profound silence, leaving only Zabuza and the remaining CP-0 members. As Zabuza closed the box, he had already transferred the fruits to Meng Tian through the system space, unbeknownst to CP-0. Once the celestial dragons had distanced themselves, the Mad Lion prepared to reclaim the fruits. He shouted, "Zabuza, you shall not escape today." Zabuza coldly retorted, "Show me your capabilities." The Mad Lion signaled to his 4 team members. 2 would attack Zabuza while the others seized the box, with him waiting for the opportune moment. However, he could scarcely comprehend how Zabuza struck. Before he knew it, 4 members had already fallen. The Mad Lion was taken aback, realizing Zabuza's strength was far beyond his expectations. So much so that they had no chance to retaliate. Zabuza and Apos' silent killing technique had reached an unparalleled peak, requiring no preconditions. The men before him lacked even the ability to sense his attacks. Zabuza cast a cold glance at the Mad Lion. "Is this all your strength?" The Mad Lion, regaining his composure, looked grim as he prepared to retreat when suddenly, he was struck by a fierce slash. Despite desperately employing his iron block, he was embedded into the floor by Zabuza and Apos' water clone. Dazed, the Mad Lion felt blood surge within him. Just as he thought his demise was imminent, the ceiling of the palace exploded. Fragments of molten rock rained down. Sensing Akainu and Apos' attack, the Mad Lion finally exhaled in relief. "Zabuza, you are under arrest." Akainu roared as he descended, his magma fist aimed at Zabuza. Zabuza and Apos' eyes narrowed. Facing Akainu and Apos' fierce strike, he evaded with ghostly swiftness. The scorching magma fist grazed his clothing, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, a wave of heat washing over him. "Oomph, an impressive display, Admiral." Zabuza scoffed, gripping his iconic large blade, which had somehow found its way into his hands. Upon landing, Akainu stomped the ground, sending ripples of magma radiating outward, the surrounding air sizzling with heat. He glared icily at Zabuza. "You dare to abduct a celestial dragon? Today, you shall not escape." With that, he charged forward again, his arms transforming into torrents of molten lava that surged towards Zabuza, a force capable of reducing everything to ash. Unperturbed, Zabuza inhaled deeply, enveloping himself in a thick fog. The mist churned furiously under the intense heat yet successfully repelled Akainu's onslaught. Seizing the moment, Zabuza swiftly propelled himself toward Akainu, his large blade raised high, cutting through the fog with a glimmer of cold light aimed directly at Akainu and Apos' forehead. Seeing this, Akainu smirked coldly, unflinching, raising his magma-coated right arm to meet the blow directly. A thunderous clash echoed as the blade met the molten arm, sparks flying as the tremendous force sent both combatants staggering back several paces. Chapter 16. New skills. Zabuza steadied himself, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The physical resilience of Akainu surpassed his expectations, effortlessly withstanding his full-force strike. Akainu, equally astonished, had initially believed this pirate to be merely a practitioner of underhanded tactics. He did not anticipate the sheer might of this direct confrontation. This adversary should not be underestimated. Humph, somewhat skilled. Akainu roared once more. In an instant, the molten rock on the ground surged, coalescing into massive magma beasts that lunged at Zai Bujan with ferocious claws and fangs. Zai Bujan, witnessing this, felt his gaze grow increasingly frigid. He plunged his great sword into the ground and swiftly began to weave hand seals. Water release, great water dragon technique. In a heartbeat, the mist surrounding him came alive, rapidly coalescing and transforming into serpentine water dragons, engaging in battle with the magma beasts. The palace was engulfed in mist. With molten rock spilling forth, the air filled with the sounds of explosions and roars. Taking advantage of the chaotic clash, the wild lion struggled to rise from the ground. Observing the cataclysmic scene with a heavy heart, he had anticipated that with Admiral Akainu and Apos' arrival, capturing Zai Bujan would be effortless. Instead, he found this pirate to be unexpectedly formidable. Not daring to linger, he staggered toward the palace exit, determined to seek reinforcements. The situation had escalated beyond his capability to manage. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was deeply shaken. Zai Bujan and Apos' prowess exceeded the intelligence he had received. Had this individual grown too rapidly? Regardless, he must be apprehended today. Over here, Zai Bujan sheathed his sword, watching Akainu with interest. Although the latter was stronger, he still had the means to retaliate. Akainu and Apos' magma-covered arms, infused with haki, rained down blows upon Zai Bujan. In response, Zai Bujan enveloped his great sword with haki, bracing himself against Akainu and Apos' onslaught. Yet, his A-rank haki was no match for Akainu and Apos' S-rank. Bang! Akainu and Apos' fist struck. Zai Bujan absorbed the impact, stepping back to massage his arm. Despite managing the force, he still suffered some shock. Releasing his haki, chakra began to envelop his body. Familiar power was always the most effective. A smile crept onto Zai Bujan and Apos' cold visage. Outside the palace, Karp disdainfully glanced at the fleeing celestial dragon, preparing to enter the palace when a voice interrupted him. Hey, is that our hero Iron Fist? Karp turned to see Rayleigh, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, you've come to join the fray? Come, shall we share a drink? Rayleigh invited. Why not? Akainu should be fine, Karp replied nonchalantly. This mission to capture Zai Bujan was not his responsibility, he was merely here to observe. Rayleigh produced 2 flasks of liquor, and the pair settled beneath a nearby tree to drink. Are you here for him? Karp inquired. Curious about this newcomer. Thought I'd take a look, Rayleigh admitted candidly. I'm curious too, Karp remarked, glancing towards the palace. Last time, this pirate had escaped from Kizaru. He wondered if he could elude Akainu, who was considerably more formidable. Akainu did not approach tasks with the same laxity as Kizaru. Even a trivial pirate would provoke his utmost effort. On Nine Snake Island, within the chambers of Boa Hancock, Meng Tian watched the battle between Zai Bujan and Akainu through the projection. He had just purchased 2 water-based ninjutsu, water mirror technique and water transformation technique. From the system shop, the water mirror technique, a unique water release mastered by the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, summons a mirror at critical moments. This mirror not only materializes reflected objects, but can also perfectly replicate and return an enemy and Apos' attack with the same technique. This skill was both offensive and defensive, exceedingly elusive. Meng Tian promptly added it to Zai Bujan and Apos' skill set. The water transformation technique, a unique ability of the Hozuki clan from the Mist Village, grants the user the power to liquefy any part of their body, enabling them to infiltrate structures or launch attacks while in a liquid state. This distinctive skill allows the ninja to become immune to all physical attacks and possesses healing properties. The water transformation technique served as a solid support skill. The system shop refreshed its inventory every month. Previously, he had not encountered suitable options. Although he came across impressive skills, they were incompatible with his character, rendering them unlearnable. Moreover, points could only be acquired through devil fruits, making it impractical to hoard desirable skills. To his delight, he unexpectedly discovered 2 water-based ninjutsu available for purchase. Meng Tian chuckled. At this moment, amidst the battle, Zai Bujan experienced a sudden epiphany, inexplicably acquiring the methods for utilizing the 2 ninjutsu. He understood that his master had granted him new techniques. An expression of joy crossed Zai Bujan and Apos' face, a sly glint shimmering in his eyes. Just then, Akainu unleashed another colossal lava fist, radiating intense heat and tremendous force, hurtling towards Zai Bujan. Unfazed, Zaibujan swiftly formed hand seals, chanting, "Water release, water mirror technique." In an instant, a crystalline water mirror materialized before Zaibujan, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Akainu's lava fist struck the water mirror with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion echoed as the mirror trembled violently, but did not shatter. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the water mirror reflected a colossal fist of lava, mirroring Akainu's attack precisely, hurtling back towards him. Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Zaibujan wielding such a peculiar skill. However, as an admiral of the navy, he remained composed, swiftly raising his other arm, also enveloped in haki, to block the returning lava fist with sheer force. The tremendous impact caused the ground beneath Akainu to crack, debris scattering in all directions. Interesting, but such abilities are insufficient. Akainu bellowed, the magma around him surging violently, as if to devour the entire world. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Zaibujan with astonishing speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. Zaibujan had anticipated this, and as Akainu approached, he executed the water transformation technique, causing the surrounding air to condense into water, forming robust barriers to protect himself. Akainu and Apos' assault crashed against the water walls, creating a massive splash. Mere parlor tricks. Akainu scoffed, clapping his hands together. The air around him grew searingly hot, causing the water walls to evaporate rapidly, turning into billowing steam. Seizing the opportunity amidst Akainu and Apos' assault, Zaibujan activated the water transformation technique, instantly transforming into a puddle of water, swiftly flowing across the ground and vanishing from Akainu and Apos' sight. Chapter 17. Water Release, Great Shark Bullet Technique X3. Previously, he concealed his figure within the water. Now, he has truly achieved the elementalization of his body. Although they appear alike, the essence differs. Akainu and Apos' heart raced with alarm as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, vigilantly searching for Zabuza and Apos' presence. "Come out. Do not be a coward," Akainu bellowed, his voice echoing within the palace. Suddenly, Zabuza and Apos' silhouette emerged from the wall behind Akainu, his decapitating blade gleaming ominously as it swung fiercely towards Akainu and Apos' back. Reacting with astonishing speed, Akainu pivoted, crossing his arms to thwart Zabuza's assault. "Do you think this will defeat me?" Such naivety. Akainu roared, his arms swelling with magma, ensnaring Zabuza's sword with relentless force. Zabuza struggled vehemently, yet he could not break free from the molten grip. He mused to himself, Akainu is indeed formidable. These two new jutsu alone are insufficient to overcome him. "Akainu, though I may not triumph today, I shall not be easily captured," Zabuza declared through clenched teeth, determination glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Garp and Rayleigh sipped their drinks, attentively observing the battle within. It seems this Zabuza possesses some skill. Managing to hold his ground against Akainu thus far, Rayleigh remarked with a hint of admiration. "Haha, how interesting. If this lad can escape from Akainu's grasp, he will surely become a significant threat in the future." Garp laughed heartily, his expression devoid of concern. However, Akainu will not let him off easily, Rayleigh stated, raising his drink, his gaze fixated on the palace. Boom. A tempest of wind and dust erupted, tiles shattering underfoot. As the dust settled, Akainu and Zabuza's fist collided. One was a magma-encased punch, imbued with the strength of haki, while the other was a blue water-infused strike, charged with chakra. Indeed, Zabuza employed the technique of water transformation, enveloping himself in chakra to engage Akainu in close combat. Zabuza grinned, his injured arm rapidly healing under the water transformation technique. "Admiral, give it your all." Akainu and Apos' countenance darkened. His internal shattering technique had yielded unsatisfactory results. He could not fathom how Zabuza accomplished this feat. The opponent was clearly not a fruit user. Yet he could achieve elementalization of his body. Akainu bellowed, "You little pirate, do not presume to act recklessly just because you possess some ability." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Zabuza retorted disdainfully, "Defeat me first." Meanwhile, his chakra surged in response. Being of the same S-class, his might was not to be underestimated in contrast to Akainu and Apos' S-class haki. Inside the palace, the air rippled, resonating with formidable pressure. The enraged lion bore witness to this spectacle, unable to contain his astonishment. This pirate withstands the conqueror's haki. Could he possess it as well? How terrifying. Outside the palace, beneath a towering tree, Garp and Rayleigh and Apos' expression shifted abruptly. Within the palace, two terrifying forces clashed violently like surging tides. The sheer power was so overwhelming that naval soldiers dozens of meters away began to foam at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. From a once 1,000-strong contingent, only a few remained standing, the scene a chaotic wreck. Garp's expression turned grim, his brow furrowed, eyes revealing shock and anger. Akainu was causing far too much chaos. He hastily rose, directing the remaining naval soldiers to carry their unconscious comrades to safety. Simultaneously, Zabuza's power exceeded his expectations. If he were to exert full effort in capturing him, destruction would be inevitable. Moreover, the presence of Rayleigh added to his unease regarding the likelihood of successfully apprehending Zabuza. Although Zabuza did not exhibit Conqueror's haki, he showed no fear of it. The unfamiliar aura was overwhelmingly potent, and with Rayleigh nearby, it proved difficult to remain at ease. As he departed, Garp cast a stern glare at Rayleigh, warning, "Rayleigh, do not engage in any tricks. Otherwise, beware of my iron fist." Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, a glint of reflection crossing his glasses as he calmly replied, "Rest assured, Garp, I am merely here to observe the spectacle." Garp rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of his words, but chose not to pursue the matter further, turning to enter the palace. Rayleigh gazed at the fierce clash of energies, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that Zabuza would be so likable. The world government would surely have a headache over this. Inside the palace, Akainu's expression mirrored Garp's grimness. He had intended to overwhelm Zabuza with his Conqueror's haki, only to discover that Zabuza remained unfazed, even wielding a mysterious power rivaling his own. This compelled him to unleash the full force of his haki. However, the consequence of this release was the collapse of numerous naval soldiers outside. After a prolonged stalemate, Akainu and Appo's eyes widened as he pondered, what manner of monster is this? The toll of this confrontation weighed heavily upon him, yet Zabuza appeared unperturbed. At that moment, Garp entered the scene. Upon seeing Garp, Akainu felt a sense of relief. "Garp, I entrust the situation outside to you. Today, I shall hold nothing back." Garp made a playful expression in response, assuring, "Do not worry, I will handle matters outside." He then turned his gaze towards Zabuza, astonished. "He looks remarkably like someone from Wano. Are there such powerful individuals in Wano?" Meanwhile, the enraged lion followed Garp inside. Feeling a surge of confidence, he attempted to pick up a box from the ground, but found it unusually heavy. Just as he was about to open it, 3 water clones of Zabuza suddenly appeared, launching an assault simultaneously. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Technique, X3, as one of Kisame's signature techniques. Its offensive power was incredibly formidable. Moreover, it could absorb the enemy's chakra to enhance itself, making it one of the pinnacle combat techniques in the Naruto realm. Unfortunately, Akainu lacked chakra. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the technique and Appo's potency. In an instant, 3 enormous azure sharks surged forth, roaring with the ferocity of raging waters and boundless might, hurtling towards Akainu with alarming speed. As the great sharks barreled through, the air compressed violently, emitting a piercing shriek as if intent on tearing apart everything in their path. Akainu and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. He had no time to react adequately, relying purely on instinct to envelop himself in haki, attempting to withstand the sudden onslaught. Bam! The first water shark bullet crashed into him, the immense impact sending him flying several meters, colliding against a palace pillar, which instantly cracked under the force. Before he could regain his composure, the second and third shark bullets followed in rapid succession, forcing him to grit his teeth and brace himself once more. His body becoming embedded within the pillar as blood erupted from his mouth, staining the ground before him. Chapter 18, 2,300,000,000 berries. Foolish child. You are courting death. Akainu roared, raising his right fist high, with molten lava swirling violently upon it. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to shimmer, as if the very fabric of space were being scorched and distorted. As the battle raged on, the palace and Appo's structure suffered relentless destruction. Walls crumbled, pillars snapped, and debris littered the ground. The naval soldiers nearby cowered in fear, their faces pale, as they had never witnessed such a fierce and breathtaking confrontation. Zaibujan understood that although he could currently contend with Akainu, prolonged engagement would deplete his stamina significantly. He needed to devise a plan to break free swiftly. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he charged towards the palace and Appo's apex, wielding his executioner and Appo's blade, cleaving through the obstructing bricks and stones with icy precision. Akainu would not allow him to escape so easily and immediately took flight in pursuit. "You think you can flee?" Not a chance, he bellowed. Just as Zaibujan was about to burst through the palace roof, Akainu arrived, delivering a powerful molten fist aimed at him. Zaibujan deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. But the force of the attack caused the roof beneath him to collapse with a deafening crash. Seizing the moment, Zaibujan leaped from the crumbling rooftop, using his moonwalk technique to adjust his trajectory in midair, making his escape into the distance. Akainu glared at the retreating figure of Zaibujan, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yet he knew it was too late to pursue him given Zaibujan and Apos' speed and abilities. Kapu approached Akainu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not be disheartened. This lad is indeed formidable, but we shall capture him eventually. Akainu merely snorted in response, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Zaibujan had distanced himself from the palace and found a concealed spot to pause, focusing on regulating his breath and restoring his chakra. Though he despised this hasty retreat, Ming Tian and Apos' warning about an even stronger adversary loomed over him. He needed to bide his time and strategize for a swift counterattack. The devil fruit had already been secured. His mission was accomplished. At that moment, within the shattered confines of the celestial dragon and Apos' palace, Akainu furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh. He realized he had been ill-prepared, initially attributing the escape to Kizaru and Apos' laziness. However, it became evident that Zaibujan was no ordinary pirate. A more thorough preparation would be necessary for any future confrontation. His mind drifted back to the lost devil fruits, contemplating the severe repercussions of this setback and the difficulty of reporting to the world government. Kapu suddenly chuckled. If Zaibujan enters the new world, Whitebeard will certainly have a headache. At the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, upon receiving the report, was filled with fury. Akainu, as an admiral, along with the esteemed Kapu. How could you allow that pirate to escape? You even lost the devil fruits. How am I to explain this to the world government? Akainu solemnly recounted the events, while Kapu interjected, asserting that the blame could not lie solely with Sengoku, for the celestial dragons cared little for the devil fruits. Their only concern was survival. After listening, Sengoku could only helplessly disconnect the call. The pirates were evolving at an alarming rate. Subsequently, Sengoku reported the incident to the Gorosei. Due to delayed intelligence, the Gorosei reacted with displeasure, chastising the Navy for their incompetence. Admiral Akainu, suppressing his anger, reflected that this incident was not entirely unfavorable. Zaibujan and Apos' entrance into the new world might disrupt the status quo, allowing them to reap the benefits. After a brief exchange, the Gorosei instructed the Navy to handle the aftermath and to discipline those who erred. Sengoku hung up, gazing out the window with a sigh of resignation, lamenting the troublesome celestial dragons who only sought to create chaos. The following day, urgent newspapers circulated across the seas and the Grand Line. The front page boasted two captivating headlines. Shocking. A major incident. Celestial dragons captured. Devil fruit stolen. And the great pirate Zaibujan faces off against Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. These reports propelled Zaibujan to newfound notoriety. At the Marine headquarters, Akiji perused the newspaper, puzzled, and turned to Kapu. Vice Admiral Kapu, is Zaibujan truly that powerful? Even you and Akainu could not stop him? Kapu, munching on senbei, replied, that fellow is indeed formidable, having reached the level of an admiral. Akainu and Apos' expression was quite grim at the time. Ha ha ha. Akiji forced a smile, recognizing that this esteemed naval hero seemed perpetually untroubled by any circumstance. On a naval vessel in the New World, Akainu glared at the newspaper, his expression dark and foreboding. Damn it, if I encounter him in the New World again, I will not let him slip away. With that, he tossed the newspaper aside. The bounty on Zaibujan had surged to 2,300,000,000 berries. In a desolate expanse on an island, a mysterious figure clad in a deep green coat, with a red tattoo on his left cheek, gazed at the newspaper and muttered, "It seems the authority of the celestial dragons is waning. This bodes well for us." With that, he vanished into the desert, leaving the newspaper swirling in the sand. High above in the sky, on a floating island, the golden lion Shiki lounged in a grand chair, puffing on a cigarette. He stared at the newspaper, murmuring, Zaibujan? Daring to kidnap a celestial dragon all alone. How intriguing. On Oni Island in the New World, the sky was ominous with thunder rumbling. Kaido chuckled as he read the newspaper. A celestial dragon actually captured, and the world government lost 10 devil fruits. This is hilarious. However, Jin appeared visibly troubled. Kaido admired Zaibujan and Apos' audacity and strength. Even contemplating inviting him to become a prominent figure in his crew, confident that he could persuade this lone wolf pirate to join his ranks. He remained skeptical of Morgan's and Appos' report. Queen exaggeratedly cautioned, "Big brother, if this guy escaped from Akainu and Kapu, his strength must surpass that of an admiral." Yet Kaido simply burped and collapsed into a deep slumber on the ground. Queen stared in disbelief, while Jin pondered over the newspaper, lost in thought. Within the imposing castle of Tato Land, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. Perispero observed the situation, hesitant to speak. Big Mom, brandishing the newspaper, burst into laughter. "This little brat is quite impressive. With such strength, I find him increasingly fascinating. Imagine if we had a child together, how powerful that would be." Perispero quietly worried. Katakuri diplomatically suggested, "Mother, let us hold our position for now and observe his actions in the new world before making any decisions." Big Mom scrutinized him for a moment before ultimately acquiescing, then indulged in her dessert. The cake danced joyfully in her hands. She appeared mad, yet was astutely calculating. Chapter 19. The Alchemist of Flames upon the grand vessel of the White Whale in the Whitebeard Sea. Marco questioned the reported prowess of Zabuza Momochi. Could he truly contend with Akainu and Garp and emerge unscathed? Is this news credible? Lakio concurred. Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. "No matter how formidable he may be, should he dare to tread upon my territory, I shall cleave him in two." The crew, invigorated by their captain and Appos' words, felt a surge of enthusiasm. They were acutely aware of their captain and Appos' might. Meanwhile, a simple-minded man was filled with curiosity regarding Zabuza and Appos' enigmatic abilities. Not a devil fruit user, yet capable of manipulating water with ease and wielding powers rivaling Haki. On another day, within the magnificent palace of Boa Medusa, Meng Tian sat quietly at an exquisite desk, holding the latest bounty notice. His gaze settled upon the familiar name, Zabuza Momochi, the Mist Demon. The bounty had soared to an astounding 32 billion berries. He furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, "The Navy truly excels at calculating their gains. Raising the bounty so high, it seems they wish to reap the benefits of others and Appos' efforts." Meng Tian gently shook his head, setting the bounty notice aside as he shifted his focus to the glowing panel before him. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes as he noted Zabuza and Appos' reputation had reached 23 million, with 151,500 points accrued. It was nearly time to prepare for a second mirror summon. With a deft motion, Meng Tian's fingers glided across the panel, resolutely enhancing Zabuza's attributes. After all, the mirrored persona could not share reputation. To leave it unused would be a waste. Power enhanced to SS level, deducting 160,000 reputation. Agility enhanced to SS level, deducting 160,000 reputation. Stamina enhanced to SS level, deducting 160,000 reputation. Intelligence enhanced to SS level, deducting 160,000 reputation. Ninjutsu enhanced to SS level, deducting 240,000 reputation. Chakra enhanced to SS level, deducting 240,000 reputation. Observation Haki enhanced to S level, deducting 48,000 reputation. Armament Haki enhanced to S level, deducting 48,000 reputation. Total reputation deducted 216 million, remaining 14,000 in an instant. The data on the panel updated and flickered. Mirror character, Zabuza Momochi title, the Mist Demon power, SS agility, SS stamina, SS intelligence, SS abilities, ninjutsu, SS, chakra, SS, observation Haki, S, armament Haki, S, skills, water release, water dragon jutsu, water release, water prison jutsu, water release, great waterfall jutsu, ninja art, mist concealment, silent killing technique, water clone jutsu, body flicker technique, mist body flicker, water release, water shark bomb jutsu, water release, great shark bomb jutsu, water release, exploding water shockwave, water release, great exploding water shockwave, water release, rain 4 sharks, water release, 5 food sharks, water release, 1,000 food sharks, trigger trap, shark prison navy skills, galefoot, chaotic blade, moonwalk, iron block, shave, galefoot, paper drawing, life return, flying finger gun, draw, flying finger gun, fire discharge, flying finger gun, yellow lotus 3 draws, galefoot, infinite chaotic blade, galefoot, Kai Bird, Gale Foot, Circular Cut, Moonwalk, Path of Thorns, 6 Styles Secret, 6 King's Gun. 6 Styles Secret, Maximum Wheel, 6 King's Gun Weapon, Decapitating Blade Reputation, 14,000. Meng Tian shook his head, realizing that even multiplied by 5, it was still insufficient. To elevate all attributes to 3S levels would require nearly 10 million in reputation. Nevertheless, Zabuza had already attained a level of power befitting the highest echelons of this world. As long as he did not encounter an Emperor-level foe, he should be fine. Even Garp possessed all attributes at 3S levels, thus it was reasonable to assume that the Emperors would only surpass this, perhaps even possessing max attributes. Leaning back in his chair and tilting his head slightly, Meng Tian pondered. If Zabuza were to continually cause significant disturbances, the world would grow desensitized, ultimately hindering the accumulation of reputation. Indeed, it seemed he could only send another individual into the fray. Days later, still within the beast-ridden island of the doldrums, Meng Tian stood atop a high point, observing a small boat propelled forward by a violent explosive shockwave. Truly, the colonel was remarkable. Capable of splitting water molecules to generate hydrogen and oxygen for explosive reactions. Over these days, he had been training Zabuza against Roy Mustana, yielding impressive results. Mirror character, Roy Mustana title, Alchemist of Flame's power, C agility, C stamina, B intelligence, S abilities, alchemy, S, observation hockey, B, armament hockey, B, skills, flame manipulation, flame explosion, flame shield, flame cutting, weather control navy skills, Galefoot, chaotic blade, moonwalk, iron block, shave, Galefoot, paper drawing, life return, flying finger gun, draw, flying finger gun, fire discharge, flying finger gun, yellow lotus 3 draws, Galefoot, infinite chaotic blade, Galefoot, Kai Bird, Galefoot, circular cut, moonwalk, path of thorns. 6 Styles Secret, 6 King's Gun, 6 Styles Secret, maximum wheel, 6 King's Gun weapon, none reputation, 0. The hockey and navy skills were taught by Zabuza. Meng Tian gazed at the panel with satisfaction, noting that the Colonel's initial stats were far more impressive than Zabuza and Appo's when he first began, all thanks to the benefits conferred by his predecessor. As an alchemist, he did not possess the exceptional close combat capabilities of a ninja, especially given the Colonel's significant weakness during rainy conditions. Fortuitously, hockey and navy skills compensated for this shortcoming, and it was hardly surprising that an alchemist would start with an S-level intelligence. This time, the summon did not yield any supreme figures. Roy Mustana was already quite formidable, costing 500 points for the summon. Fortunately, he was no mere third-rate character, although it was possible to summon multiple characters simultaneously. Meng Tian ultimately decided against it after careful consideration, fearing it might impede the speed of reputation accumulation. Only after Roy Mustana and Appo's small boat disappeared from view did Meng Tian open the mirror character interface. 2 chibi avatars appeared, representing Zabuza and Roy Mustana. As the principal, Meng Tian shared a profound connection with these mirrored characters. As their strength grew, so too would his own. Moreover, he could harness the abilities of the mirrored characters, provided their attributes and capabilities reached S level or higher. For instance, he now possessed all of Zabuza and Appo's S abilities. Colonel, your efforts will determine the next steps. 10 days later. On a deserted island in the Grand Line, the sea winds howled, and waves crashed against the rocks. A tall and formidable red fishman stood upon the shore. This was Tiger. With his unparalleled martial prowess and immense strength, he sent a group of attacking pirates reeling. Captain Laxi of the Laxi pirate crew had a bounty of 50 million berries. He had hoped to capture Tiger on this desolate isle and sell him for a handsome price, but he underestimated the fishmen and Appo's might. Witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, he steeled himself, brandishing his long knife and shouting at Tiger, "Filthy fishman, surrender and I shall go easy on you." Chapter 20. The absurdity of it all on a desolate island. Tej was enjoying a moment of tranquility when he was unexpectedly assaulted, igniting a furious blaze within him. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed the fishman karate technique, 5,000 tiles of the right fist. The force of his punch howled through the air, propelling Laxi several meters away. The members of the Laxi pirate crew stood frozen in shock, bewildered that their captain could not withstand a single blow. Struggling to rise from the ground, Laxi spat blood yet feigned bravado, declaring, "Humph, I merely let my guard down." With that, he activated his devil fruit powers. In an instant, his body hair surged forth, and he transformed into a grotesque giant ape. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed as a small boat descended rapidly onto the island. A man clad in dark blue military attire stepped off the vessel, none other than Roy Mustang. Upon touching the ground, Mustang's cold gaze swept the surroundings, eliciting gasps of recognition from the nearby pirates. "It's the Inferno, Roy Mustang." Hearing this moniker caused Mustang to frown slightly. He despised that title, as his self-identified role as the Flame Alchemist had inexplicably morphed into that of an infernal figure. It was widely known that Roy Mustang was an extremely perilous individual, with a bounty of 60 million berries. Whether pirates or navy, encounters with him often resulted in flames. Laxi, sensing the threat, mustered his courage and asked, "Are you here to seize our prey?" "We are not afraid of you." Mustang ignored him completely. Striding directly toward Tej, his discerning gaze fixated on the fishman. Seizing the opportunity, Laxi attempted a surprise attack from behind, swinging his sword at Mustang. The blade sliced through the ground, leaving a fissure several meters long. Yet, an audible snap resonated in the air. Flame manipulation. Boom. Laxi's body ignited instantaneously. Another snap followed, flame cutting. The flames in the air morphed into sharp blades. In an instant, Laxi and Apos' cries were silenced. His head severed from his body as his limbs followed suit. Blood gushed forth, scattering into a gruesome display. Throughout this chaos, Mustang's gaze remained fixed on Tej. As the members of the Laxi pirate crew attempted to flee, Mustang merely snapped his fingers, and they were all reduced to ash. Witnessing this, Tej regarded the dangerous man before him warily. Despite Mustang's seemingly righteous demeanor, he was not one to kill indiscriminately. Though his master could compel him to act against his will, he had been informed of the world's current state, allowing him to discern who among the Navy deserved to die and which pirates warranted salvation. After a brief investigation, he found the information provided by Meng Tian to be accurate. "Do not be alarmed. I am aware that you have just escaped from the celestial dragons," Mustang stated solemnly. "You cannot return to Fishman Island. You must learn here." With that, he handed Tej a notebook detailing the cultivation methods of hockey and the 6 forms of the Navy. "If you wish to save your fishman kin, it would be prudent to learn swiftly." Without waiting for a response, the colonel turned and departed, boarding the small boat that roared toward the sea. Tej gazed at the notebook in his hands, his heart a tumult of emotions. Why would this man assist him? Furthermore, he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his situation. Suddenly, a realization struck him, leaving him aghast. Meanwhile, in the bustling port of the island, it was the day to pay tribute to the celestial dragons. A plethora of treasures and offerings were being loaded onto ships, with naval vessels from various countries providing escort. Countless onlookers coveted the riches, but the pirates dared not act, for the presence of numerous rear admirals made any attempt at theft too perilous to contemplate. Amidst the crowd, Roy Mustang appeared, instantly recognized as the Inferno with a bounty of 60 million berries. Rear Admiral Josephs frowned, suspecting Mustang intended to raid the tribute. He quickly dismissed the thought. No one had the audacity to touch the celestial dragon's treasures, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, where naval strength was omnipresent. However, snap! Without a word, Mustang snapped his fingers, igniting the scene into a raging inferno. The following day, the cries of newsbirds reverberated across the world. Breaking news. The tribute to the celestial dragons has been stolen by the pirate supernova, the Inferno, Roy Mustang. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the globe. Following the kidnapping of a celestial dragon, now the tribute was plundered, first by the notorious pirate, Zorro, and now by the supernova Roy Mustang. However, the latter's recent activity had garnered significant attention, especially since the whispers of Zorro had faded, leaving uncertainty about his fate. At naval headquarters, the 5 elders vented their fury to Sengoku via Den Den Mushi, demanding the immediate capture of Roy Mustang and his imprisonment in Impel Down, or else they would revoke his position as Fleet Admiral. Though Sengoku recognized the latter as a mere threat, he understood the gravity of the situation. Mustang's appearance had escalated his bounty to over 100 million in less than a month. If he remained at large, it would embolden other pirates, severely undermining the Navy's authority. What has happened in this world? Each newcomer seems more outrageous than the last, Sengoku mused, rubbing his temples. In the 13th district of Sabati Archipelago, at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh perused the newspaper, remarking on the audacity of the recent newcomers, particularly Roy Mustang's brazen act against the tribute. Shaki glanced at the paper, noting the risk involved in such actions during such tense times. The last incident with the celestial dragons had transpired not long ago, and the world government was eager to vent their frustrations. Who do you think is stronger? Him or Zoro? Rayleigh inquired. Without hesitation, Shaki replied, Roy Mustang's strength is likely inferior to Zoro's. Capture is merely a matter of time. Rayleigh chuckled softly. I believe Roy Mustang is far from ordinary. His abilities seem to extend beyond mere explosive flames. Thus far, he has dismantled numerous naval fleets. And he is not a devil fruit user. After a brief pause, he continued, I can't shake the feeling that he shares a connection with Zoro. I feel the same way, Shaki agreed. On board the terrifying three-masted ship, Gecko Moria sat in a castle-like chair, contemplating the photograph of Roy Mustang in the newspaper, seemingly plotting to add him to his collection. Meanwhile, in the new world, Zoro perched atop a high mountain, his indifferent gaze scanning the newspaper, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. A worthy opponent was on the horizon. Chapter 21. Sinister Memories on the Island of Onigashima in Wano Country. Kaido let out a hearty laugh. Huh? The newcomers truly have a penchant for surprises. They dare to seize the heavenly gold. Standing quietly beside him was Jean, who, compared to Roy Mustang, was far more intrigued by the figure known as the Misty Phantom. After the Misty Phantom arrived in the New World, he effortlessly dismantled 2 major pirate crews. However, after that, there was a noticeable absence of official information. Rumors circulated, suggesting that the ship of the Misty Phantom had perished in a storm, leaving his fate uncertain. Jean, however, dismissed such claims. How could a person capable of manipulating water at will succumb to mere storms? Aboard the Navy warship in the New World, Akainu furrowed his brow as he perused the newspaper. He paid little heed to the bounty on Roy Mustang's head. Rather, he was concerned that this pirate seemed to be emulating the methods of the Misty Phantom. This indicated the significant influence the Misty Phantom wielded over these pirates. If he was not dealt with swiftly to serve as a warning to others, more troubles would likely arise. Intelligence reports indicated that the Misty Phantom's ship was presumed destroyed by the storm, prompting Akainu to lead his fleet to that region of the sea in search. In the calm belt, within the palace of Boa Medusa, Ming Tian lounged leisurely on his bed, consuming fruit while observing Roy Mustang's profile. Mirror character, Roy Mustang title, the alchemist of flame strength, A agility, A stamina, S intellect, S abilities, alchemy, SS. Observation hockey, S, armament hockey, S, skills, flame manipulation, flame explosion, flame shield, flame cutting, weather control navy skills, gale step, chaotic blade, moonwalk, iron block, shave, gale step. Paper drawing, life return, flying finger gun, draw, flying finger gun, fire barrage, flying finger gun, yellow lotus 3 draws, gale step, infinite chaotic blade, gale step, kai bird, gale step, surrounding cut, moonwalk, thorny path, 6 styles, 6 king's gun, 6 styles, maximum wheel, 6 king's gun weapon, none reputation, 65. 000. Through the hijacking of heavenly gold, the Colonel and Amp, Oppo's S reputation surged rapidly. The acquired reputation was prioritized to elevate alchemy to SS, along with stamina and hockey to S. This effectively mitigated the vulnerabilities of a mage. Presently, Roy Mustang could be deemed a battle-oriented character, unconcerned even in inclement weather. Next, he examined the profile of the Misty Phantom. His reputation had barely surpassed 700,000. This decline was largely due to the exorbitant bounty on his head, resulting in waning public interest. Furthermore, the reputation gained from defeating ordinary or overly weak navies and pirates had significantly diminished. To amass more reputation, one must either seek equally matched adversaries or engage in formidable challenges. For the time being, it was prudent to remain low-key, allowing the Colonel to develop. He also awaited the refresh of mirror summons to procure a formidable character. Thus, Ming Tian orchestrated a storm shipwreck and sought a solitary island to cultivate his ninjutsu. At that moment, Hancock peeked in, and upon meeting Ming Tian's gaze, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Can I come in, brother Ming Tian? Come in. Ming Tian beckoned with a smile. Hancock cheerfully leaped onto him. Take me out to play, will you? It and Amp, Oppos, it's been ages since I last went out. Ming Tian inquired. Have you finished your training? Hancock proudly placed her hands on her hips. Of course. Sandersonia is no match for me. Boa Sandersonia, one of the sisters who later consumed the snake fruit and joined Hancock and Amp, Oppos, S side, was indeed formidable. How splendid. Where shall we go? Ming Tian took the future empress by the hand and exited the room. 2 days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, on a terrifying three-masted ship, Roy Mustana descended gracefully using his flame moonwalk, surveying the surroundings before proceeding in a specific direction. Not far away, on a naval vessel, Akiji lazily listened to his officer and Amp, Apos, report before dismissing him with a wave. Due to Roy Mustana and Amp, Apos' audacious act of robbing heavenly gold, the world government expressed discontent with the Navy. This time, to capture the infernal Reaver, they dispatched both him and Kizuru, along with several vice-admirals. Previously, Akiji had observed the figure descending onto the fearsome three-masted ship from a distance. With the intel just received, he sensed that the confrontation might be imminent. Was Roy Mustana truly seeking to confront Moria? Akiji pondered to himself, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria sat in a rocking chair. A frown etched upon his face. As one of the 7 warlords, he felt perpetually underutilized, receiving no missions from above, which made him feel inferior to his peers. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed through the room. An eye-patch-wearing zombie burst in. "Master, trouble?" "What trouble?" Moria snapped, irritation evident on his brow. "A fellow capable of causing explosions has invaded and slain numerous zombies." "What? Who is it?" Moria roared, rising in a fury and kicking the one-eyed zombie aside as he stormed out. He was seething with rage, seeking an outlet for his frustrations. Before long, Moria found himself face-to-face with an adversary who appeared even more righteous than the Navy. The infernal Reaver. Moria gasped in shock, brandishing his blade at Roy Mustana. "You have some nerve, boy, to come here and slay my zombies." Roy Mustana glared coldly. "Assembling corpses and desecrating the souls of the deceased is an affront to the dead, and thus, you must be punished." Though merely a mirror character, he retained all requisite memories. The sight of the disjointed zombies evoked memories of his malevolent father, the beast of synthesis. Sensing the murderous intent in Moria and Apos' gaze, the latter and Apos' demeanor transformed in an instant. This was his territory, with thousands of zombies, many of whom had once been powerful. How dare a mere newcomer challenge him? Moria regarded Roy Mustana, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he let out a piercing laugh. "Well then, since you have come, allow me to show you what true terror looks like." Roy Mustana remained silent, merely adjusting his already tightly fitted gloves. Observing Roy and Apos' nonchalant demeanor, Moria scoffed. "I've heard your ability is fire." Well, before he could finish, Moria swung his enormous sword, generating a fierce gust as it sliced through the air towards Roy Mustana. A sharp sound rang out. Boom. The sudden explosion forcefully deflected Moria and Apos' blade from its intended path. A small structure behind Roy Mustana was cleaved in two, debris scattering everywhere. Moria and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief, quickly realizing. Is he using a snap of his fingers to activate his abilities? Chapter 22, vs. Akiji. Roy Mustang observed Moria and Apos' expression and realized that the latter had discerned his alchemical movements. However, he was unfazed. Anyone who had witnessed it knew precisely how he initiated alchemy. But what of it? Roy Mustang ceased wasting time, raising both hands. Snap! 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 The rapid succession of finger snaps instantly obliterated the surrounding zombies, reducing them to mere fragments. How was this possible? He was acutely aware of the strength of the zombies he had created, and yet they were dispatched with such ease. Roy Mustang watched Moria and Apos' face shift from fear to fury. Is this truly the king of fear? Is he so easily frightened? Do not grow complacent. Enraged and humiliated, Moria bellowed and charged forward with his cleaver. With a single swing, the ground was cleft open, sending dirt and stone flying. Yet, as the dust settled, Roy Mustang stood unharmed, a flame shield having steadfastly absorbed the blow. Moria was taken aback, swiftly activating his haki. Without hesitation, he swung his cleaver again, attacking Roy Mustang with reckless abandon. Roy Mustang, unperturbed, moved his hands rapidly before him. With a series of snaps, jets of flame erupted from his fingertips, successfully countering Moria and Apos' assault. The clash of flames and blades sent sparks flying. Is this all you can manage, Moria? You truly disappoint me, Roy Mustang taunted, his gaze rife with disdain. Moria, hearing these words, was incensed, shouting, "Shadow Revolution." In an instant, his shadow sprang to life, lunging towards Roy Mustang like a living entity. These shadows, akin to black tendrils, ensnared Roy Mustang, attempting to drag him into darkness. Roy Mustang furrowed his brow, flames erupting from him and incinerating the shadows to ash. A trivial trick, he scoffed, grasping the air with both hands, conjuring two flaming sabers. With a swift motion, he charged at Moria like a comet of fire, the sabers tracing brilliant arcs as they aimed for Moria. Moria quickly raised his cleaver to defend himself. The resounding clang echoed as he felt a jolt through his arm, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Astonished, he realized that this seemingly young newcomer possessed considerable strength. As their fierce battle raged on, Akiji and Kizaru on a distant warship keenly observed the confrontation. This Roy Mustang is rather intriguing. He can hold his own against Moria, Kizaru remarked with a subtle smile. Akiji crossed his arms, coldly replying, "Humph, though he shows some skill, he is ultimately a pirate and must be subdued today." Meanwhile, the battle aboard the terrifying three-masted ship intensified. The silhouettes of Roy Mustang and Moria danced amid flames and glimmering blades, each collision generating powerful shockwaves that shattered the surrounding zombies and structures. Moria gradually began to tire, his attacks slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Roy Mustang snapped his fingers simultaneously. Boom! Flames erupted around Moria, accompanied by a violent explosion. In a moment of desperation, Moria swiftly separated his shadow, transforming it into a dark silhouette that fled into the distance. Roy Mustang watched as Moria and Appo's shadow escaped, but did not pursue. He knew the true body remained nearby. Scanning the area, he suddenly sensed a faint presence emanating from underground. A smirk crossed his lips as he pressed his hands down, causing the ground to explode, revealing Moria and Appo's true form emerging from below. "You cannot escape, Moria," Roy Mustang declared coldly. Moria gasped for breath, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. Then came a series of deafening explosions, illuminating the sky with fire. As the cacophony subsided, Moria lay on the ground, smoke billowing from his body, consciousness fading. At that moment, Akiji leisurely approached from the sea, glancing at the unconscious Moria before turning his gaze to Roy Mustang. "Surrender now. Do not make futile struggles. I prefer not to engage." Roy Mustang regarded Akiji with a calm demeanor that made him appear more like a marine. Akiji, noting this, rubbed his temple in exasperation. "Do not act recklessly. If I am forced to intervene, I cannot guarantee your survival." Roy Mustang, however, paid him no mind, raising a hand to snap his fingers. Akiji and Appo's expression hardened as he swiftly unleashed Ice Block, Pheasant, elementalizing into an indomitable figure of ice. The clash of fire and ice rang out, hissing and creating a cloud of steam that obscured the surroundings. Taking advantage of the steam and Appo's cover, Roy Mustang darted toward Akiji like a wraith. Sensing Mustang and Appo's approach, Akiji swiftly raised his arm, summoning a massive ice wall from the ground to shield himself. Roy Mustang and Appo's flaming saber struck the ice wall with tremendous force, sending shards of ice flying, yet the wall merely bore a few cracks without shattering. "Quite interesting," Roy Mustang mused, a smirk creeping onto his face as he snapped his fingers with his left hand. With a thunderous explosion, the ice wall was obliterated, fragments scattering everywhere. Seizing the moment, Akiji propelled himself from the ground, transforming into an ice pillar and charging at Roy Mustang, wielding a colossal ice sword poised to strike. Roy Mustang swiftly dodged, countering with his flaming saber aimed at Akiji's arm. Despite employing Haki to shield himself, Roy Mustang could not suppress a shiver. He felt the intensity of Akiji and Appo's Haki matched his own, yet the latter and Appo's devil fruit powers far surpassed his alchemical abilities. Roy Mustang initially intended to maintain distance and exhaust Akiji with his alchemy, yet this adversary and Appo's speed kept him engaged in close combat. Had he not learned Haki and marine techniques, he would have surely been defeated by now. Suddenly, Akiji unleashed both Ice Age and Ice Time capsules simultaneously. An eruption of cold energy radiated from him, freezing the ground beneath and plummeting the temperature. Amidst the icy mist, Roy Mustang's figure gradually transformed into a frozen sculpture. The power of fire and explosions rapidly compressed. Akiji gazed at the ice-encased Roy Mustang, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 23. Imprisonment henceforth. The mission shall be deemed complete upon the return to Impel Down. He retrieved a trembling Den Mushi and, after detailing the events, inquired, "Marshal, how shall we deal with Moria?" Sengoku pondered for a moment. Given the uncertain dynamics of the New World and the recent onset of the Great Pirate Era, Many notorious pirates, consumed by their desire for the legendary treasure, have little regard for the Shichibukai, resulting in a scarcity of suitable candidates. Furthermore, due to a lack of emphasis from above, it was decided to imprison Moria alongside Roy Mustana under the pretext of assaulting the Navy. Akiji nodded and hung up the phone. Although he disapproved of fabricating charges, the abolition of the Shichibukai necessitated a pretext. In the palace of Boa Hancock, Ming Tian observed the image before him and shook his head. In terms of escape, an alchemist was indeed inferior to a ninja, yet he remained unperturbed. He closed the image and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a portal, stepping through to find himself aboard a terrifying three-masted ship. This was a new feature he had acquired, enabling teleportation to a target within a 100-meter radius using a mirrored character as an anchor point. He had initially set the anchor at Medusa and Appo's chamber, ensuring that he could return here from any location. Additionally, he possessed a resurrection ability, capable of reviving the mirrored character or sacrificing them to revive himself, though it bore a year-long cooldown. However, with his prowess, being killed more than twice within a year seemed implausible. Thus, it was highly unlikely he would need it. Meng Tian proceeded towards the dungeon, ignoring the imprisoned pirates along the way. Upon reaching the final chamber, he finally beheld a familiar figure. Although she appeared to be merely a young girl, with pink hair and seemingly no more than 5 or 6 years old, Perona trembled at the sight of him. Beside her lay a female zombie. Moria had previously warned her to hide if the zombie fell. Crouched in a dark corner, Perona and Appo's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Gazing at Meng Tian, she asked in a quavering voice, "Are you here to kill me?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her dirty little face. Meng Tian knelt, his expression softening into a gentle smile. "Perona, do not be afraid. Moria is going to a faraway place and entrusted me to look after you before he left." Upon hearing this, doubt still lingered in her eyes. She sniffled and whispered, "Really? Why should I believe you?" Meng Tian slowly extended his hand, speaking tenderly. "Look, I will not harm you. Trust me, will you?" Perona hesitated for a long moment, finally tremblingly reaching out her small hand, as if summoning all her strength. Meng Tian gently clasped her hand, helping her to her feet. He then produced a handkerchief and tenderly wiped away her tears. "My name is Meng Tian. With me here, no one will dare to bully you." Perona stood there, stunned, murmuring, "No one has ever been so kind to me." After a brief pause, she seemed to muster great courage and timidly asked, "Can I call you brother, Meng Tian?" Meng Tian looked at her, his eyes brimming with affection, and smiled. Nodding, "Of course, Perona." Hearing his response, Perona and Appo's lips curled into a sweet smile. Meng Tian rose, taking her hand. "Let us leave this place." As they walked, Perona occasionally glanced up at Meng Tian, and after several moments of hesitation, she could not resist asking, "Brother Meng Tian, what has happened to Moria?" Meng Tian chuckled lightly. "He is tied up with some matters and cannot be here right now, but perhaps you will have the chance to see him again." Perona nodded gently, her gaze reflecting a hint of determination. "I want to grow up quickly so that I can help him." Meng Tian smiled, ruffling her hair. "Indeed. Eat well to grow strong." As they continued, Perona and Appo's eyelids grew heavy, her head nodding drowsily. Noticing this, Meng Tian softly said, "If you are tired, you may rest, Perona." With that, he gently lifted her into his arms. Once the little girl closed her eyes, he opened a portal to return to Medusa and Appo's palace. Subsequently, he summoned several maidservants to care for her, as she would be staying here long-term. The maidservants respectfully complied. The next day, sunlight poured into every corner, and the news spread across the globe via the newsbirds. The front page of the newspaper was striking, bearing the headline, "Breaking News. Pirate Supernova Roy Mustana vs. Admiral Akiji suffered a defeat. The Shichibukai Moria, in collusion with pirate Roy Mustana, assaulted Admiral Akiji, stripped of the Shichibukai title, imprisoned and impelled down." On the streets, commoners gathered in animated discussion. A burly man waved his fists, shouting approval. "That Roy Mustana is too ruthless. Someone needs to rein him in. And what about the Shichibukai? They've been abusing their power for too long. It's about time they were dismantled." The crowd echoed their agreement. Upon seeing the newspaper, pirates became more subdued in their activities. A small pirate captain expressed his concerns to his crew. "Did you see? Roy Mustana was too ostentatious. And look where that got him. We need to be more discreet from now on." In places previously frequented by Roy Mustana, Reactions among pirates and marines varied. Some rejoiced at his imprisonment, relishing in the poetic justice of his downfall, while others shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting, "Ah, he was quite a character. Who would have thought he would be captured so soon?" On the island of Sabaody and Shaki and Apos, S-bar, smoke swirled in the air. Rayleigh sat in a corner, newspaper in hand, shaking his head in disbelief. The language used by this newspaper is really exaggerated, he mused. Shaki approached, snatching the cup from his hand with a frown. "You and Amp, Apos, V had enough to drink. Cut back a bit." Rayleigh, undeterred, pointed to the news article. "Look at this. I suspect Moria is reluctant to relinquish his title as Shichibukai. So he would and Apos to engage in such actions. It's likely a setup by the Navy." Shaki shot him an exasperated glance. "What good does that do now that he is being sent to impel down?" Rayleigh sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. That Roy Mustana lad had potential. It's truly a shame he was captured. On the edge of a cliff on a mysterious island, a figure clad in a deep green coat stood silently, the sea breeze howling around him. Chapter 24. Crushing the tattoo on his left cheek bore a certain severity under the sunlight. Gripping a newspaper tightly in his hand, he scanned the headlines and Kuden and Amp, Apos, T helped but shake his head lightly. Alas, Roy Mustana, such a character, captured by the Navy, what a pity. If only he could have roamed the seas a while longer, causing some chaos for those celestial dragons and tempering their arrogance. Perhaps the future of this world would be far more intriguing. Meanwhile, on Onigashima in Wano country, the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Kaido sat upon his colossal throne, perusing the same newspaper, when suddenly he erupted into a raucous laughter that reverberated through the halls. "Ha! That Moria has actually fallen into the hands of the Navy. How amusing, exceedingly amusing. The seas are much quieter now." Beside him, the stoic Jean continued to gaze intently at the photograph of Roy Mustana in the newspaper, a frown creasing his brow. "Lord Kaido, do you see this Roy Mustana?" Even in capture, his expression remains composed, devoid of any panic. Such fortitude is truly remarkable. At Whole Cake Island, within Big Mom and Amp, Apos' opulent palace, the aroma of delicacies wafted through the air. Seated before a table laden with food, Big Mom slammed her hand down upon it upon seeing the headline, causing the cups and dishes to rattle, and exclaimed loudly, "Humph! That brat Roy Mustana has been caught. What a shame. However, a loser is a loser. There and Apos, no need to dwell on it. Paraspero, fetch me a piece of cake. This news is quite vexing." Katakuri stood nearby, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Roy Mustana and Apos' photograph. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. "Mother, I believe this Roy Mustana should not have been so easily captured. His cunning and abilities, should he return, could pose a significant threat. On a naval warship in the New World, Akainu and Amp, Apos' expression darkened as he scrutinized the newspaper. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and he coldly remarked to his aide that Akiji always hesitates, showing too much mercy, allowing Roy Mustana to remain arrogant for so long before finally being caught. With that, he lifted his gaze towards the distant silhouette of an island, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "And that mist phantom. Today I shall personally bring an end to him." As the warship cut through the waves, Akainu and Amp, Apos' imposing figure was elongated by the setting sun, his cloak billowing fiercely. The word justice emblazoned brightly across his back. Atop the peak of that island, the mist phantom lounged comfortably in a stone chair, perusing the newspaper about Roy Mustana, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he casually tossed the paper aside. Suddenly, he sensed the approach of the naval fleet, and his smile grew wider, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finally, the Navy has arrived. On the shore, Akainu leaped from the warship like a bolt of lightning, landing deftly only to find the mist phantom seated above him, looking down with an air of superiority. Akainu and Amp, Apos' fury ignited within him. His aide rushed forward, urgency in his voice. "Admiral Akainu, this is not a trivial matter. We should notify headquarters first. Acting recklessly could lead to..." Akainu furrowed his brows, impatiently cutting him off. "Humph, notify what? First, we capture him, or do you expect me to wait for him to escape?" The aide and Amp, Apos' face paled, gesturing to the orders in his hand. But headquarters has issued a command to hold back upon locating him, and this mist phantom is extremely powerful. You and Vice Admiral Garp, please be cautious. A chilling glint flashed in Akainu and Amp, Apos' eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch, magma swirling around it, asserting, "Execute the orders." You stay here and wait. I will ascend the mountain alone. Once I have dealt with him, I will notify you." With that, Sakazuki strode purposefully towards the mountain. Watching his retreating figure, the aide and amp, Apos, heart brimmed with worry, secretly resolving to alert headquarters should Akainu find himself at a disadvantage. As Akainu advanced up the peak, his footsteps echoed through the mountains. The mist's phantom raised his gaze coolly, tauntingly stating, "Well, Akainu, you truly dare to come alone? I shall see what you can do today." Akainu, rather than express anger, chuckled darkly, his laughter laced with murderous intent. The surrounding air heated instantly, magma dripping from his fingertips with a hissing sound. He bellowed, "Great fire!" In an instant, a massive molten fist, imbued with boundless power, hurtled towards the mist's phantom. Seeing this, the mist's phantom and amp, Apos' expression sharpened. He moved with the agility of black lightning, like a bird taking flight, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. The colossal magma fist crashed into the stone seat, instantly reducing it to a sea of molten rock. Akainu commanded the molten fist to explode into a barrage of volcanic projectiles, raining down upon the mist's phantom. In midair, the mist's phantom swiftly formed seals with his hands. Water clone technique. In a heartbeat, several clones emerged around him, closing in on Akainu at an astonishing speed. Akainu and Apos' pupils constricted, taken aback by the mist's phantom and Apos' formidable technique. He had previously encountered the water clone and knew they possessed real striking power. He could not afford to underestimate them. However, no matter how numerous they were ultimately water. As a user of the magma fruit, he wielded the high temperatures, the obscuring smoke, and could simulate volcanic eruptions. With this in mind, he prepared to unleash another great fire to obliterate the encroaching water clones. Just as he gathered his strength, the mist's phantom silently appeared behind him. With a swift kick, the mist's phantom struck Akainu. Akainu and Apos' fruit ability was rated 3S and Apos' S. Apart from that, his other attributes were all S-rated. In contrast, the mist's phantom and Apos' attributes were predominantly SS-rated, effectively overpowering Akainu. Reacting quickly, Akainu shifted his strategy, utilizing his haki to shield his lower back, bracing for the blow. Bang! A tremendous force struck him. Akainu was sent flying, plummeting off the cliff. In that moment of descent, he instinctively attempted to use Jeppo to ascend the mountain once more, but suddenly sensed an impending danger. He rapidly altered his approach and unleashed great fire, hoping to use the magma to counter the approaching threat. Dozens of the mist's phantom and amp, Apos' blades entwined with his haki, directly cleaving through the molten boulders. In an instant, magma splattered and sparks flew. Following this, a dozen water dragons erupted from the sea below the cliff, roaring as they soared into the air. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique X-15. Akainu and amp, Apos' face blanched with alarm. If it were ordinary water, it would be manageable, but this was seawater. In a moment of desperation, his body erupted with a volcanic roar, unleashing an all-encompassing surge of scorching magma. In an instant, he vaporized the surrounding water dragons and clones into mist. The power of a 3S-rated fruit was indeed formidable. It managed to neutralize the threat. The mist's phantom stood atop a water dragon, gazing down from above at Akainu, who had steadied himself at the cliff and amp, Apos' base. Chapter 25. The defeat of Akainu. At this moment, Akainu and Apos' expression was exceedingly grave. The rapid growth in Zabuza and Apos' strength had completely surpassed his comprehension. Any minor misstep could lead to his downfall. On the naval vessel stationed off the coast, Akainu and Apos' aide, clutching a telescope, felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat as he witnessed Akainu being pressed in battle. His hands trembled slightly, and after a moment and Apos' hesitation, he resolved to observe further, well aware of Akainu and amp, Apos' formidable prowess. Meanwhile, having steadied himself, Akainu drew a deep breath and launched another offensive, unleashing the Hellhound technique. A fierce shadow of a magma fist surged forward, only to find Zabuza vanish like a ghost. When he reappeared, it was already behind Akainu, launching a deadly strike toward his neck. Without hesitation, Akainu pivoted, colliding his haki-imbued fists against Zabuza and amp, Apos' blade with a resounding crash. "Is this all you can muster, Akainu?" Zabuza taunted coldly. Akainu suppressed his fury, allowing the molten lava to flow over him, the temperature rising steadily as the surrounding area transformed into a sea of magma. Zabuza leaped lightly onto a massive boulder, surveying Akainu from a commanding height. Now this is engaging. Thus, the two exchanged blows, the sounds of their battle reverberating across the island. On the distant naval ship, Akainu and Imp, Apos, aide watched the ever-growing area of spewing magma at the island and Imp, Apos, center. A cold sweat trickling down his brow. Within a kilometer radius of the island, the ground was littered with scorching lava, and the peaks were shattered under immense force. Several pirate ships, unaware of the danger, had approached recklessly, only to be incinerated. In despair, he could only report the situation truthfully to the Navy headquarters. The outcome was predictable. He faced a tirade of reprimands. Admiral Sengoku issued a stern command, insisting that the battle must be halted. Yet, gazing at the sea of lava and the inferno consuming the forest, he found himself unable to approach the battlefield, pacing anxiously in place. On the battlefield, Zabuza observed the panting Akainu with a sense of satisfaction. Akainu's stamina had been severely depleted, while Zabuza had primarily relied on haki in combat, expending little of his chakra. An hour passed, and the sounds of fighting gradually subsided. Akainu collapsed onto a searing red rock, his body torn and ravaged. Wounds grotesque as blood flowed profusely, only to clot rapidly due to the intense heat. Zabuza approached step by step, standing over him with a cold scoff. Today, I shall spare your life, but next time, keep your distance. Had it not been for his master's orders to keep Akainu alive, he would have dispatched him long ago. Dazed, Akainu lay on the ground, his eyes filled with bitterness as he struggled to rise. However, his limbs felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. The humiliation and fury within him ignited fiercely. He vowed that this grievance would be avenged. Ultimately, darkness enveloped him as his consciousness faded away. Meanwhile, the aide on the naval vessel, witnessing the cessation of hostilities and the quelling of the magma, hastily raised his telescope for a clearer view. However, thick smoke obscured his vision, heightening his anxiety as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a considerable amount of time, he finally discerned a figure approaching slowly. Upon recognizing Zabuza, his heart sank. Had the admiral truly been defeated? Quickly regaining his composure, he focused on one thought, confirming Akainu and Apos' status was imperative. He swiftly contacted the headquarters, his voice trembling as he reported the battle's outcome, then stood quietly, awaiting Zabuza's approach. He dared not flee. Escape was impossible. At this juncture, other pirate ships spotted Zabuza, their crew astonished. Zabuza has defeated Akainu. What a monstrous feat, they exclaimed. They speculated about Akainu's fate, alive or dead, concluding that if he were still living, he would be in a weakened state, presenting a prime opportunity for them. Captain Jack stood at the bow of his ship, his eyes glistening with greed and fervor. This is an extraordinary opportunity. If we manage to slay Akainu, our crew will surely make a name for ourselves in the New World. His first mate, however, wore a look of alarm and quickly cautioned him. Captain, please do not act recklessly. Our crew lacks powerful backing. Any misstep could lead to our demise. Captain Jack dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. Humph. It's too early to discuss such matters. Once I've slain Akainu, all issues will resolve themselves. Watching his captain and Apos' obstinate demeanor, the first mate felt helpless and could only pray silently. On the coast, Akainu and Apos' aide, summoning courage, inquired as Zabuza approached the naval vessel. What is the status of Admiral Akainu? Zabuza ignored him and leaped onto the ship, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Despite the Navy and Apos' stringent vigilance, they dared not make a move under his presence. The aide, undeterred by the furious glares from the soldiers, pressed on with his inquiry, fully aware that confirming Akainu and Apos' condition was crucial for their next course of action. If Akainu were alive, the fleet must ensure his safety against surrounding pirates. If he were dead, they would either fight to the bitter end or attempt to flee. Zabuza seemed to read his thoughts and replied coolly, "Rest assured, Akainu is not dead." Upon hearing this, the aide felt a surge of relief, albeit reluctantly conceding the naval vessel to Zabuza. As he watched the ship depart, he was filled with resignation, deciding to wait until the lava cooled before attempting to rescue Akainu while remaining vigilant against nearby pirates. Zabuza leaped onto the mast, gazing out at the sea, anticipating the encounter with the individuals his master had mentioned. The following day, news spread across the world like wildfire, with the headlines boldly proclaiming, "Breaking news. The infamous pirate Zabuza defeats Admiral Akainu." As the populace rejoiced over the Navy's arrest of Roy Mastana, They were swiftly met with the shocking news of Akainu and Apos' defeat and the naval vessel being commandeered. The once vanished figure of Zabuza now inspired both awe and fear. On Cake Island in the New World, Charlotte Lin, upon learning of Zabuza's victory and the subsequent bounty increased to 3 billion, sat at a table piled high with delicacies. As she indulged, she remarked nonchalantly, "Humph, this Zabuza possesses some skill, but judging by his approach, he must be coming for me. When he arrives, I shall defeat him and claim him as my husband." Ha ha ha. Standing nearby, Katakuri observed the bounty notice with a furrowed brow. Mother, Zabuza and Apos' abilities are perilously dangerous. If he comes, I will ensure the younger siblings hide away, just in case. However, I do not worry about you. Chapter 26. Impelled Down. The windless zone. Boya Hancock and Apos' palace stood in the tranquil surroundings of Impelled Down, where Meng Tian leisurely sat in his chamber, perusing the new bounty notice for the Wraith of Mist. This journey had indeed yielded considerable prestige. He refrained from eliminating Akainu, aware that Akiji was a member of Blackbeard and Apos' crew. As it stands, Meng Tian harbored uncertainty regarding whether his presence would alter the timeline and narrative of this world. Nonetheless, to preempt any unforeseen consequences, he resolved to maintain a balance of power in this realm until he matured fully. The dominance of any singular faction could precipitate grave deviations in the storyline. He preferred to avoid unpredictable occurrences, as the risks involved were too substantial. Next, it would take time for him to reach Cake Island. Meng Tian glanced again at the panel of Roy Mustang, whose prestige had surged to 290,000 due to the fallout from his capture. A direct upgrade ensued. Roy Mustang, strength enhanced to S rank, deducting 32,000 prestige. Roy Mustang, agility enhanced to S rank, deducting 32,000 prestige. Roy Mustang, intelligence enhanced to SS rank, deducting 160,000 prestige. Total prestige deduction, 224,000, remaining 66,000. Subsequently, he procured a tome titled Crimson Lotus Alchemist, the Red Lotus Funeral of Kimberly from the System Shop. Red Lotus Funeral inflicts 7/5 real flame area damage to surrounding enemies. If 3 or more targets are within the damage radius, damage increases by 10 and can be enhanced by the Philosopher's Stone. Mirror character, Roy Mustang title, Flame Alchemist Strength, S Agility, S Stamina, S Intelligence, SS Abilities, Alchemy, SS, Observation Hockey, S, Armament Hockey, S, Skills, Flame Manipulation, Flame Explosion, Flame Shield, Flame Cutting, Weather Control, Red Lotus Funeral Navy Skills, Gale Foot, Chaotic Blade, Moonwalk, Iron Block, Shave, Gale Foot, Paper Drawing, Life Return, Flying Finger Gun, Draw, Flying Finger Gun, Flame Barrage, Flying Finger Gun, Yellow Lotus Triple Draw, Gale Foot, Infinite Chaotic Blade, Gale Foot, Kai Bird, Gale Foot, Surrounding Cut, Moonwalk, Thorn Path, 6 Styles Secret Technique, 6 King Gun, 6 Styles Secret Technique, Maximum Wheel, 6 King Gun Weapon, None Prestige, 66,000. Empowering Roy Mustang was a strategic measure to counter any potential variables that might arise in Impelled Down. Although Luffy and his crew would not set sail for several years, the inhabitants of Impelled Down had long been entrenched within. As Meng Tian exited his chamber, he was greeted by Perona, who rushed toward him. He instinctively lifted her into his arms, while Hancock observed with a mix of emotions. Yet she restrained herself from vying for affection with this new sibling. 2 days later, the warship escorting Roy Mustang and Gecko Moria navigated the currents to arrive at the Windless Zone, where the world's foremost prison, Impelled Down, resided. This deep-sea penitentiary was renowned for its stringent security and an abundance of formidable sea creatures, earning its reputation as the world and Apos' impregnable fortress. At the port of Impelled Down, Warden Magellan, clad in a black uniform and wearing a solemn expression, awaited Akiji's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Akiji's tall figure came into view, leisurely strolling with his hands in his pockets. Magellan inclined his head slightly, addressing him, "Lord Akiji, welcome to Impelled Down." Akiji nodded minimally, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. "Were it not for the transportation of these 2 significant criminals, I would not have set foot in this accursed place. One is the former Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, and the other is the pirate Roy Mustang, who looted the heavens. Magellan furrowed his brow, curiosity flickering in his expression. I see. However, with you personally leading the escort, it must mean these individuals are indeed quite troublesome. Preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with prisoners, he was largely oblivious to external news. Furthermore, Impelled Down required little knowledge of current affairs. Once inside, all were treated equally. Akiji responded with a soft acknowledgement. Mustang and Appo's abilities are perilous, which is why I chose to escort him personally. Magellan patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Lord Akiji and Impelled Down, we are foolproof. This prison is a bastion. No one escapes once they enter. Akiji Kuden and Appo's help but scoff. Let us not be overconfident. Was and Appo's just recently that the Golden Lion managed to escape from here? Magellan and Appo's demeanor shifted momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, but he quickly clarified that was merely an anomaly. This time is different. We have reinforced our defenses. Akiji waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, I've afforded Mustang special treatment. The handcuffs, leg irons, and neck collar are all made of sea prism stone. So there shouldn't be significant issues. Although Mustang and Appo's exhibited abilities did not seem fruit-related, utilizing sea prism stone was a precaution. It was certainly preferable to relying on ordinary restraints. Moreover, since being shackled with sea prism stone, Mustang had refrained from demonstrating any powers, perhaps indicating his abilities were indeed tied to a devil fruit. At that moment, the sound of chains clanking echoed as Roy Mustang, escorted by a cadre of guards, strolled calmly off the prison ship. Despite being bound by sea prism stone, his stride remained confident. Magellan observed this scene with narrowed eyes, his regard for Roy Mustang intensifying. Mustang surveyed his surroundings. The world's foremost prison possessed quite a scenic view. Akiji rolled his eyes, exasperated. Even in prison, you still have the composure to appreciate the scenery. You are remarkably unflappable. Magellan approached, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with Roy Mustang. Roy Mustang prepared to languish in despair. Mustang wrinkled his nose slightly. You ought to wash yourself. Your toxic aura is quite nauseating. Next, Gecko Moria emerged from the prison ship, his expression vacant and dazed. Magellan turned to Akiji, stating, Lord Akiji, the mission is complete. You may return now. Akiji nodded, glancing at Magellan and then at the noxious fumes permeating the air. I will take my leave. This poison is truly unbearable. Before departing, Akiji exchanged a fleeting glance with Roy Mustang. He felt a peculiar air about Mustang, but dismissed it, continuing on his way without a backward glance. Once Akiji had left, Magellan turned, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he regarded Moria and Mustang. Welcome to hell. Prepare for your baptism. You shall spend your remaining days in utter darkness. Roy Mustang bore no trace of negativity on his face, while Gecko Moria trembled, his gaze unfocused and lost in thought. A heavy sound reverberated through the port of Impelled Down as Roy Mustang and Moria, under the watchful eyes of Magellan and the gas-masked guards, slowly approached the towering iron gates. Chapter 27. The inspection subsequently, they traversed a cold iron gate, each step feeling as though they were treading upon the shackles of fate. Before long, they completed the so-called prison induction ceremony, exchanging their original garments for attire that symbolized their status as prisoners. The coarse fabric grazed their skin, serving as a constant reminder of their current predicament. The silence was shattered by the voice of Roy Mustang. Are we not to be shown around here? Upon hearing this, Magellan furrowed his brow, a wave of displeasure washing over him. This was no place for sightseeing, but rather the world's largest prison, Impelled Down. Yet, Roy Mustang remained unfazed, continuing to speak. Is that not permissible? That presents quite a dilemma. Magellan, observing Roy Mustang and Appo's nonchalant demeanor, found himself momentarily perplexed by the other's intentions. As they advanced, nearing the elevator, a man clad in black, draped in a cloak with a long knife sheathed at his waist, leaned against the wall. His gaze exuded a fierce and untamed spirit as he spoke. Magellan, are these the new prisoners? They seem rather intriguing. I would love to test the sensation of striking them. Magellan's expression grew wary, and the guards beside him tensed. This man was none other than Shiryu, the deputy warden of Impelled Down, notorious for his ruthless bloodlust. Were it not for Magellan's oversight, one could only imagine the trouble that might ensue. Magellan sternly warned, Shiryu, maintain your composure. They are significant prisoners. Should anything go amiss, the higher-ups will not take it lightly. Shiryu inhaled deeply, resting his hand upon the hilt of his knife. a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes as he replied, "I am perfectly composed." Under Magellan's grave scrutiny, Shiryu gradually retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Observing Shiryu and Apos' departing figure, Roy Mustana murmured, "This place truly brims with formidable characters." Magellan, hearing Roy Mustana and Apos' words, shook his head in resignation. "With our own survival at stake, we should not dwell on such matters." He then led Roy Mustana and Moria into the elevator, the guards trailing closely behind. As the elevator doors and iron gates slowly closed, it began its descent. Time passed unmeasured until the elevator doors and iron gate gradually lifted, revealing the 6th level of the great undersea prison, Infinite Hell. Impelled down, from top to bottom, designated each level with hellish titles: Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hunger Hell, Scorching Hell, Frigid Hell, and Infinite Hell. The allocation of prisoners to their respective levels was typically determined by their bounties. Beginning at Frigid Hell, the inmates were predominantly those with bounties exceeding 100 million, while Infinite Hell housed even more formidable individuals. The former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, and the Reaper, Roy Mustana, were ultimately assigned to this 6th level of Infinite Hell. As a former warlord, Moria naturally qualified for confinement here, while Roy Mustana not only attacked the Celestial Gold but also triumphed over Moria. As they stepped out of the elevator, an oppressive atmosphere surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping them in an eerie and deathly silence. However, with Magellan and Apos' arrival, the previously tranquil ambience was utterly shattered. Various clamorous voices erupted from the cells lining the corridor. "Ha ha ha. Magellan is here. Have new arrivals joined us? Newcomers? Who are these people? Is that Gecko Moria? When I entered, he was still a warlord. Now he has fallen to our level. How absurd. Warlords? Merely the lapdogs of the world government. Now abandoned. What a pity." Magellan paid no heed to their chatter, silently forging ahead, with the guards closely following suit. Moria and Roy Mustana trailed quietly behind. Roy Mustana keenly observed the surrounding environment and the pirates within the cells, while Moria, upon hearing the discussions about himself, felt a surge of anger, only to ultimately sigh in resignation. His thoughts wandered, pondering how Perona was faring now. How dreary. That Magellan fellow is as wooden as they come, not a word to be spoken. Upon hearing this, Magellan finally reacted, bellowing, "Silence. Do you wish to experience the taste of my venom?" His warning quelled some of the prisoners and Apos' conversations, for Magellan and Apos' venom was no trifling matter, once exposed. The agony felt was akin to a fate worse than death. No one desired to tempt such a fate. "Hey, what did that guy do to earn such a bounty?" A prisoner pointed at Roy Mustana, inquiring of a guard trailing behind Magellan. The guard appeared somewhat apprehensive, hastily responding, "This is the pirate Supernova, and Apos, Reaper and Apos, Roy Mustana, with a bounty of 320 million berries. He previously hijacked the Celestial Gold before being apprehended by Admiral Akiji." Hijacking Celestial Gold? Haha. The audacity of today's youth is remarkable, daring to covet the Celestial Gold. The prisoner erupted in laughter. Many others, having overheard the guard's introduction, began to scrutinize Roy Mustana. Compared to the towering Moria beside him, Roy Mustana indeed appeared somewhat diminutive. Yet, upon closer inspection, some noticed the expression on Roy Mustana's face, as if he were not a prisoner, but rather an inspector. "Akiji, upon my release, I shall hunt him down. Were it not for him, I would not be confined to this wretched place." "Haha, dream on. Even if you do escape, you'll only find yourself recaptured. You fool. Last time, I was merely careless." "Careless? That is utterly laughable. We've all been careless. Are you seeking death?" As the conversation shifted, the disputes among the prisoners grew increasingly heated. Observing the lively scene around him, Roy Mustana's smile remained unchanged. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously in the narrow and profound corridor. Ultimately, Magellan brought Roy Mustana and Moria to the front of 2 adjacent cells. One cell was larger, while the other was relatively smaller. The guard produced a key and unlocked the cell door. The heavy door creaked open with a piercing sound. Chapter 28. The Deal. Before long, Roy Mustana and Moria entered their respective cells. As the prison doors clanged shut, Magellan cast a cold glance at the 2 inmates and declared, "May you forever languish here. Do not entertain the foolish notion of escape." Upon hearing these words, neither Roy Mustana nor Moria displayed the slightest sign of disturbance. Observing Magellan, Roy Mustana pondered silently. The poison fruit. Can high temperatures truly sterilize? As Magellan and Apos' footsteps receded into the distance. Silence gradually reclaimed the prison. Roy Mustana turned to Moria, who appeared despondent and defeated. "Moonlight Moria," he remarked. "You've merely faced one setback. Wallowing in despair seems rather feeble, does it not?" Moria, upon hearing Roy and Apo's words, seemed to revive a flicker of his former spirit, sneering. "Heh. And Amp, Apos, the purgatory wielder, and Amp, Apos, Roy Mustana. What right do you have to lecture me? We are both trapped here. Why not just escape?" "Escape?" Moria echoed in disbelief. "What do you think this place is? Aside from the likes of the Golden Lion, I've yet to hear of anyone successfully breaking free from here." Moria's incredulity was entirely understandable. Since the Golden Lion and Apos' escape, the restrictions on devil fruit users within the prison had tightened considerably. For instance, Roy Mustana was currently shackled in sea prism stone cuffs. Given these circumstances, Moria found it hard to believe Roy and Apos' suggestion of a jailbreak. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. After all, having battled Roy Mustana, he was acutely aware of the man and Apos' peculiar prowess. Noticing Moria and Apos' skeptical gaze resting upon him, Roy Mustana smiled enigmatically. With his capabilities, such restraints were trivial. A mere snap of his fingers could dismantle them. However, he preferred to maintain a faade for the time being, considering the prevailing environment where devil fruit users were severely constrained by sea prism stone. He needed to create some illusions to confound his adversaries. "You shall understand soon enough." As Roy Mustana's mysterious demeanor piqued Moria's curiosity, time languidly drifted by in this Stygian, oppressive hell. Here, time seemed to have lost its intrinsic significance. The suffocating silence and oppressive atmosphere relentlessly gnawed at the souls of the inmates. Creak. After an indeterminate span, a cacophony echoed through the air. A contingent of guards wheeled a cart laden with meager provisions into the prison, tossing scant rations into each cell, barely sufficient to sustain life. In cells housing multiple prisoners, skirmishes often erupted over the meager offerings. The guards, witnessing the scene before them, trembled in fear. After all, the prison held infamous pirates and heinous criminals, many of whom wielded Conqueror and Apos' haki. The perilous nature of this place far surpassed the earlier tiers of confinement. The guards dared not exhibit any insolence here, while the inmates refrained from troubling them, recognizing the guards' role in delivering sustenance. The corridors were monitored by Din Mushi, ensuring that any harsh treatment towards the guards could jeopardize future food deliveries. In this grim, terrifying prison, an unspoken accord had formed. The cart halted before Roy Mustana's cell, and a guard approached, tossing in some food. Observing the slightly rancid morsels, meat from the sea kings surrounding him pell down, Roy Mustana chuckled. "The fare here is rather dismal." As the guards retreated, a glimmer of something inscrutable flashed in Roy Mustana's eyes. After the guards departed, Moria began to eat the meat. Though the taste was far from pleasant, with its fishy flavor, it was a welcome reprieve in this desolate place. Days blended into one another. A few days later, when the guards once again arrived with their cart, they paused at Moria and Apos' cell. Moria could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, You are Roy Mustana." "Indeed," Roy Mustana replied with a smile. "How can this be?" Moria murmured, lowering his voice. "What happened? How did you get outside? Who is that person in the adjacent cell?" Rather than directly answering Moria's inquiries, Roy Mustana countered, "Moonlight Moria, do you wish to escape from here?" Without hesitation, Moria responded, "Of course. Who would want to remain in this wretched place?" "Let us make a deal," Roy Mustana said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "What deal?" Moria questioned, perplexed. "I will set you free. In exchange, you will procure the head of Kaido of the beasts. ISN and Apos, see that your long-standing ambition? You need not remind me. I would do so regardless." Moria and Apos' gaze reignited with hope. 2 keys were tossed into the cell. Moria stared at them, incredulous that Roy Mustana would so readily offer him freedom. Roy's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly, "I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. Should you fail, you shall perish in this place." Though uncertain of Roy's motives, Moria retorted defiantly, "Don't underestimate me, Roy Mustana." He reached for the keys. With a decisive clang, Moria unlocked the cell door and stepped out cautiously, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite the commotion, the other prisoners remained oblivious, deep in slumber. Roy Mustana was truly formidable. How had he orchestrated all of this? Moria marveled internally, growing increasingly wary of Roy Mustana. "Now, prepare for action," Roy Mustana commanded, his gaze steely. "What?" Moria faltered, clearly taken aback. To successfully escape this heavily fortified impel down, follow my lead without question. If you are recaptured, I shall not come to your rescue a second time. As Roy Mastana spoke, he strode deeper into the abyss of the prison. Chapter 29. The escape begins. Do you think you know who I am? I, Moonlight Moria, will not be as useless as you claim. Yet, he obediently followed Roy Mastana. They had not walked far when they came to a dim, damp cell, permeated by a foul stench. Is it starting, Roy Mastana? From the shadows, a deep, magnetic voice drifted forth, as if emerging from a distant abyss. Indeed, everything is proceeding according to plan, Roy Mastana replied, producing a key and deftly unlocking the cell door. Releasing the occupant inside. A tall, gaunt man emerged from the cell, his black and gray hair meticulously braided into two long plaits that swayed gently with his movements. Moria looked up and was immediately struck by a formidable and oppressive aura, causing his heart to tighten. Are you the Crimson Count Baloric Redfield? The legendary pirate who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the pirate King Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. Moria's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. During his youth, he had followed the news of this legendary pirate closely, and even now, the memories remained vivid. This was a man of the same era as Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard, known for his solitary nature and immense power among pirates worldwide. He recognized only Roger and Whitebeard as rivals, while he acknowledged only Carp among the Navy forces. After all, who would dare to claim equality with such top-tier powerhouses if they were not extraordinary themselves? Is it truly safe to release such a formidable pirate like Roy Mastana? Moria harbored deep concerns, doubt gnawing at his heart. Redfield glanced at the towering Moria, slightly shaking his head without responding, instead turning his gaze towards Roy Mastana. I never expected to regain my freedom in this lifetime. Thus, as per our previous agreement, I shall partake in this war. War? What war? Isn't this a prison break? Moria was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend Redfield's words. Roy Mastana paid no heed to Moria's inquiry, continuing to navigate through the various cells. In no time, a succession of monstrous pirates were released. Among them were formidable figures from Whitebeard and Apos, era and even more ancient legends, each possessing a terrifying strength. Figures like the Crimson Count Redfield, the Devil heir Douglas Barrett, and the World Destroyer Bondi Wald, each was a name that instilled dread in the hearts of the world government, rivaling the four emperors and marine admirals. Undoubtedly, they were the apex entities within the infinite hell, true monsters that inspired fear. Ming Tian's directive to Roy Mastana was straightforward, to incite an unprecedented prison break within Impel Down. With the assembly of these powerful individuals, the other prisoners in infinite hell began to sense the abnormality. The situation escalated rapidly. How is this possible? How did they escape? It must have been that guy Roy Mastana. He managed to gather these monsters. Magellan will be in for a headache. Finally, an opportunity for freedom. I recognize all these guys. They and Apos. All monsters. They actually got out? This is unbelievable. Horrororo. There's no way Magellan and Shiryu can contain this. Let us out. We can cause a ruckus. Roy Mastana observed the eager, fiery-eyed criminals. Then, let us commence. Roy Mastana declared, his gaze intense as he snapped his fingers twice. Boom. In an instant, the entire infinite hell trembled violently as all the cell doors exploded open. At this moment, most of the top-tier combatants of infinite hell had been unleashed. The situation had been set in motion. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room of Impel Down, a tense atmosphere filled the air. The guards, who had previously displayed indifferent expressions, now stared blankly at the screen. However, the shocking scene of the prison break suddenly flashed before them, draining the color from their faces. One guard, as if struck by electricity, paled and trembled as he frantically dialed the phone book. Hello? This is Magellan. What is going on? A familiar deep voice, tinged with fatigue and authority, responded. Director, it's bad. Pirates have inexplicably escaped from infinite hell. The guard and Apos' voice was hoarse, laced with an unmistakable terror, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Upon hearing this, Magellan was immediately taken aback, his previously calm demeanor faltering. What happened? Who escaped? Speak clearly. It's the Reaper Roy Mastana. He has released all the prisoners. The guard's response was frantic, filled with despair. Magellan's heart sank. He could not fathom that Roy Mastana, who had only recently been incarcerated in infinite hell, had meticulously orchestrated this prison break. The image of Mastana's seemingly calm demeanor upon his arrival flashed through his mind. Had such a plot been concealed beneath that facade all along? By what means had he accomplished all this? I understand. Have you notified the warden? Magellan forced himself to suppress his rising panic. "We have notified him. He is on his way." The guard quickly replied. "Very well. I am heading down immediately," Magellan concluded before hanging up the phone book. As the elevator descended rapidly, the sound of metal grinding echoed the tension within him. Soon, Magellan arrived at infinite hell. The iron bars slowly parted, and a suffocating silence enveloped him like a tangible force. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and stepped outside. However, as he advanced, his previously steady heart began to race. To his shock, he discovered that nearly all the inmates within infinite hell had vanished, leaving behind only empty cages that silently narrated the abnormality in the darkness. "What is happening?" His complexion paled as he whispered in disbelief, his voice echoing eerily in the stillness. Just then, Roy Mastana emerged leisurely from a corner, his calm stride reminiscent of a stroll through his own domain. Chapter 30. The most atrocious incident in history. Behind him loomed a formidable assembly of relentless infernal criminals, their eyes alight with a frenzied excitement. Magellan gaped in disbelief, utterly astonished by the audacity of this individual. Observing the lawless felons, led by Roy Mastana, he was profoundly shaken. And what of Shiryu? Shouldn't he, the chief warden of the 6th level, have arrived first? Had he been overpowered by these criminals? As he surveyed his surroundings, he found no signs of a struggle in the corridor. Impossible. How could the elevator remain unscathed? Why had the alarm not sounded? What were those surveillance room personnel doing? "Since you are all here, I shall bury you with my venom." Magellan and Apos' words trailed off. He watched as Roy Mastana snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a cacophony of explosions erupted, echoing like thunder in the confined space, enveloping Magellan in a billowing cloud of black smoke. Instantly, he was seen writhing on the ground, smoke emanating from his body. How formidable! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The majority of the infernal criminals regarded Roy Mastana with expressions of fluctuating emotions. The ease with which he had dispatched the formidable Magellan was nothing short of astonishing. Regardless, Magellan, as the warden of the Grand Prison, was not to be underestimated. His venomous devil fruit ability was terrifying. Any who fell victim to his toxins would suffer a prolonged, agonizing demise. Engaging him in battle was fraught with peril, for even armed hockey could not prevent his venom from permeating the flesh. Yet now, Roy Mastana had dealt with him so nonchalantly. The crowd recalled the legendary feats attributed to Roy Mastana upon his imprisonment and silently marveled. Indeed, he was the audacious man who dared to hijack the heavens. If the crowd had previously followed him out of fear of the monstrous beings at his back, they now recognized his formidable prowess. Behind Roy Mastana stood powerful individuals such as the Crimson Count, the World Destroyer, and the Scarlet Count, among others. Utilizing their extraordinary observation hockey, they discerned a peculiar force enveloping Magellan's body, triggering a series of explosions, far beyond mere fire abilities. From behind, Moria shivered at the sight of Magellan's state. Recalling their earlier confrontation, had this individual held back during their battle? This technique was unmistakably the same he had used against him. He resolved to enhance his hockey with utmost dedication upon his release. He must withstand Roy Mastana's explosive might. Otherwise, should they cross paths again, he could not afford to repeat his previous mistakes. Roy Mastana regarded the fallen Magellan, pausing momentarily. Though the attack had appeared effortless, it had drained a substantial amount of his strength. His intent was to establish dominance before these onlookers to facilitate the successful completion of his mission. Yet every effort was warranted. Magellan posed a significant threat. His venom, if unleashed, could incapacitate nearly all present. These criminals were now his forces and could not be easily squandered here. Roy Mastana cast one last glance at Magellan before striding purposefully toward the elevator. The others swiftly followed suit. Before long, Roy Mastana and his companions boarded the elevator in groups, successfully reaching the 4th underground level. Simultaneously, various guards across the levels began to mobilize. As Roy Mastana and Apos' group gathered on this floor, Chief Warden Hannibal, stationed somewhere on this level, finally sensed the anomaly. Anxious, he hurried to the elevator, intent on investigating the situation. This group had escaped prison. Hannibal collided head-on with Roy Mastana and his entourage. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Roy Mastana at the forefront, trailed by a vast throng of prisoners, and his expression darkened instantly. These were all notorious high-security criminals from infernal hell, now emerging en masse, led by the recently arrived Roy Mastana, the harbinger of purgatory. The Crimson Count, Redfield, the Devil's Heir, Barrett, the World Destroyer, Bondywald, Hannibal felt a chill run down his spine. This was dire. A mass breakout of such formidable entities constituted the most atrocious incident in the history of Impel Down. Although these individuals might not be at their peak physical condition, how could he alone hope to contain them? Is that not our chief warden Hannibal? Did you not expect this? Do you not see that our chief warden is in quite the predicament? With our numbers, what can you possibly use to stop us? You ought to step aside. You cannot let this opportunity slip. You are alone now, and your warden, Magellan, has already fallen. Should you not go and join him? As Hannibal stood before them, hesitant to act, the criminals behind Roy Mustana began to brazenly taunt him. Now, nearly the entirety of infernal hell's criminals had converged behind Roy Mustana. You wretches! Hannibal seated, his trident quivering in his grasp. You shall not escape from Impel Down. With a thunderous shout, he prepared to strike, but a swifter attack preempted him. Beloric Redfield thrust his sword through Hannibal and Appos' chest. Mustana, prepare for the next step. Beloric Redfield smirked, observing the fallen Hannibal. Time trickled by. Soon, the criminals of infernal hell surged like a tide into the kitchen and pantry of the 4th underground level. First and foremost, they needed to feast. Only then could they muster the strength to escape. Moreover, with the grand prison and Appos' warden down, fear had dissipated from their hearts. Thus, the criminals of infernal hell indulged in a grand banquet within the kitchen. They had long been deprived of such unrestrained feasting and now sought to reclaim all they had missed, replenishing their physical energy. Watching these individuals consume their fill with gluttonous satisfaction, Roy Mustana merely cast a calm glance at the uproar before turning to exit the immense kitchen. The Crimson Count Redfield and the World Destroyer Bondi Wald exchanged knowing glances before joining the feast, silently partaking in the grand meal. They understood well what lay ahead. Restoring their physical condition to peak levels was of utmost urgency. Roy Mustana strode with measured steps toward a particular office, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. Chapter 31. Jokes, however, just as he was about to step into the office, a figure quietly leaned against the wall, catching his eye. Upon seeing this person, Roy Mustana maintained an unsettling calmness. Did you notice? He asked softly. You made too much noise. It was hard not to notice, the figure replied, revealing himself to be Shiryu, the chief warden of Level 6 in Impel Down. So, do you intend to stop me? Roy Mustana and Appos' eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Shiryu's gaze was stern. I won't engage in a futile endeavor. He was aware that Hannibal had fallen and that Magellan had lost contact. He understood that this group of prisoners was now an unstoppable force. To forcibly intervene would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Oh? What are your plans then? Roy Mustana inquired with keen interest. Tell me your plan, Roy Mustana. Shiryu insisted in a low voice. After a moment's pause, Shiryu took a deep breath, staring intently at the man before him, mentally lamenting, what a reckless individual. I shall partake in this war. It is rare to encounter something so intriguing. He chuckled. At that time, you shall become a wandering pirate. Are you truly unperturbed by that? Roy Mustana teased. A smirk on his face. Of course, I don't mind. I've been stifled here, and it has been quite uncomfortable. Shiryu, youthful and impetuous, had long been under Magellan's oppressive rule, his thirst for bloodshed left unquenched. Upon hearing such thrilling news, he promptly resolved to join, even if it meant becoming a pirate. That's splendid. Youth should venture out and explore. Otherwise, the potential within will be squandered. Roy Mustana gazed intently at Shiryu, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Humph, you appear younger than I. Shiryu retorted defiantly. Roy Mustana smiled mysteriously, shook his head, then pushed open a door and strode into the office, with Shiryu closely following. Soon, they discovered a den mushy inside. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Fort, Brine. A den mushy rang out abruptly. Sengoku sat behind his desk, regarding the creature with a puzzled expression. This is a den mushy designated for Impel Down. Why is it ringing now? Suppressing his unease, he reached for the phone, as he observed the unfamiliar visage mimicked by the den mushy. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. Hello, is this Admiral Sengoku? I am, he replied. What is the matter? Is there an issue at Impel Down? Typically, this den mushy was used by the warden of Impel Down and the wardens of its various levels. Sengoku, it's a pleasure to finally speak with you. I am Roy Mustana. Roy Mustana. Upon hearing that name, Sengoku and Appos' heart jolted. Was and Appos' recently sent to Impel Down? What on earth is happening? Sengoku instinctively tightened his grip on the edge of his desk. Bang! The force was so great that the corner of the desk splintered. Yet, at that moment, he had no mind for such trivialities. His expression fluctuated, and thoughts raced through his mind. How could the din-din mushi that connects Impel Down to the Navy headquarters fall into Roy Mustana and Appo's hands? What on earth is Magellan doing? Roy Mustana. How did this din-din mushi come to you? And what of Magellan and the others? Admiral Sengoku, please remain calm. We will address each question in turn. As he observed the din-din mushi mimicking Roy Mustana's expression, Sengoku felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his killing intent. First, let me update you on the situation of the senior personnel. The wardens, the prison director, and the guards have all been dealt with. In other words, I have conquered Impel Down. Roy Mustana's voice reverberated through the din-din mushi like a thunderclap. Sengoku's mind buzzed, and he felt a wave of terror wash over him. What is this man saying? How could Magellan and the others be defeated? The so-called impregnable Impel Down has fallen? What nonsense is this? Even if the Golden Lion escaped, they wouldn't be completely overwhelmed. How could a mere Roy Mustana accomplish such a feat? Lastly, I have a purpose for calling Admiral Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's focus sharpened. On behalf of all the inmates of Impel Down, I hereby declare war on you. The Navy. Roy Mustana and Appo's voice rang out with conviction. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt darkness encroach upon his vision, his shock akin to a surging tide, overwhelming and unrelenting. The Roy Mustana on the other end of the din-din mushi paid no heed to Sengoku and Appo's astonishment, continuing at an unhurried pace. I hope you can send enough personnel. Otherwise, it won't and Appo's be sufficient to deal with these monsters from infinite hell. Of course, you may choose not to send anyone over. However, at this point, the voice from the din-din mushi paused, seemingly deliberately to heighten the tension. If you don and Appo's at least the criminals of infinite hell will all escape. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Appo's complexion paled slightly. Admiral Sengoku, I look forward to your arrival. By the way, you only have a few hours. Before Sengoku could inquire further, the call abruptly ended. Damn it! Sengoku's eyes widened in fury as his right hand slammed down onto the desk. With a resounding crash, the entire table shattered, splintering into cracks. After a moment, Sengoku suppressed his rage and picked up several din-din mushi to begin dialing. After a short while, his expression grew increasingly grim. These din-din mushis connected to personnel from other prisons in Impel Down and to the Navy guarding Impel Down. Naturally, Sengoku could not take Roy Mustana and Appo's words at face value. However, after dialing these din-din mushis, he was forced to confront a harsh reality. Impel Down had indeed fallen. After a brief contemplation, Sengoku abruptly activated the emergency meeting alarm. Given the dire circumstances, immediate and careful attention was paramount. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates had surged phenomenally. Years had passed, and with the criminals previously imprisoned, the number of inmates in Impel Down had exceeded 100,000. With bounties beginning at around 100 million, representing an immensely formidable force. Furthermore, there were only about 20 warships stationed around Impel Down, wholly inadequate to confront these monsters. With a heavy heart, Sengoku hastened to the conference room. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, seated at the head was Sengoku, observing the quickly arriving Navy generals. Everyone, Impel Down has fallen. This proclamation detonated like a bombshell, instantly igniting chaos in the conference room. Everyone and Appo's pupils dilated, their faces painted with disbelief. Admiral Sengoku, are you attempting to tell us a joke? What nonsense is this? How could Impel Down possibly fall? Since its construction, we have never encountered such a situation. Chapter 32, The Unleashing of Chaos. Marshal Sengoku, please clarify the situation. The room erupted with chatter as the news of the fall reached the gathered commanders. Just days prior, everything seemed stable. How could such a calamity occur so suddenly? Wasn't and Appo's Magellan and his forces stationed there? As Sengoku and Appo's words hung in the air, the conference room was filled with disbelief. He took a deep breath, allowing the tension to settle before he recounted the events leading to this dire moment in detail. As he concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Even the usually boisterous Carp wore a grave expression. Akiji, standing beside him, appeared lost in thought, troubled by the fact that Roy Mustana was someone he had personally delivered to Impel Down. Could it be that Mustana had orchestrated his own capture, with the intention of reaching Impel Down? As Akiji pondered, Sengoku spoke again. Gentlemen, we can no longer afford to be complacent. We must confront the grim reality ahead. He surveyed the assembly of naval commanders, resolutely declaring, to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, I will deploy the majority of our naval forces for immediate support. Sengoku rose, declaring that a war was imminent, one between the Navy and the prisoners of Impel Down. He urged everyone to take this matter seriously. Moments later, the room began to empty as personnel rushed to their respective areas to mobilize the naval fleet. Akiji walked in a daze until a hand clapped him on the shoulder. Ha! Akiji, what are you daydreaming about? Get a grip. Carp, maintaining his carefree demeanor even in the face of crisis, made Akiji envious. How could he remain so optimistic? Yet, when Carp inquired about Akiji's state, he could only muster a wry smile and silence. Carp, noting Akiji's demeanor, grew serious. Do not blame yourself. The situation has escalated beyond your control. If you truly wish to make amends, then give it your all. Reassured by Carp's words, Akiji regained his composure. You're right, Carp. This time, I must put an end to Roy Mustin. Carp laughed heartily and strode forward, with Akiji closely following. Despite Carp's jovial exterior, a weight of concern loomed in his heart. What was the true nature of Roy Mustin? To incite a rebellion from within Impel Down instead of fleeing was madness. What could be his intention? Did he aim to rally the prisoners, or to cripple the Navy and Oppos as strength? As urgent footsteps echoed within naval headquarters, the piercing alarm of an emergency summons blared. Naval personnel surged toward designated locations, swiftly assembling. Under the command of the leading officers, a formidable fleet of over 20 battleships departed, brimming with the elite of the Navy, totaling more than 30,000 personnel. Despite the unforeseen nature of the crisis, Sengoku, leveraging his authority, had managed to gather a substantial force. Many elite members were present, as several had not been dispatched on other missions. Traditionally, at least one admiral and one general would be stationed at headquarters to guard against sudden pirate attacks, safeguarding not only the Navy and Oppos' reputation but also the civilian population residing there. However, Sengoku had defied this convention, leaving only himself to defend the headquarters while dispatching all other high-ranking forces. The most esteemed combatants he sent forth included the naval hero Carp, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Kizaru, along with 6 vice admirals who remained at headquarters. The ships were packed tightly, some even beyond capacity, with the elite forces of the Navy. Yet, Sengoku felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The fundamental distinction between the Navy and pirates lay in the value of their members. While pirates could easily recruit replacements, the Navy's competent officers were cultivated with great care and immense resources. The elite forces he was sending forth were the backbone of the Navy's dominion over the first half of the Grand Line. Now, they faced the possibility of confronting over 100,000 criminals in the treacherous waters of Impel Down. The compounded disadvantages suggested that the ensuing battle could be more brutal than anyone could imagine. Sengoku and Oppos' heart ached at the mere thought of the impending carnage. A Pyrrhic victory would not be a victory for the Navy, but rather a catastrophic defeat. I hope everything goes smoothly, he sighed, staring at the transponder snail before him. Moments earlier, he had communicated with the 5 elders of the world government. He had hoped for reinforcements from Mary Geos, but their response was a chilling blow. The fall of Impel Down was deemed unfathomable by the elders, leading to a torrent of reproach and deep-seated skepticism regarding the Navy's capabilities. They flatly refused to dispatch troops, steadfast in their decision not to deploy the Holy Land's guards. The Navy's mobilization would surely attract the attention of rival factions. If the Holy Land sent its guards, how would other powers, kingdoms, and civilians perceive the world government? They might believe that the Navy was inept and required assistance from the government itself. Such misinformation could severely undermine the world government's credibility and incite a plethora of chaotic ramifications. In summary, the conclusion was clear: the world government would not intervene, and the tumultuous situation at Impel Down must be quelled by the Navy alone. Nevertheless, the elders would not allow the situation to spiral entirely out of control. They would send some CP0 agents to intervene, but only if the battlefield turned dire. Chapter 33, A Comprehensive Uprising. CP0? Can those individuals truly be relied upon? Sengoku sighed inwardly. In the distance from the Marine headquarters, several concealed vessels were intently observing the Navy and Oppos' every move through telescopes. These ships belonged to powerful factions or were dispatched by underground intelligence organizations to monitor the Navy's activities. They used the Sabaody archipelago as a base, alternating shifts day and night, engaging in intelligence exchanges among themselves, and even selling information externally for profit. For such a colossal entity as the Navy, being surveilled was an inevitable reality. Even if one group was eliminated, new ones would soon emerge, and over time, the Navy had come to accept this situation. At that moment, these intelligence operatives keenly noticed the Navy and Oppos' unusual activity. Over 20 large Navy warships were majestically departing from the Marine headquarters, prompting immediate alarm. Was war imminent? What was transpiring? Filled with suspicion, they quickly relayed the news to various factions, and this intelligence swiftly circulated through the underground world, reaching powerful entities. Soon, many factions were aware of the Navy and Oppos' movements. After all, the Navy and Oppos' actions could often determine their own survival, and they were naturally attentive. However, this time, they were genuinely frightened. How many personnel were aboard those 20-plus large warships? It was known that those stationed at the Marine headquarters were predominantly elite individuals, not mere rabble. With so many elite sailors departing en masse, what could be the reason? Realizing the gravity of the situation, some factions made decisive moves, activating spies hidden within the Marine headquarters to gather intelligence. They soon learned that there had been a disturbance at Impel Down, necessitating the Navy and Oppos' intervention. But the information they could obtain was limited. Only those above the rank of Rear Admiral were privy to the full details. Nevertheless, the dispatch of such a massive fleet allowed various factions to surmise the severity of the situation at Impel Down. Was there an escape, and the Warden could not contain it, prompting the need for reinforcements? Or, more daringly speculated, had the Warden been defeated, and prisoners were making a frantic escape, thus necessitating such a large fleet to pursue and suppress them? The cold sea breeze howled as the Navy fleet en route to Impel Down sliced through the waves. The ships enveloped in a profound silence. The sea breeze gently rustled the sailors and Oppos' uniforms, providing a slight chill. Yet their hearts felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. As they were to provide support, the likelihood of being embroiled in conflict was high, and the higher-ups naturally needed to impart some information to prepare them mentally. After all, entering battle was not akin to embarking on a leisurely excursion. Those who fought valiantly had every right to be informed of the circumstances they were about to face. However, the information shared by the higher-ups was exceedingly limited, merely vague hints of the situation. Even so, it was sufficient to instill anxiety and unrest among the sailors. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, the epicenter of the Navy, wielding absolute authority over the first half of the Grand Line, the safety of the Marines was firmly secured. Under normal circumstances, those pirates who dared challenge the Navy and Oppos' authority and pursue warships would be driven to flee unless they possessed extraordinary strength. Even those pirate crews capable of contending with the Navy were typically cautious, fully aware that unleashing a massacre against the Navy would invite a vengeful pursuit of formidable proportions. Coupled with the advanced equipment of the warships, a comprehensive medical system, supply stations along the route, designated secure shipping lanes, timely intelligence transmission, and swift response to support requests, the mortality rate of the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line remained relatively low. Yet now, these Marines were about to plunge into the brutal battlefield of Impel Down. War, a merciless meat grinder, particularly against the notorious and vicious criminals of Impel Down, loomed before them. This sudden turn of events left the sailors and Oppos' hearts fraught with confusion and trepidation. However, timely guidance from commanding officers rekindled a flicker of hope when they learned that Navy heroes such as Garp and the admirals would be joining them. Such a formidable assembly felt as though the elite forces of the Marine headquarters were being transported into battle, as if victory was already assured. Meanwhile, within Impel Down, the criminals across the first, second, and third levels had descended into a full-scale riot. The guards fought valiantly, attempting to quell the surging tide of rebellion. But their efforts were akin to a Mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile. Numerous criminals began to swarm towards the fourth level, while others attempted to directly charge towards the ground in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, as soon as they surfaced, they were met with a fierce reprimand from the guards stationed on the ground floor, suffering a grim fate. Of course, a few cunning individuals managed to escape amidst the chaos, but they were soon met with the relentless bombardment from nearly 20 warships. Before long, those who had fled could no longer endure. Having long suffered torment in prison, their bodies were weak and incapable of exerting their full strength. Now, amidst their flight, they were entirely disorganized, fighting for their own survival without regard for others. In such circumstances, the tide of battle on the ground floor began to tilt in favor of the guards and the Navy, who gradually gained the upper hand. As they pressed towards the fourth level, where opportunities for survival and escape awaited, the battered prisoners finally came to their senses and began to surge towards that level. The grim fates of those reckless individuals served as a vivid warning, advising others not to repeat their mistakes. In the depths of the fourth level, near the kitchen and granary passageways, a throng of prisoners gathered densely. Starved and desperate, they pounced upon any food like ravenous wolves, devouring it with fervor. What a pitiable sight! Roy Mustana gazed upon these famished prisoners, a look of compassion etched upon his face. Shiryu, observing from the side, silently scoffed. This fellow can rally so many to serve as cannon fodder. He possesses some skill. As time passed, the number of criminals congregating on the fourth level grew increasingly substantial, estimated to be nearly 50,000. Apart from those still wandering throughout Impel Down, resisting valiantly, many prisoners had yet to be released in time. Yet he paid little mind, for with this fresh force before him, it was enough to ignite a cataclysmic prison break. Watching the crowd ravenously consume their food, brimming with excitement, Roy Mustana slowly rose to his feet. As he did, the prisoners gathered in the kitchen, from both the infinite hell and the cold hell, instantly turned their attention towards him. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Roy Mustana proclaimed loudly, "The time has come. Let the endeavor begin." Chapter 34. The Gate of Justice. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, the deafening cheers reverberating through the air. Roy Mustana strode forth with resolute determination, and the onlookers, witnessing his bold advance, rose in unison, following him like a surging tide. Thus commenced the most grandiose uprising in the history of Impel Down. As Roy Mustana forged ahead, the densely packed prisoners outside beheld him and his formidable companions, their eyes reflecting admiration. These individuals were notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. It was well understood that in the first half of the Grand Line, such sums commanded great respect, and even in the New World, where power abounded, they were figures of renown. The sheer number gathered here was staggering. Silence enveloped the group as the criminals, like a mighty river, followed Roy Mustana from the fourth underground level to the ground floor. Wherever they went, obstacles crumbled before them. The guards and beasts attempting to impede their passage were no match, swiftly overwhelmed. The strength of this assembly was unmatched. And those criminals they encountered along the way joined their ranks voluntarily, swelling their numbers further. Before long, they reached the first level of Impel Down. The sight of this immense throng sent waves of terror through the ranks of over 5,000 naval soldiers stationed there. They could scarcely comprehend how so many prisoners had managed to escape. The crowd was so dense that it seemed to stretch into the thousands. Had every criminal truly broken free? Moreover, these individuals appeared far healthier than any prisoners they had previously encountered. What was the warden doing? As the Navy grappled with their confusion, they soon realized their precarious situation. Although they had numerical superiority, they lacked high-ranking combatants to bolster their ranks. Faced with the onslaught of criminals, they felt like lambs awaiting slaughter, especially as it became evident that they were no longer in a position of advantage. The warships surrounding the massive prison, under the commander and Appos' orders, approached the port, ostensibly to assist the beleaguered navy on the ground floor. However, as the ships drew near, the prisoners effortlessly seized control of them. Some Navy personnel aboard sensed the impending danger, but those at the helm remained oblivious and unresponsive. In swift succession, more than 10 naval vessels had already changed hands. The prisoners of Infinite Hell and Extreme Cold Hell followed Roy Mustana, commandeering one of the warships. At this moment, there were over 60 prisoners from Infinite Hell, while those from Extreme Cold Hell were fewer, numbering only in the hundreds due to their high mortality rate. They boarded the colossal warship, steering towards the symbolic Gate of Justice, the threshold to hope and freedom. Only by passing through this gateway could they catch the correct currents of the sea and escape their confines. As Roy Mustana's vessel set sail, the subsequent ships followed suit, brimming with prisoners, utterly overcrowded. With so many aboard, they had no choice but to make do with the limited space. Moreover, as the fleet advanced, the defeated navy and guards began to regroup, casting malevolent glances at the stragglers who had failed to board. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the Gate of Justice slowly creaked open. Personnel in the control room on the ground floor activated the switch. At this moment, all crucial positions within the prison had been usurped by the prisoners. Time ticked away as the fleet of warships surged forth through the Gate of Justice. "We are free. We are free. Ha ha." Before the jubilant cries of the prisoners could fully erupt, they were abruptly silenced, as if an unseen hand had seized their throats. Before them loomed over 20 imposing naval vessels, advancing with formidable intent. Yet, at the forefront, Roy Mustana bore a smile. The Navy? Did not Master Roy Mustana take care of the Din Din Mushi leading to the Navy headquarters? It seems some have slipped through the cracks. Ha ha ha. No matter. With our numbers, how can they possibly stop us? Quickly, the prisoners regained their confidence. Although they had fewer ships, the decks were packed with people. According to conventional wisdom, even if the enemy had a greater number of vessels, their naval forces might not necessarily outnumber theirs. Moreover, most of them were well-fed and invigorated. Though their strength had yet to return to its pinnacle, each had once commanded bounties in the tens of millions before their imprisonment, and they were far from timid. Especially with the formidable criminals from Infinite Hell and Extreme Cold Hell leading the charge, their spirits soared. Ah, the Navy has arrived. Just in time. The Red Count, Raidfield, cast a deep glance at Roy Mustana as he surveyed the approaching fleet. The man and Apos' thoughts were truly inscrutable. Feeling Raidfield and Apos' gaze upon him, Roy Mustana responded with a smile. The other formidable beings from Infinite Hell regarded the naval fleet with indifferent expressions. They had long ago struck a deal with Roy Mustana to wage war against the Navy in exchange for their freedom. The time for this conflict was drawing near. Mere hours away. Should the Navy fail to arrive within that time frame, their agreement would be fulfilled, allowing them to depart unimpeded. However, it appeared that a fierce battle was now unavoidable. The Navy? Let us offer them a proper greeting. The sooner we begin, the sooner we can conclude. I have no desire to linger here, Douglas Barrett remarked with a grin. The World Destroyer, Bondywald, and the Red Count, Baloric Raidfield, were also preparing to engage. Let the Navy taste the flavor of hell. With a flick of his fingers, Roy Mustana conjured an ethereal blue flame that danced in his palm, as if ready to ignite the entire ocean. Behind him, the prisoners from Infinite Hell emitted low growls, a manifestation of their primal thirst for battle. These once polished monsters, now replete with fervor, awaited the impending slaughter. The first to strike was the World Destroyer, Bondywald. His massive form leapt like a mountain. His fist enveloped in a powerful aura that reverberated through the air, crashing into the deck of the foremost naval ship. The clang of metal echoed as the vessel crumpled like a fragile toy, creating a gaping breach from which the anguished cries of Navy soldiers arose amidst the rushing waters. The movements of the Red Count, Raidfield, were Chapter 35, Freedom. The laughter of Douglas Barrett intertwined with the sounds of cannon fire, erupting as he struck the sea with a clenched fist, causing the entire ocean to boil. Countless colossal sea beasts, bound by chains of sea prism stone, surged forth from the icy depths. These monstrous entities, transformed by the powers of ancient devil fruits, used their barbed tails to rend warships into mere fragments. Standing atop the head of a 100-meter-long whale, Barrett gazed down at the Navy, who fled like ants. Disdain flickering in his eyes. What they call justice is merely the dust beneath the feet of the powerful. Roy Mustang strode towards the heart of the burning fleet, the seawater evaporating into white mist in his wake. He looked upon the pallid face of the Navy and Apos' Rear Admiral on the flagship and suddenly chuckled. I've heard your headquarters has a motto, and Apos, absolute justice and Apos. Before his words faded, he waved his hand, and the entire sea appeared as if Apos, Dongfeng Express and Apos had been cast upon it. On the flagship and Apos' deck, the Admiral trembled as he raised his telescope, only to witness a most terrifying sight. The criminals from the depths of hell were rampaging amidst the flames. Those who ought to be imprisoned now became harbingers of death. Truly spectacular, to behold such a scene after so many years. Yet, the times have indeed changed. Baloric Raidfield gazed at the magnificent spectacle before him, a surge of emotion welling within. While the criminals on the side of Impelled Down marveled, a figure shot forth like a meteor from one of the Navy and Apos' ships. Following this, two elongated blocks of ice extended forth like white dragons, swiftly reaching towards the encroaching tsunami. The Ice Age. In an instant, the advancing tsunami miraculously halted. With an otherworldly sound, the surface of the sea seemed to be draped in a white veil, stretching endlessly towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the world appeared as if enchanted, transformed into a realm of snow and ice. Even the still open gates of justice were frozen. Wonderful. We are saved. It's Admiral Akiji. How remarkable. He has frozen the entire ocean. Truly unbelievable. Indeed, with such admirals and heroes in the Navy, we cannot be defeated. Observing the icy tsunami surrounding them, the Navy's spirits lifted, and they began to cheer exuberantly. Meanwhile, Akiji descended gently upon a warship, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the fleet emerging from the gates of justice, filled with prisoners. We cannot allow these individuals to escape. Frozen. They are indeed frozen. The entire ocean has turned to ice. Is that Navy officer a monster? With the sea immobilized, the ships can no longer sail. What to do? What to do? Witnessing the frozen expanse, many pirates began to panic. After all, the sight was overwhelmingly shocking, instilling a deep fear. Though most of them boasted bounties averaging around 100 million berries and had seen their fair share of the world, this moment starkly revealed the chasm of power separating them from the Navy admirals. On the lead ship of the fleet, Roy Mustang regarded the frozen sea with calm eyes, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. As rhythmic footsteps echoed, he approached the bow of the ship. With each step, waves of imperceptible ripples emanated from beneath him, drawing the attention of all criminals and Navy personnel alike, causing the surrounding area to gradually quiet. Under the gaze of the crowd, Roy Mustang slowly began to speak. Do you see the ice beneath your feet? You have no path of retreat. If you falter, you shall return to the dark confines of Impel Down to face your punishment. Therefore, crush the Navy before you. You shall seize the freedom you have long yearned for. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Then, a deafening cheer erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion. Yes, crush them. Long live Admiral Mustang. Under Admiral Mustang and Apo's leadership, we shall surely attain our freedom. Ha. Even if I die, I will never return to Impel Down. The criminals aboard over a dozen warships, ignited by Mustang's words, surged with fervor, eager to charge forth and engage the Navy in a desperate struggle. Conversely, the Navy on the opposing ships, witnessing the soaring morale of their foes, felt an unsettling apprehension. Is that Roy Mustang, the mastermind behind this chaos, elevating the spirits of those criminals with mere words? How terrifying! A man dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, adorned with a purple tie, spoke leisurely. This was Kizaru Borsellino. Observing the declining morale among the Navy, he stepped forward, determined not to let the situation continue unchecked. Whoosh! In an instant, Kizaru's form flickered, akin to a golden lightning bolt, as he soared into the air above Roy Mustang's ship. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of all criminals. Roy Mustang, would you kindly surrender? The blinding golden light emanating from Kizaru and Apo's hands compelled many pirates to squint involuntarily, lifting their gazes towards the source of the voice from above. Mustang curled his lips into a slight smirk, flicking his thumb and index finger. Within a 100-meter radius, the space around Roy Mustang compressed rapidly, unleashing a terrifying pressure that erupted forth. Red Lotus burial. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocity of the force nearly tore the fabric of space itself, vacuuming out the oxygen and creating a void. Kizaru and Apo's pupils constricted slightly amidst the violent shockwave, the photons gathering at his fingertips warping under the pressure. He deftly tapped the air, retreating several dozen meters in a moonwalk, leaving behind a blazing trail of golden afterimages. Mustang and Apo's Red Lotus burial ripped through the deck of the warship like a colossal flame vortex, splintering wood and steel into mere dust. Yet a faint luminous membrane deflected the onslaught as it approached Kizaru. This move is truly troublesome, Kizaru remarked casually, his left hand already coalescing a 2-meter-wide photon cannon. But in the face of absolute speed, before he could finish his sentence, his form split into 3 golden beams, simultaneously attacking the major from different angles. The central figure flicked his fingertips, sending the photon cannon plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The left afterimage unleashed a crescent-shaped light blade, cleaving the burning ship in two, while the right afterimage closed in on the major's face, a condensed photon projectile howling through the air. Chapter 36. The might of the naval hero Roy Mustang's pupils constricted sharply as he forcefully pressed his palms against the ground. The intense heat radiating from him instantaneously vaporized the seawater within a 50-meter radius, forming a dense vapor barrier. The photon cannons and photon blades collided with this barrier, resulting in a deafening roar as the steam was ionized into a violet plasma, illuminating the entire sea expanse. The yellow ape, high above, chuckled lightly, and dozens of light swords pierced through the barrier like a torrential downpour. Roy Mustang crossed his arms protectively over his chest, as alchemical flames coalesced into 3 layers of fiery shields upon his surface. Meanwhile, in the distance, several warships adorned with naval insignia surged through the waves, their gun barrels gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, aimed at another target. The world destroyer, Bondi Wald, unleashed his colossal fist, imbued with overwhelming force, towards the yellow ape. How terrifying. It's you, the world destroyer Bondi Wald. Even a monster like you has emerged. At that moment, the yellow ape had already transformed into particles of light, evading the attack. I'm quite enraged now. Come and help me cool off. The man before him laughed heartily, propelling himself toward the yellow ape like an arrow released from a bow. Swift, swifter than any other, Bondi Wald and Amp. Oppo's unique ability allowed him to amplify his speed, the speed of any contacted object, and their mass by a factor ranging from 1 to 100. This rendered him extraordinarily formidable in battle, enabling both rapid assaults and powerful long-range strikes, thus possessing immense destructive capability. In mere moments of confrontation, a tremendous explosion rang out. The creature known as the yellow ape was reduced to a streak of light, crashing upon the ice. Witnessing this spectacle, many pirates erupted in cheers. Numerous among them were well acquainted with the yellow ape, a creature heavily promoted by the Navy. The yellow ape, the possessor of the formidable natural type fruit. The Pika Pika Nomi had strength that was indeed legendary. Yet now, not only had he been met with this man's onslaught, but he had also been felled by his counterattack. Such formidable prowess truly warranted the title of a creature from the depths of infinite hell. This is the world destroyer. Bondi Wald. Haha. Astonishing. These monsters from the depths of hell are immensely powerful. With their presence, the Navy before us is certain to be vanquished. While the pirates reveled in jubilation, the atmosphere on the Navy and Oppo's side was notably morose. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred. How could the Navy and Oppo's highest fighting force possibly succumb so easily? On the ice, as the icy mist dissipated, a languid voice broke the silence. Truly, the world destroyer is a monster. This presents quite a challenge. The yellow ape, with his hands in his pockets, gazed at Bondi Wald, who had landed near Roy Mustana. On the other side, Carp observed the crew aboard the flagship with a serious expression. Count Redfield, the devil, and Oppo's Sir Barrett. As he regarded the cold-faced monsters turning their attention toward him, Carp felt a throbbing headache. Roy Mustana. How on earth has this man managed to keep those unruly monsters obediently behind him? Has he truly tamed them? How utterly inconceivable. However, Carp dared not take risks at this moment. Allowing them to depart unchecked would be akin to facing a second Rocks Pirates crew, perhaps even a more dire situation. Let the battle commence. Carp commanded his aide. Numerous criminals had been imprisoned and impelled down for far too long, their strength currently at a nadir. If they did not strike now, once they regained their strength and surged into the seas, chaos would surely ensue, and the era of great pirates might intensify beyond reckoning. The aide promptly signaled the various warships. Despite their hearts being laden with fear, the Navy personnel leaped from their vessels, charging toward the pirate criminals. In turn, the pirates, witnessing the Navy advancing upon the ice, rallied with fervor. The two factions soon clashed violently upon the ice. Gunfire, shouts, and the clanging of blades intertwined, composing a brutal symphony of war, with the sounds of battle echoing across the skies. Standing at the bow, Roy Mustana observed the unfolding conflict like a commander surveying his troops. How magnificent! It is rather enjoyable to savor such a feeling occasionally, don't you think? Roy Mustana exclaimed. After this war, I would very much like to test my mettle against you, Roy Mustana declared. I welcome it, but be sure not to fall here. Roy Mustana. Bondi Wald and Oppo's bloodthirsty grin deepened. A man bold enough to orchestrate an event destined to shake history must be exhilarating to engage in battle. With that, he suddenly propelled himself toward the yellow ape. Meanwhile, Carp, observing Bondi Wald battling the yellow ape from aboard a nearby warship, recalled the intelligence he had on Bondi Wald. It is well that this man is preoccupying the yellow ape. Otherwise, his unbridled charge into the battlefield could lead to devastating losses for the Navy. The intensity of the battle had begun to stir Carp, and he readied himself for action. With a swift motion, Carp flung his cape aside, sending it soaring onto the deck of the warship. The crew, witnessing Carp's grand display of vigor, felt their spirits ignite. The Naval Vice Admiral Carp was about to engage. He was a hero of the Navy, his power beyond imagination. His entry into the fray would surely tilt the scales of battle. With a thunderous bang, Carp launched himself toward the opposing warship like a cannonball. Witnessing his spirited determination, the surrounding Navy personnel gazed at him with admiration. Truly, Vice Admiral Carp is an embodiment of valor. On the other side, Roy Mustana observed a Navy officer burst forth from a nearby ship, who shouted midair, "You brat! Prepare to die!" A fist the size of a sandbag surged toward him. In that critical moment, Barolik Redfield sprang forward with a thrust of his sword. Bang! The clash of sword against fist unleashed a powerful shockwave. The naval hero Carp. It is indeed the naval hero Carp. How terrifying. What strength does he possess? the pirates, upon witnessing Karp's intervention, reacted with equal fervor, albeit in a negative manner. The legendary feats of this naval officer were far too numerous. Yet before they could fully recover from their shock, the emboldened navy surged forward with a battle cry, compelling the pirates to steel themselves for confrontation. Barolik Redfield stepped to the forefront. "Leave Karp to me. As for the rest, I shall not concern myself," he declared with a smile. Of course, Roy Mustana's affirmation brought a satisfied nod from Barolik Redfield. Chapter 37. Whimsical Fantasies. In a sudden leap, he shot towards the location of Karp. On the icy surface, Karp looked at Barolik Redfield, who had landed before him, and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "The solitary crimson Barolik Redfield, I wonder how strong you are now." Karp and Ampos' teasing brought a smile to Laidfield and Ampos' face as well. "Karp, it seems we Haven and Ampos' sparred in quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while. But are you certain you wish to stop me?" "Of course. Allow me to experience your current strength." "Ha ha, come on." Karp's laughter resonated like thunder on the ice, causing distant floes to crackle ominously. Has the sword of the solitary crimson grown sharper than in the past? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Karp and Ampos' right fist, accompanied by a rush of air, crashed towards Laidfield and Ampos' face. The force of his punch splintered the ice beneath it, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Laidfield flicked his wrist, and his sword traced a graceful arc. As the sword met the fist, the air compressed into a blazing orb of light. "What a heroic marine!" Laidfield sprang back, his violet eyes igniting with battle intent. "You shattered my 3 flagship vessels with your iron fist, and today I shall reclaim that honor with this sword." He pivoted on his toes, darting like a specter to Karp's side, his sword transforming into a stream of purple light aimed directly at Karp's vital flank. Karp did not flinch or evade. He blocked with his left arm, a wall of iron. The clash of metal reverberated across the battlefield as Laidfield felt a numbing in his hands. His sword bent under the pressure of Karp's hockey. "Your sword is too soft." Karp guffawed, countering with an elbow strike. Laidfield hastily raised his sword to defend, only to be sent flying several meters, carving deep furrows into the ice. "Admiral!" The Marine ranks erupted in a clamorous cheer. Yet at that moment, Laidfield suddenly knelt, a manic grin spreading across his face. "Karp, do you think hockey is everything?" His fingertips caressed the hilt of his sword, and a sudden burst of purple light erupted, reshaping the shattered ice into the fearsome visage of a wolf's head. "Room, wolf devour." Wherever the purple light traveled, the ice writhed as if alive, morphing into a colossal wolf that lunged towards Karp. Karp and Ampos' pupils constricted. This eerie ability far surpassed his understanding of the solitary crimson. A fist, trailing remnants of its motion, struck down. The two engaged in a rapid exchange on the ice, their fists and blades intertwining to form an impenetrable web of light, each collision generating shockwaves strong enough to capsize battleships. In the distance, Roy Mustana observed the fierce conflict, his fingertips subtly illuminating an alchemical array. He understood well that this clash of sword and fist was not merely a matter of personal victory or defeat. It would determine the very course of the battlefield. Should Laidfield falter, the pirates and Ampos' morale would shatter completely. Conversely, if Karp were to be hindered, the Navy and Ampos' encirclement plan would descend into chaos. "I must hasten," he murmured, a red-blue energy unfurling in his palm. Beneath the ice, the seawater boiled from the ferocity of the battle. The figures of Karp and Laidfield blurred into 2 streaks of light, their weapons clashing with sharp sounds and the booming of hockey resonating across the blood-stained snowy expanse. At that moment, the entire sea echoed with the sounds of fierce combat. Amidst the fray, some Navy personnel secretly hid in the shadows of their ships, using Den Mushi to conduct covert communications. They were spies embedded within the Navy from various factions. The situation here was dire, potentially altering the very dynamics of the seas. Thus, many spies risked exposure to relay crucial intelligence. As the information spread, numerous powerful factions quickly grasped the severity of the situation. Rumors surged through the underworld, and among the great pirates, countless prisoners were escaping from Impel Down, led by a man named Roy Mustana, engaging the Navy in a large-scale war. This news instantly captured the attention of all major powers, and the name of the Reaper, Roy Mustana, began to regain significance, elevated to unprecedented heights. They could hardly fathom the truth of the matter. The Navy had dispatched such a vast array of warships to contend with the massive number of criminals from Impel Down and from the intelligence gathered. The Navy did not appear to be at a disadvantage. The Navy heroes, along with Admirals Kizaru and Akiji, as well as dozens of vice admirals, were involved. Just listen to this lineup, and one can comprehend the gravity of the situation. Some notorious pirates, such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, upon receiving this news, were eager to fly from the New World to wreak havoc at the Navy headquarters, with the Navy deploying such a multitude of high-level forces. And with Akaina far away in the New World, it could be said that the Navy headquarters was more vulnerable than ever, likely guarded by only a single admiral, with a limited number of Marines. This scenario presented an exceptional opportunity for those powerful factions, the perfect moment to storm the Navy headquarters. Yet, alas, even as they burned with impatience, it was futile. Their territories lay too far from the Navy headquarters, making swift arrival impossible. This was one reason why the admiral felt emboldened to send out such a considerable force. The fall of Impel Down had come too abruptly, catching everyone off guard. Otherwise, had there been any forewarning, those factions would have already taken action. And this was perhaps the only solace for the Navy admiral. The entire battlefield had descended into a frenzy of combat, with all participants seemingly blinded by bloodlust, blood splattering continuously, staining the ice beneath their feet. From a distance, the icy expanse appeared transformed into a red crystal, exuding a chilling aura of carnage. At this moment, over 20 formidable pirates charged wildly towards the admirals Akiji and Kizaru. Most hailed from the Infinite Hell, while those from the Frozen Hell were relatively fewer. After all, the pirates from the Frozen Hell were acutely aware of their own deteriorated physical conditions. The bone-deep cold had rendered them weak, a state not easily remedied by a mere few hearty meals. Apart from those recently imprisoned in the Frozen Hell, the rest were far from their peak condition. With such diminished strength, the notion of claiming the heads of the admirals was indeed a fanciful dream. Hence, very few pirates from the Frozen Hell participated in the so-called admiral hunting expeditions. On this side of the battlefield, Kizaru zipped across the fray at astonishing speed. Wherever he passed, pirates fell in droves. Even Douglas Bullet, exerting all his might, could not halt Kizaru's advance. Witnessing the sacrifices of numerous Marines, Kizaru showed no mercy. With every strike, a pirate would collapse. In the brief span of his involvement in the battle, he had already defeated thousands of enemies. It was worth noting that these pirates were no mere weaklings, yet before Kizaru, they were utterly powerless. Some even fell without ever catching a glimpse of his figure. Chapter 38, The Unleashing. Were it not for the chaos of the battlefield, which required him to consider his comrades, his achievements would have been even more illustrious. Thus, the morale of the Navy surged. However, with more than 10 formidable pirates charging forth, could he maintain such formidable combat strength? Both the Navy and the pirates were rife with doubt. Ha! Kizaru, we come for your head. Indeed, meet your demise. Accompanied by their brazen shouts, over a dozen pirates rushed forward, their bounties ranging from 100 million to 500 million. The imposing figure of Kizaru advanced towards the pirates, declaring, "Pirates, behold what a true Marine admiral is capable of." His powerful haki surged around his wrists. Meanwhile, Roy Mustana observed the battlefield with a subtle smile. Is everything truly all right? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. Shiryu had approached, his gaze directed towards Impel Down. Roy understood his implication. Of course, it's fine. Does it not make things more interesting? On the Impel Down front, Tsuru had quietly infiltrated. The chaos on the ground level was swiftly quelled. She divided the remaining forces into two groups, leading the Blue Guerrillas and the guards underground to suppress the sporadic unrest. Her immediate task was to ascertain the fate of the wardens and the prison warden. Originally, over 8,000 Navy personnel stationed at Impel Down had dwindled to just over 3,000, with many injured. The situation was dire, and now they were to rush to the battlefield. The morale of these Marines was quite low, as the prospects of victory appeared grim. Tsuru needed to devise strategies to enhance their chances. On board the warship, Carp S.A. shielded himself from the powerful winds generated by the oncoming assault. Clutching a Den Mushi, the communication device to contact the world government, he silently hoped that the CP-0 would arrive in time to turn the tide. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as thousands of Marines approached from the direction of Impel Down, accompanied by the thundering steps of the beast guards. Many on the battlefield took notice. Reinforcements. It's support from Impel Down. Excellent. Truly excellent. With their arrival, our odds of victory have greatly increased. As the Marines from Impel Down emerged, hope rekindled among their ranks, and their spirits lifted, intensifying their battle efforts. Regardless of the combat prowess of the reinforcements, the sight of over 3,000 Marines converging was indeed a formidable spectacle, providing a much-needed boost of confidence. However, the pirates on the battlefield began to panic. particularly upon seeing several beast guards, who instilled a psychological dread within them. Shirita, you're siding with these criminals. Have you betrayed us? The lead pirate, Azente, exclaimed in shock. There's nothing strange about it. If I desire it, I shall do it. Shiryu retorted. Humph. If that's the case, I shall show no mercy. Prepare to die if you dare stand in my way. The two immediately engaged in combat. Roy Mustana watched the relentless clashes upon the ice. The personnel aboard the warship were dwindling rapidly. The once proud figures of the red-haired Shanks, the world destroyer Waldo, and the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, had all been dispatched. Time flowed inexorably. Roy Mustana sat at the ship's bow, observing the unfolding war. The brutality of the conflict was palpable, engulfing the entire battlefield in a somber atmosphere. War is indeed merciless. Suddenly, a command rang out. All Marines retreat to the warship. Urgent situation. Move quickly. Carp's voice boomed over the tumult of battle, silencing the chaos. The Marines paused, momentarily bewildered. Don't just stand there. Move. The giant sea kings are coming. Carp's words jolted everyone from their stupor. In a frenzy, they scattered towards the warship. Even the escaped pirates joined in the hasty retreat. A giant sea king. Those worthy of such a title were at least over 100 meters long. They had nearly forgotten that the battle was taking place above a Sea King's lair. The fact that the Sea Kings had tolerated this for so long was astonishing. As Sengoku's warning echoed, the first to act was Kizaru, who had been lying on the ice. In an instant, he transformed into a flash of light, arriving on the warship amidst the astonished gazes of all. It seemed as though the grievous wound on his body was merely a decoration. Yet, there was no time for words. Survival was paramount, and speed was of the essence. At that moment, the personnel on the battlefield began to disperse. As Roy observed the surrounding ice fracturing violently, Carp's expression shifted. The Navy and Appo's retreat was insufficient. Akiji. Upon hearing Carp's call, Akiji understood Sengoku's intent. He pressed his hand against the ice, unleashing an astounding chill that permeated downward, freezing the surging sea and the sea kings beneath, buying precious time for the Navy and Appo's retreat. The colossal roar reverberated from the depths. It was the Sea Kings striking against the ice overhead. A crack resounded, allowing the Navy to brace themselves. But for Roy Mustana, there was no time for reprieve. Fortunately, several monsters and some skilled individuals had managed to retreat to the warship he occupied. Soon, the Sea Kings emerged. Towering like majestic mountains, several super Sea Kings, each exceeding 500 meters, burst through the ice. They were not alone. Numerous smaller Sea Kings followed suit. The hundreds of meters of ice Akiji had conjured posed no insurmountable barrier to them. As the Sea Kings broke free, Roy Mustana's fleet of over 10 warships was sent soaring into the air, except for the ship he was on, which was shielded by a few powerful allies. Many other vessels were shattered and capsized into the ocean. On the other hand, due to Akiji's continued efforts, a massive section of ice was thrust upward by the Sea Kings. However, due to the angle of the ice, many Marines were sent tumbling into the sea. The spectacle was truly breathtaking. Throughout it all, Roy Mustana remained at the bow, quietly observing, earning the admiration of many pirates aboard. The Sea Kings, after surfacing, swiftly submerged beneath the waves once more. Chapter 39. The proposal of the warring states. Many of them possess wisdom. Here, humans have encountered numerous monsters who are aware of their presence and do not wish to provoke them. However, a warning must be issued to know when to stop. This is their lair, not a battleground. As the colossal currents around begin to surge, the ice in the distance starts to crack inch by inch. This is the passage of the immense sea currents. To freeze this place, one must contend with the force of the currents. Now, as the Sea Kings exert their strength, the currents begin to stir once more. The ice in the direction of the currents can no longer hold for long. As the turmoil subsides, many survivors express their relief. The recent upheaval has claimed many lives, particularly those who merely succumbed to exhaustion on the battlefield. At this moment, Roy Mustana's ship remains intact, while the fates of others remain unknown. Regardless, Roy Mustana pays no heed to them. He gazes at the massive icebergs floating on the sea, upon which the naval vessels of his adversaries are ensnared. Yet, this time, they too have suffered substantial losses. Let this war come to an end. Upon hearing Roy Mustana and Appo's words, the pirates aboard the warship erupted in laughter. If it could conclude, most would prefer to cease fighting. The warship begins to advance towards the currents. The Navy remains silent. Even Carp understands that this war cannot continue due to the immense losses incurred. As he watches the approaching warship and the figure of Roy Mustana upon it, Carp bellows, Roy Mustana. What was the true purpose behind orchestrating this war? His question resonates with all present, yet Roy Mustana remains silent throughout. As the two warships pass each other, they drift further apart. Days later, a newspaper with a gilded headline soars across the globe, the ultimate battle that redefines the world order. Impel Down and Oppos, entire criminal element vs the Navy headquarters. The most notorious pirate, Roy Mustana, is born. Wherever the newspaper lands, discussions abound in the streets. People struggle to comprehend this war that erupted without warning. And the motives of its architect, Roy Mustana, remain unfathomable. Upon learning that he single-handedly incited the rebellion at Impel Down and confronted the Navy headquarters directly, the worldview of many is utterly shattered. The outcome of the battle. Although the Navy headquarters retains its foundation, it has been severely weakened. All legendary prisoners below the 6th level of Impel Down have escaped, alongside over 3,000 criminals who fled amidst the chaos. This disaster, like a domino effect, undermines the authority of the world government and exacerbates the uncontrollable tide of the Great Pirate Era. On the Red Line, in the Holy Land of Mariewa, the figures of the 5 elders are shrouded in gloom within the spacious conference hall. They are the highest authorities of the world government, and at this moment, their faces are ashen due to the headlines of the newspaper. The world is becoming unbalanced. The elder with the mustache slams the table, causing the tea in the cups to splash. That scoundrel, Roy Mustana, is more dangerous than Roger ever was. Roger ignited the Great Pirate Era with ideals. This fellow acts without any semblance of order. The elder wearing a flat hat furrows his brow, noting that pirates across various regions are stirring while the Navy's deterrent power is crumbling. The elder with the long beard takes the floor. Intelligence from Sengoku indicates that this man has vowed to achieve and Oppos, feats that surpass Roger, and Oppos, allowing him to roam free will inevitably lead to even greater calamities. The golden-haired elder, fingers interlaced, speaks coldly. The urgent task is to apprehend Mustana and publicly execute him as a warning. However, we must ascertain his division from the escaped prisoners. If those old monsters ally with him, the Navy's chances of victory will be bleak. The bald elder strokes the hilt of his sword, speaking solemnly. Simultaneously, we must reorganize the Navy and Oppos' combat strength. With the fall of Impel Down, 70% of the mid-level officers have been lost, and the defense line in the first half of the Grand Line is riddled with gaps. Before he can finish, a report comes from outside. Admiral Sengoku has arrived at the Holy Land and requests an audience. The mustached elder smirks. Perfect. We must interrogate him thoroughly. The celestial dragons have been attacked, their treasures seized, and Impel Down has fallen. In just 6 months, we have suffered repeated blows. Is this what he calls justice? Meanwhile, Sengoku sits in the reception room, unconsciously rubbing his Admiral and Oppos' insignia with his fingertips. Last night, and Oppos' battle report revealed that of the 100,000 elite troops sent by the Navy headquarters, fewer than 20,000 returned alive, half of whom were injured. These elites, selected from various branches, were once the Navy and Oppos' promising future, now reduced to casualties in the medical ward. Admiral, the 5 elders request your presence. Sengoku rises to straighten his uniform. He understands that the 5 elders will not care for the hardships of war. To them, every defeat is a testament to the Navy and Oppos' lack of deterrent power, and a lack of deterrence equates to his failure as admiral. Upon entering the conference hall, the mustached elder is the first to strike. Sengoku, are you aware of your crimes? Sengoku stands at attention and salutes. His voice hoarse, but resolute. I am aware of my shortcomings. However, what is of greater importance is the reconstruction of the Navy. We need to promote talent beyond the usual standards, enhance benefits, and open special recruitment channels. Otherwise, in 10 years, we will have insufficient forces to safeguard the seas. Humph. Easy for you to say. The long-bearded elder scoffs. Talent? Who would want to serve a Navy that has suffered consecutive defeats? Let us use Mustana's head as bait. Sengoku counters, meeting the elder and Oppos' gaze. The more extravagant the bounty, the better. We must portray him as and Oppos, the ultimate enemy of the Navy, and Oppos, if defeating him can make one a hero. Countless young dreamers will flock to join the Navy. The golden-haired elder raises an eyebrow. Are you suggesting to manipulate public opinion? Precisely, Sengoku replies, producing a draft of the bounty notice, prominently featuring bounty berries, the most notorious individual in history. Reinitiate the Oppos Navy New Star program and Oppos, allowing skilled civilians to directly participate in assessments and even collaborate with pirates. The bald elder slams his palm on the table. Absurd. Collaborate with pirates? Didn't and Amp, Apos, T. Roger have a Navy spy aboard his ship? Sengoku retorts, this is not the time for principles. The monsters that escaped from Impel Down are all formidable. We must resort to any means necessary to restore our strength in the shortest time possible. The conference hall falls into silence. The 5 elders exchange glances, and finally, the mustached elder waves his hand. Let us try your plan for now. But if we fail again, he pauses, his gaze sharp as a knife. The Navy will no longer require an admiral. Sengoku bows in acknowledgement, and as he turns, he catches a glimpse of the newspaper bird flying past the window. The new bounty notice is being printed, with Roy Mustana and Apos' image adorned with the title of the Terminator. He knows that this gamble, masked in the name of justice, has only just begun. In the first half of the Grand Line, on the Sabaody Archipelago, at Shaki and Amp, Apos' bar. Chapter 40, A Moment and Amp, Apos' hesitation is unmanly. Roy Mustana is indeed a formidable character. Rayleigh's fingers graze the edge of the newspaper, his gaze lingering on the striking headline proclaiming the most notorious pirate of all time. The stenographers from the World Economic News Agency evidently exerted their utmost in reporting this shocking event. The old fellows from Impel Down and Apos' lower 6 levels have all been released. Red-haired Shanks, the Devil, and Apos' heir, the World Destroyer. Shaki flicked ash into the ashtray, pondering how. Had the Navy not devoted all their efforts to intercepting, the seas would likely be in utter chaos by now. Rayleigh folded the newspaper and tossed it onto the bar. The monsters of the New World have yet to stir, yet the younger generation seems unable to contain themselves. The era initiated by Roger is likely to transform into Mustana and Apos' stage. He raised his glass and downed its contents, the liquid dripping down his beard, leaving dark stains on the wooden counter. Shaki gazed out at the harbor, filled with masts, and suddenly chuckled. Do you think those escaped old monsters will head straight for the New World? If Kaido were to encounter red-haired, now that would be a spectacle. Rayleigh grinned, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Perhaps the Navy ought to thank Mustana, for at the very least, the 4 emperors of the New World will help them sift through a portion of the trouble. The Grand Line, the New World, Wano's Onigashima. Oh, this is the war I long to witness. Kaido and Apos' raucous laughter sent tremors through the rocks of Onigashima. The newspaper crumpled in his grip. Alas, I missed the chance. Otherwise, I would have to share a drink with that lad. Big brother is drunk again. Queen twisted the speaker in his hands, his corpulent form swaying to the rhythm. Come, brothers, sway along with my new rap. 3 pirates feebly accompanied him with cymbals, while Jin leaned against the wall, polishing his goggles, utterly indifferent to Queen and Amp, Apos' performance. Suddenly, Kaido swung his kanabo toward the ceiling, and after a resounding crash, Queen, along with his speaker, was sent soaring into the air, his screams fading into the clouds. How annoying. Kaido belched, carelessly tossing aside his kanabo. Jin, check on Mustana's movements. If he dares to come to Wano. A grin broke across his face, revealing his sharp canine teeth. I'm curious to see if his bones are tough enough. Jin picked up the newspaper, his gaze falling on the corner of the second page, where the navigational chart of Misty Ghostman was published, only 3 days' journey from Big Mom's Cake Island. He silently folded the newspaper and turned toward the lookout. The New World, Whole Cake Island, Sweet City. This man is more exhilarating than dessert. Charlotte Linlin clutched the newspaper in one hand while stuffing an entire cream puff into her mouth, cream dripping down her chin onto her dress. The sight of the Navy headquarters elders suffering is even more delectable than a strawberry tart. Mother is right. Her eldest, Perispero, nervously offered hot cocoa. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood all too well Big Mom's capricious nature. Katakuri, what do you think? Big Mom suddenly turned her head, a glint flashing in her murky pupils. Among the escaped prisoners from Impel Down, there are 7 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, 3 of whom have challenged the 4 emperors. Katakuri and Amp, Apos' trident lightly tapped the ground, producing a steady, muted sound. Their target may be the New World, but Whole Cake Island, as a stepping stone into the New World, must bolster its defenses. Big Mom chewed on her cream cake, suddenly erupting into laughter. My son is indeed clever. Let Owen handle the patrol on the 3rd island, and Daifuku shall guard Candy Beach. As for you, she narrowed her eyes, instructing him to intercept the one known as Misty Ghost Man, ensuring he does not tarnish my territory. Yes, Mama. Katakuri knelt on one knee, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his headscarf. He understood all too well that this so-called interception was merely Big Mom and Amp, Appo's excuse to test him. Her true intention was to use this opportunity to eliminate those siblings who threatened his claim to the inheritance. As he exited the castle, the sea breeze lifted the corners of the newspaper, revealing Roy Mustana and Amp, Appo's bounty notice. Katakuri suddenly recalled Rayleigh's words, in the tide of the great pirate era, no one can remain unscathed. He tightened his grip on the trident, gazing toward the tumultuous clouds at the horizon. An unprecedented storm is quietly brewing in the depths of these waters. The next day, the calm belt, Amazon Lily, Snake Princess. Within the coral palace of Boa Hancock, Ming Tian reclined on a shell-carved seat, his fingertips lightly tapping the air. A holographic projection displayed Roy Mustana and Amp, Appo's tribute panel. The global shockwaves triggered by the Impel Down riot continued to reverberate, elevating this man's reputation to an astounding one. 21 million. He immediately spent 800,000 to enhance the Colonel and Amp, Appo's strength, agility, stamina, observation hockey, and armament hockey to SS level. Mirror character, Roy Mustana title, Alchemist of Flame Strength, SS Agility, SS Stamina, SS Intelligence, SS Abilities, Alchemy, SS, Observation Hockey, SS, Armament Hockey, SS, Skills, Flame Manipulation, Flame Explosion, Flame Shield, Flame Cutting, Weather Control, Red Lotus Funeral Navy Skills, Galefoot, Chaotic Blade, Moonwalk, Iron Block, Shave, Galefoot, Paper Drawing, Life Return, Flying Finger Gun, Draw, Flying Finger Gun, Fire Draw, Flying Finger Gun, Yellow Lotus Triple Draw, Galefoot, Infinite Chaotic Blade, Galefoot, Bird of Prey, Galefoot, Surrounding Cut, Moonwalk, Thorny Path, 6 Style Secret, 6 King's Gun, 6 Style Secret, Maximum Wheel, 6 King's Gun Weapon, None Reputation, 410,000. This is the most reputation Ming Tian has ever gained from a single event. The mirror summoning has refreshed. Ming Tian opened the summoning list. One Punch Man, Tornado, 35,000 points, Inuyasha, Sesomaru, 47,000 points, Bleach, Neliel Tuo Delshwak, 55,000 points, Jujutsu Kaisen, Maki Zenin, 500 points, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Misato Katsuragi, 10,000 points, Black Clover, Yuno Grinbarial, 18,000 points, Attack on Titan, Beast Titan, 500 points, Under One, Sister Bauer, 5,000 points, Linkage, by Yue Wei, 5,000 points, Spy X Family, Yaforger, 500 points, 145,000, holy moly. Ming Tian shot up from his chair, overwhelmed by the presence of such prominent figures. Although some are not so impressive, it matters not. They are all main characters. Tornado, Neliel, Misato, Sister Bao, and Appo's, by Yue Wei, Mrs. Ya, Haki, are you forcing me into a harem? Ming Tian and Amp, Appo's mouth began to water. A moment, and Amp, Appo's hesitation is unmanly. With swift fingers, Ming Tian summoned them all. Chapter 41. The Antelope Knight. Nearly Arilu once, only one mirror image can be summoned. Damn. I knew it. Ming Tian, feeling dejected, returned to his seat. If only one could be summoned, it was undoubtedly one of the first 3 choices. After weighing his options for 3 seconds, a figure emerged from the halo. Her lake green hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, each strand shimmering with a mysterious luster. It floated gently with her movements, reminiscent of ripples on a lake. Lively and ethereal. Her golden green eyes sparkled like deep gemstones, captivating and enchanting. With exquisitely contoured features, her face bore the grace of a finely sculpted work of art. The rose-tinted horizontal markings on her cheeks added a unique, exotic charm. A scar extending from her forehead to the right side of her nose bore witness to her past brutal battles. It did not mar her beauty, but instead lent her an air of resilience and depth, invoking a sense of awe for her experiences. At that moment, she exuded a mature allure, her figure voluptuous and graceful. Her slender waist and long legs formed a perfect proportion, showcasing the beauty of feminine curves. Her skin was as fair as snow, seemingly glowing faintly in the dim light, complementing her lake green hair and golden green eyes, creating a breathtaking visage. The skull mask atop her head morphed into a slightly fractured 2-horned skull, the curved horns extending backward, exuding an untamed and commanding presence. Reminiscent of her former authority as one of the Espada, the tattered garments partially concealing her upper body billowed in the wind. making it difficult to avert one and Oppo's gaze. Mirror image character. Melee Arila Duo Deshavank title. None strength, A agility, S stamina, A intelligence, A ability. Spiritual pressure, SSS, spiritual energy, B skills, saliva, super acceleration, Ciro. Ciro Requiem, Ciro Reflection, Resurrecki in, Green Spear, Antelope Charge, Sing. Antelope Knight. Weapon, Zampakudo, Antelope Knight Reputation, 0. Just as Ming Tian was about to step forward, the elegant and alluring goddess was enveloped in a flash of green light. Transforming into a little girl, she immediately pounced into Ming Tian's arms. Master. Neely Arilo nuzzled against him with her cracked mask. Ming Tian was momentarily bewildered, gazing at the little girl in his embrace. Did you have to transform like this? Of course. This helps prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Neely Arila replied with a cheerful smile. It then dawned on Ming Tian that Neely Arila had once suffered a treacherous ambush by Noitora and Salapalo. Noitora had slashed through her hollow mask from behind, causing her head injury, a significant loss of spiritual energy, and a regression to the form of a child. Thus, her juvenile form was necessary to retain her dwindling spiritual power. No wonder her spiritual pressure was rated SSS, while her spiritual energy was merely rated B. Dawn and Oppos, T worry. We and Oppos, LL resolve your energy issues soon, Meng Tian assured, gently patting Neely Arilu and Oppos' head before carrying the little girl out of Medusa and Oppos' chamber, intending to introduce her to Medusa, Hancock, and Perona. These three little girls should become good friends. Days later, on an island of fierce beasts within the calm belt, a deafening roar echoed. Ming Tian was practicing with a green-haired girl, although he could only share 50 of the abilities of the mirror image characters. The enhancement from the 3 mirror images had resulted in a significant leap compared to before. Bang! Ming Tian struck like lightning, delivering a punch towards Neely Arila. Her live figure suddenly flickered and vanished as the punch whizzed past. In a flash of green light, she leaped to the top of a colossal tree 10 meters away. Tilting her head to observe the deep pit left by Ming Tian and Oppos' punch, a sly smile dancing in her golden green eyes. Master and Oppos' punch was 0. 3 seconds faster than yesterday, but that won't catch little Lulu. Before she finished speaking, the girl lightly stepped on the air, her green spiritual pressure coalescing into a diamond pattern beneath her feet. This was the nascent form of the Resurrecki in skill, Antelope Knight. Ming Tian raised an eyebrow as he noticed the faint glow emanating from the broken 2-horned skull mask atop her head and suddenly had an epiphany, executing a sidekick. Bang! With a blast of air, Neely Arilu's Ciro grazed past his ear, scorching a bowl-sized mark into a distant cliff. The girl placed her hands on her hips, revealing 2 little tiger teeth. Master has finally learned to sense spiritual pressure. But now at Oppos, it's time to experience the power of Oppos, super acceleration and Oppos. Before her words concluded, her figure split into 3 afterimages, unleashing green whips of light from different directions. Ming Tian stood his ground, allowing the whips to wrap around his arm. This was a deliberate practical test he had requested, aimed at assessing the fusion of Dragon Clan defense and spiritual pressure resistance. Crack! The moment the whips touched his scaled skin, they disintegrated into luminous flecks, causing Neely Arila to cry out as she was flung back by the recoil. Only to be caught by Ming Tian midfall. He playfully flicked her forehead. The explosive power of super acceleration is impressive, but the stability of your spiritual pressure output needs improvement. Try adjusting your breathing rhythm with the moon step technique. That slow technique can and Oppos possibly compare to my super acceleration. Neely Arilu pouted, but after Ming Tian pinched her cheek, she relented with a huff. All right. Master, you must accompany me for 50 sets of shuttle runs. I must regain my speed after losing to that sly Roy. On this point, Ming Tian had to admit, the Colonel's speed under explosive acceleration was akin to a rocket. As the sound of snapping branches echoed from afar, Ming Tian looked up to see Perona gliding through the mist on her ghost, holding a wooden bowl filled with berries. Ming Tian, Hancock said if little Lulu doesn't and Oppos eat soon, she and Oppos LL gnaw the ancient trees in the training ground to the bone. Another tree down. Neely Arilu stuck out her tongue, and as Ming Tian became distracted, she suddenly blew a breath into his ear. Master and Oppos distracted. Super acceleration, second phase. Bang! The girl transformed into a flash of green light, crashing into his chest, but Ming Tian countered by pressing her shoulder down. And they both rolled into the grass. Neely Arilu and Oppos mask brushed off several blades of grass as she looked up at the sunlight filtering through. Suddenly bursting into giggles, Master and Amp, Apos. S heartbeat is so fast is it because of little Lulu and Amp, Apos, S beauty? It and Amp, Apos, S because of the weight of a certain little glutton. Ming Tian pinched her nose, his fingers brushing past her rose-tinted markings, suddenly recalling the stark disparity between her spiritual pressure, SSS, and spiritual energy, B. The girl in his arms seemed to sense his thoughts, playfully twirling a strand of his green hair. Master, you promised. Little Lulu has been counting the days. Once I regain my strength, we will go to Hueco Mundo to settle scores with Noitora. Chapter 42. The little girl set sail. All right, no problem. Ming Tian responded with a nod, though a wave of anxiety washed over him. The mirrored characters possessed memories and emotions identical to their original counterparts. When he first heard the girl, Da Xiong and Amp, Apos, S sister, declare her intention for vengeance, he was utterly bewildered. This was the virtual realm, not the soul society. How was he to locate Neutra? Yet, gazing into Nilyeru and Amp, Apos, S eyes, he felt compelled to agree nonchalantly. Matters of the future could be dealt with later. A gentle breeze swept through the training ground, carrying with it the distant rustle of Medusa's movements. Ming Tian rose, brushing off the grass clippings, and hoisted the now small girl Nilyeru onto his shoulder. Let us first teach this little antelope how to control her spiritual pressure without demolishing the cafeteria roof. Then we can discuss revenge. Today's special training focuses on and Amp, Apos, how to slice fruit with gale steps without triggering an earthquake. And Amp, Apos, no. The apples cut with gale steps aren't sweet at all. Noyera protested, flailing on his shoulder, her late green hair glimmering against the golden light in Ming Tian and Amp, Apos, S eyes. In the distance, Perona observed this scene and suddenly raised her ghostly camera, capturing the moment with a click. In the frame, the small girl's pouting face and the man's helpless smile were bathed in the warm amber hue of the setting sun. As night fell, Ming Tian penned a new plan in his notebook to devise a spiritual pressure relief talisman for Nilyeru. Merging alchemy with ninja techniques in a six-style training focused on enhancing the balance of speed and strength. The colonel proved to be a genius, identifying Nilyeru and Apos' issues with her spiritual pressure and spiritual energy after just a few rounds of combat. He then dedicated 2 days to researching an alchemical array that could mitigate the loss of spiritual energy inscribed onto Nilyeru's mask. The trade-off was a reduction of her spiritual pressure from SSS to S, yet her spiritual energy surged from B to S. In the future, as her spiritual energy increased, the cost of lowering her spiritual pressure would also diminish. Outside, Nilyeru was engaged in a game of catch with her virtual flash, the trajectory of her green light tracing brilliant star-like patterns across the night sky. Ming Tian rubbed his temples, when suddenly a system prompt echoed within him, detecting a bond between the mirrored character and the summoner, unlocking the hidden skill, Guardian of the Antelope Night. He watched the girl's jubilant figure, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this encounter across worlds was indeed his most treasured skill. Not only Nilyeru, but also Zabuza had unlocked the Oath of the Mist Ninja, and Roy Mustang had awakened the vengeful flame of jealousy. Ming Tian's strength, S agility, S stamina, S intelligence, S abilities, Conqueror and Amp, Apos, S hockey, Max, Dragon defense, SSS, ninja techniques, S, chakra, S, alchemy, S, spiritual pressure, SS. Spiritual energy, D, skills. All skills of Zabuza Momochi, all skills of Roy Mustang, all skills of Nilyeru do Otsu Fank Navy skills. Gale steps, chaotic blade, moonwalk, iron block, shave. Gale steps, paper drawing, life return, flying finger gun, draw, flying finger gun, fire barrage, flying finger gun, yellow lotus 3 draws, gale steps, infinite chaotic blade. Gale steps, Kai bird, gale steps, surrounding cut, moonwalk, thorny path, 6 styles ultimate, 6 kings gun. 6 styles ultimate, maximum cycle, 6 kings gun bond skills, Guardian of the Antelope Night, Oath of the Mist Ninja. Vengeful Flame of Jealousy, bond skills can summon the corresponding mirrored characters at will, rather than being utilized by Ming Tian himself. A few days later, Ming Tian arrived at the port of Amazon Lily accompanied by Medusa, Hancock, Perona, and Nilyeru. At a wave from Medusa, a massive serpent head emerged from the sea. Nilyeru, this will be your steed. Leave the matters of the ocean to it. Thank you, Sister Medusa, Nilyeru exclaimed, embracing the Empress and Amp, Apos, S slender waist with affection. Hearing Meng Tian's words, King glanced at the turtle. Milyeru, take this. Don't get lost. Meng Tian handed the little girl a compass. Yala will never forget the way back to Amazon Lily, so you needn't worry. Medusa chuckled softly. Yala was the name of the water serpent, possessing the bloodline of the Sea Kings. Even traversing the territories of the Sea Kings would ensure Milyeru and Apos' safety. Despite her recent training, Milyeru and Apos' haki barely reached sea level. However, her SSS-level spiritual pressure was entirely on par with the might of SSS-level conqueror's haki. Thus, Meng Tian permitted her to set sail early, hoping she would gain prestige to elevate her spiritual energy level. Only after the small green figure disappeared from sight did Meng Tian turn leisurely. Departing with Medusa and the two little girls, ripples began to form, and winds stirred. 2 days later, a sensational announcement began to spread across the world. The Navy will initiate a global conscription. The newspapers reported that, following a joint review by the world government and the Navy would embark on the largest conscription in a century. Anyone without significant transgressions in their past could participate in this recruitment drive. Those demonstrating strength would have the opportunity to attain the rank of Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters. As this news circulated, the world trembled with anticipation. People began to fervently discuss the implications of the Navy's global conscription. Ordinary citizens were elated, believing that an enhancement in naval power would significantly bolster their sense of security in daily life. Conversely, for pirates, it served as a deterrent. Those previously agitated by a series of major incidents began to calm down, choosing to observe the Navy's conscription results before taking any action. The attitudes of the allied nations around the world were complex. On one hand, the Navy's strength would indeed be restored and reinforced through this global conscription, increasing the security indices for each allied nation. Yet, on the other hand, the nature of such a mass recruitment would inevitably lead to a diverse array of new recruits. Not in terms of strength, but in character. It was undeniable that many power-hungry individuals would be drawn to this opportunity. Unlike the previous nurturing of the Navy, it was difficult to predict how strong their sense of justice would be. The first half of the Grand Line is where the Navy headquarters exerts its influence most profoundly. Unlike the free-range model of the Four Seas, this area, being directly under the Navy headquarters and Apos' control, experiences significantly less corruption and collusion. However, once a conscription of this nature is initiated, the future becomes uncertain. The repercussions of such a policy would not be confined to the first half of the Grand Line, but would have a cascading effect on other maritime regions. Thus, the stance of the allied nations appeared increasingly intricate. Finally, the internal attitude of the Navy itself was also complex. The implementation of such a recruitment model brought about nuanced changes within the Navy, particularly among the lower-ranking officers. Chapter 43, Challenging Big Mom through relentless battles with pirates. They had painstakingly earned their merits and risen through the ranks. Yet now, it seemed others could simply stroll in and claim their positions. This stark contrast engendered profound discord, raising serious doubts about the very justice upon which the Navy was founded. Justice stands as the cornerstone of the Navy. If that foundation were to be questioned, it would undoubtedly waver. Moreover, such a situation would strike at the long-established meritocratic system, stifling the Navy and Apos' aspirations for achievement and potentially allowing insidious elements, such as spies, to infiltrate. Historically, the Navy refrained from resorting to such drastic measures due to these detrimental side effects. Tradition persisted precisely because of various constraints. Sengoku understood these repercussions well. However, the modern Navy found itself in dire straits, necessitating a potent remedy. Stagnation would lead to gradual decline. In an effort to alleviate tensions, Sengoku implemented several measures. Firstly, he opened channels within the Navy. Secondly, he enforced stringent standards. Thirdly, he imposed limits on the highest positions attainable. And fourthly, he regulated the scale and timing of conscription. During the conscription period, if any Navy personnel exhibited exceptional talents, they would undergo public assessments. Compared to external candidates in the global conscription, the Navy would grant certain leniencies based on their original merits. In essence, internal candidates would face a more forgiving evaluation process. Conversely, the global conscription would adhere to rigorous standards, demanding that participants possess capabilities significantly above the average level required for their rank to secure a position. This implied that a lieutenant colonel from the Navy and Apos' headquarters might aim for a rear admiral and Apos' position rather than directly achieving that rank. This method of correlating strength to rank could at least mitigate the Navy's internal grievances. As long as one could ascend to a position, they would be formidable among their peers. In a world that reveres strength, such measures could effectively ease some conflicts. Additionally, the highest attainable rank would be vice admiral. The prospect of attaining the rank of admiral was virtually unthinkable, as it required the demonstrated ability to surpass the 3 admirals. Thus, Sengoku's compromise appeared rather prudent. The duration of this grand conscription would last no longer than 3 months, after which no further applications would be accepted. Sengoku intended to leverage this opportunity to recuperate losses before terminating the current approach, allowing time to mitigate potential risks. As news of the grand conscription spread across the globe through the World Economic newspaper, many began to take action. Within the Navy, those distinguished by their talents sharpened their skills, and the atmosphere within the ranks grew increasingly charged. Simultaneously, factions from the underworld, certain pirate crews, and even some kingdoms began to contemplate their involvement. The former two sought to plant spies, while the kingdoms aspired to place loyal high-ranking officers within the Navy, ensuring a contingent of forces could be dispatched to safeguard their territories. As the world braced itself for upheaval in the New World, the territory of the pirate overlord and one of the 4 emperors, Bigmom, chaos erupted. A man had managed to breach numerous defenses and was now entering Whole Cake Island, the stronghold of the formidable Bigmom. The island, a bastion of power ruled by sheer force, was now in disarray, with inhabitants scrambling to either take shelter or prepare for battle. This man, known as the Mist Phantom, had a reputation for annihilating kingdoms, abducting celestial dragons, and defeating the Navy's admiral, Akainu. His bounty had soared to an astounding 3,600,000,000 berries, and he had now set foot upon Whole Cake Island, undoubtedly seeking to confront its sovereign, Bigmom. Despite being but a solitary figure, none dared to underestimate him. After all, the very foundation of Whole Cake Island was its ruler, Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Bigmom pirates, who wielded unparalleled might. As the Mist Phantom strolled nonchalantly across the island, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him, he took in the sights with keen interest, savoring the abundance of cakes, cream, and confections that adorned the landscape. As he meandered, he casually sampled a piece of cake, relishing its velvety sweetness and delightful texture. With each step, he continued to indulge in the island-esque treats, embodying a leisurely traveler. Meanwhile, the pirates and homie soldiers began to amass, but upon nearing him, they hesitated, awaiting reinforcements. The notoriety of the Mist Phantom instilled fear, preventing any rash actions. To him, the gathering of adversaries was merely a distant spectacle, as he maintained his leisurely pace toward the island and Apos' core. However, the onlookers remained vigilant, fully aware of his prior exploits in sinking several patrol ships before his arrival. Eventually, as the crowd thickened, an imposing figure emerged. It was Lord Oven, the 4th son of the Charlotte family and minister of baking. Oven, a burly man with a muscular build and wispy light brown hair, fixated on the seemingly relaxed Mist Phantom and barked an order. "Charge. What are you waiting for? Can't you see the enemy has arrived?" The pirates exchanged uncertain glances, while the homie soldiers, acting on command, surged forward. The pirates felt Oven's displeasure bearing down on them, and begrudgingly followed suit, aware that failure to perform might result in dire consequences from Bigmom. Yet, as the forces charged, the Mist Phantom remained unfazed. Those who ventured within a 3-meter radius of him instantly succumbed, gasping for breath as an unseen torrent of water surged into their mouths and noses. His mastery over water had reached an exquisite level. As he strolled forward, Oven watched him approach, feeling rooted to the spot, unable to move. When the Phantom passed him, Oven could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. How could this happen? The pirates were left pale and shaken, their experience in the New World failing to prepare them for such an encounter. In a state of terror, they began to retreat, only to find themselves engulfed by a sudden downpour of black rain. Water release, black rain technique. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 troops gathered there were utterly annihilated. Chapter 44. A swift defeat of Katakuri at last. Tranquility descended. The enigmatic Wugue ghost grinned as he made his way towards the colossal cake castle. Meanwhile, a tall man with crimson short hair and a muscular physique sprinted towards Wugue Ghost's direction. He was Katakuri, the 2nd son of the Charlotte family. After ensuring the evacuation of the civilians, he hastened to the scene. Along the way, he united with his brothers, including the 3rd son, Daifuku, as well as the eldest daughter of Compote and the head chef, Longbread. They swiftly arrived at the residential area, where they spotted a man with his head bandaged, casually dismantling nearby houses to taste their contents. This was indeed Wuguwei Ghost, the man with a staggering bounty of 3,600,000,000 berries. Daifuku observed the man from a distance and remarked, "It must be him." Compote, gazing at Wuguwei Ghost, felt an unsettling aura. "Forget that for now. Mother is furious and is heading this way. Before she arrives, we should test this guy's strength." The tall, bearded warrior spoke. He was Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of the Charlotte family. However, this was not his true form. His actual self was concealed within the warrior, as he typically disguised himself as a cookie soldier using the powers of the biscuit fruit, especially in the presence of outsiders. As Cracker prepared to advance, Katakuri raised a hand to stop him. Looking at his bewildered brother, he said, "Wuguwei Ghost is no ordinary foe. Allow me to handle this. Chef, could you assist me?" He turned his gaze towards Longbread. Katakuri wished to shield his family from danger, but facing such a formidable adversary alone would likely prove insufficient. At the very least, he needed to stall for time until their mother arrived. Longbread nodded gravely. As one of the earliest followers of Big Mom, despite being over 70, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Let us begin." With that, the two charged towards Wuguwei Ghost. Sticky Dumpling thrust. As Katakuri closed in, he utilized his Machi fruit powers to transform his arm into a sticky dumpling, enveloping his trident weapon. His arm spun rapidly as he thrust towards Wuguwei Ghost. Pastry Blade. Longbread advanced from behind, wielding a knife aimed at Wuguwei Ghost. Unfazed by the dual attack, Wuguwei Ghost sidestepped the thrust, his speed surging as he delivered a powerful punch to Longbread's head. Boom. Longbread flew back like a marionette with severed strings, his eyes rolling back. Thud, thud, thud. He rolled several times on the ground before lying motionless. Daifuku, Compote, and other members of the Charlotte family arrived, their expressions frozen in shock at the sight of Longbread's incapacitated form. Instantly defeated, cold sweat broke out on Daifuku's brow. How could this be? That man is capable of one-shotting even a formidable chef. The onlookers anxiously turned their gaze to Katakuri. He stared at Wuguwei Ghost, who had effortlessly evaded their attack and brought down Longbread with a single blow, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. This was a miscalculation. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations and reminded him of the times when Big Mom fought seriously. At this moment, he could only remain calm and buy time for their mother's arrival. Flowing Machi, he awakened his fruit and Appo's abilities, transforming the ground around him into Machi. The surging Machi swept towards Wuguwei Ghost like a tide, attempting to ensnare him. With a flick of his fingers, Wuguwei Ghost infused the Machi with an endless stream of water, turning it into a soupy mush, utterly devoid of power. Katakuri and Appo's expression turned to one of shock. Yet he did not falter, continuing to exert his ability. The massive Machi finally solidified into a cocoon. His siblings watched anxiously. Did we succeed? Before joy could spread, a splashing sound echoed as the Machi transformed into a milky white liquid, spilling everywhere. Wuguwei Ghost strolled out nonchalantly. "Your ability is quite impressive. It suits this island well." This remark ignited fury within the nearby family members. Was he implying that Katakuri and Appo's abilities were merely for baking? He was indeed the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. Yet Katakuri remained unfazed. Without further ado, he unleashed his ultimate move, Peerless Sweet Donut. The ground erupted into Machi, forming the shape of a donut. The Machi enveloped Katakuri's arms and weapon, the Earth Dragon. The donut's sides extended into arms, grasping a massive trident, all radiating formidable ambition. Super Strength Machi slash. He swung the Earth Dragon as the donut and Appo's trident simultaneously cleaved downwards. The colossal trident shadow, propelled by a fierce wind, descended upon Wuguwei Ghost with great ferocity. The scene was spectacular, rekindling hope in the eyes of the family members. Too slow. Wuguwei Ghost, feeling bored at Katakuri and Appo's sluggishness, dashed to his front with astonishing speed. In the instant Kakuri's pupils dilated, Wuguwei Ghost emanated an overwhelming aura, and in a flash, Katakuri and Appo's vision darkened, witnessing a fist magnifying before him. Boom. Katakuri was sent soaring into the air, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as the unleashed technique disintegrated. Katakuri. Brother Katakuri. Young brother Katakuri. The family gasped in horror as he crashed heavily to the ground. Katakuri, known for never falling, had been struck down in one blow. After the shock, the family rushed to his side. Cough, cough, cough. Katakuri coughed up blood, slowly opening his eyes. Daifuku, seeing this, leaped to his feet, glaring at Wuguwei Ghost. He rubbed his body, and a massive cloud of smoke surged forth, transforming into a demon wielding a great sword. Demon, fine cut. Daifuku commanded the demon to strike at Wuguwei Ghost. Swish. The demon's arm snapped, sending the sword-wielding hand flying. Demon, Daifuku exclaimed. Wuguwei Ghost regarded the demon with a grin. An interesting ability. He raised a hand and declared, Water Release, Water Dragon Whip. Crack. The demon was instantly torn apart, dispersing into smoke and retreating into Daifuku. Is that all? Is this the extent of the Big Mom Pirates and Oppo's tricks? Put in some effort. This blatant mockery ignited fury among those present. Yet they felt utterly powerless. The oppressive aura of their foe was overwhelming. Elbaf's spear, Kingdom and Amp, Oppo's might. A powerful shockwave surged over their heads, hurtling towards Wuguwei Ghost. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave ripped through the air, heading straight for the sea. Along its path, cakes, buildings, rocks, and trees were obliterated. The ground was carved into a vast channel several meters wide. The members of the Charlotte family were forced to shield themselves against the ferocious winds. When the storm settled and the mist dissipated, a clear path to the coastline lay before them. Yes, Mother is here. Mother has arrived, Daifuku exclaimed, gazing towards the end of the path, swallowing hard in excitement. Bang! With a deafening crash, the ground split open, and a colossal figure descended from the heavens. It was none other than Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Flames and clouds, Zeus and Prometheus, swirled around her, and in her hand, the sword Napoleon appeared alive. Possessing eyes and a mouth, a manifestation of her soul-crafted homies. Chapter 45, The Watertown and Marshland's Mama. Have you truly evaded me, you little rascal? The laughter of Big Mom reverberated, causing the milk fruit from the candy trees to tumble down in a flurry. She fixed her gaze upon the puddle where the fog-hidden ghost stood. The chakra-laden ground shimmered with an eerie blue light, resembling a gigantic, open eye. Katakuri and Amp, Oppo's blood dripped into the water, instantaneously transforming into countless minuscule water blades that refracted a chilling glow under the sun. She glanced at her fallen eldest son and the head chef, her smile widening, yet the crimson in her eyes nearly pierced through the bandaged man before her. It seems my children and subordinates have been and Oppo's, well taken care of and Oppo's, by you, fog-hidden ghost. Since you're here, you shall remain. Mama, Bruley screamed from behind the Caramel City wall, having witnessed her second brother and Oppo's trident being cleaved into two by the water blades. Owen clutched his severed arm, his nails digging deep into the chocolate tiles, which still bore the scars of the fog-hidden ghost's swift movements. I say, what are you prattling on about over there? Old hag. The voice of the fog-hidden ghost pierced through the syrupy air like an icicle. The members of the Charlotte family collectively held their breath. Perisparrow's candy slime crystallized into sharp spikes in his palms, yet he dared not utter a sound. Big Mom's face turned a deep shade of purple, the veins in her neck bulging as if writhing like a chocolate worm. Mama. Suddenly, she erupted into a thunderous laughter as Zeus roared overhead. A clap of thunder resonating. Very well, I hope your resolve holds firm. No sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath her feet cracked with a deafening roar. Flames spewed from Prometheus, distorting the air, painting the sky of Cake Island a blood-red hue, as countless soul lanterns rose from the earth, each reflecting Big Mom's grotesque visage. These were the lifespans of the islanders she had extracted using the soul fruit. Members of the Charlotte family scrambled to retreat, dragging the injured with them. Daifuku's lamp demon was torn to shreds by the shockwave, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld his mother's pupils turn pitch black. Quick! Stay over 5 kilometers away from Mama. She is about to unleash the Oppo's soul incantation, divine retribution and Oppo's. You better put in some effort. I wish to see how much your body can endure. The water blades at the finger. Chapter 46, crushing Big Mom during this period. Meng Tian procured an array of water-style ninjutsu from the system store, specifically to confront the 4 emperors. As the water dripped from Zabuza's body, the surrounding ground began to liquefy. Mamma mia, is this your reliance? Big Mom mused, feeling no trepidation since it was not seawater. Allow me to show you what a true Oni is. The misty ghost charged towards her. Big Mom firmly grasped Napoleon, swinging her blade down. Boom. The thunderous sound shattered the clouds. The earth and sky trembled violently, and even the sea level surged due to the shockwave. 2 days later, while people were still reeling from the news of global conscription, the World Economic Journal's newsbird took flight once more, and a new newspaper quickly spread across the globe. Astonishing. A single individual has obliterated the pirate overlord Big Mom's crew. The misty ghost Zabuza reigns over the New World. The public's attention was drawn to this explosive news. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events in such a short span? The Big Mom pirates, one of the dominant forces in the New World, had been defeated. The pirates were particularly interested in the details. The Big Mom pirates occupied a significant maritime territory in the New World, led by the monstrous Charlotte Linlin Big Mom. From a young age, she possessed impenetrable fortitude, having never sustained a single wound. Renowned for her formidable defense and immense strength, she was colloquially known as the Iron Balloon. Her soul fruit powers were equally terrifying, allowing her to extract lifespans, create living beings, and manipulate thunder and storms. She was regarded as a malevolent deity by the citizens and pirates of the New World. Yet now, this seemingly invincible pirate crew had succumbed to a single individual, the misty ghost, Zabuza, with only his own strength. He took an entire day and night to crush the Big Mom pirates. His terrifying prowess astonished the world and incited a new wave of maritime fervor, amplifying the tumult of the great pirate era. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford's conference room, Sengoku could hardly believe that the misty ghost had indeed defeated Big Mom. The world was increasingly tumultuous. Rubbing his temples, he spoke gravely. Yes, the Marines were already severely weakened from the Impel Down incident, and now they had little time to spare. It was regrettable that Akainu Sakazuki had not pursued immediately upon his return from recuperation. Haha, that little brat must have been frightened. Kizaru, Borsellino, remarked casually, "Do you know what he is doing?" Sengoku's temples throbbed as he bellowed, "Kapu, we are in a meeting. How can you be eating snacks? Don't be so serious." "Sengoku, have a piece," Kapu retorted, grinning. "Damn it, you shall not bribe me." Despite his verbal refusal, Sengoku nonetheless accepted a snack from Kapu under the gaze of others. Akainu is diligently training. At this rate, he may soon surpass me and Kazan, Akiji. Kizaru added, slowly awakening to the situation. It's a pity his target is the misty ghost, who has now even defeated Big Mom. It's truly inconceivable. Kizaru's gaze grew distant, recalling his recent encounter with the misty ghost. How little time had passed, and that individual had grown to such an extent. It seemed I too must take this seriously, otherwise I would be left behind. Haha, what you fear is being left behind. Kazan has been working hard lately. If you continue to be so lazy, you will surely come in last. Kapu chuckled. Kizaru and Appo's expression soured. Oh, so you all are secretly working hard behind my back. Isn't it tiring to train? Isn't it better to bask in the sun, read the news, and tease pirates? Enough. Kapu. The focus now is on the ambitions of the misty ghost. Sengoku glared at Kapu and continued. Intelligence indicates that after defeating Big Mom, he did not pursue a total annihilation. He merely left a message stating, "The entire New World is my territory, and from now on, you shall manage it on my behalf. Do not attempt to resist." Before departing with his treasures. Such arrogance. To think he could rule the New World alone, it is the height of hubris. Haha, this kid is quite appealing. I would love to have a bout with him. Kapu laughed at Sengoku's serious demeanor. True to Kapu's nature, he remained unfazed in the face of such a formidable adversary. The surrounding commanders gazed at him with admiration, while Sengoku could only roll his eyes, wondering if this guy was completely oblivious. He shook his head. The misty ghost posed a significant threat. I propose we send Kazan and Borsellino to the New World to monitor his movements. And when he clashes with the other 4 emperors, we shall seize the opportunity to capture him. Sengoku, shouldn't we consult the person involved first? After all, I am currently an injured party, Kizaru drawled lazily. Sengoku glanced at the bandages across Kizaru's chest, recalling his agile retreat on the battlefield, and momentarily struggled to maintain a serious expression. All right, we shall table this discussion for now. Sengoku conceded. The misty ghost and Appo's conduct in the New World was far too ostentatious. It would inevitably attract the ire of the other 4 emperors. We merely need to observe the unfolding events. Moreover, Whitebeard is not to be underestimated. Everyone nodded in agreement. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, is currently acknowledged as the strongest man in the world. In his prime, his reputation and might instilled fear across the seas. Even if the misty ghost could defeat Big Mom, it may not shake Whitebeard and Appo's dominion. The Marines and Appo's primary focus remains on the escapee group led by Rayleigh, the Impel Down fugitives, and the global conscription. Sengoku signaled for his aide to distribute the intelligence. The pirates escaping from Impel Down are scattered across the first half of the Grand Line. In particular, the top criminals from Infinite Hell and Extreme Cold Hell pose a severe threat to the safety of various branches. The Marines must not only hunt down the weaker pirates to re-imprison them, but also prepare for the Grand Conscription, leaving their forces stretched thin. In the New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled. The storm clouds gathered as thunder clashed with Kaido and Appo's raucous laughter on Onigashima. Waha! That Linlin actually lost? What a disgrace to the four emperors. Kaido downed a strong drink, crushing the cup in his palm. Despite his scornful tone, he fixed his gaze on the photograph of Big Mom kneeling amidst the ruins in the newspaper, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. That woman, known as the Iron Balloon, now bore deep water blade wounds that revealed her very bone. Will that misty ghost come to challenge me? Hey, brother. What if he comes? Even Big Mom has been reduced to such a state. Queen's mechanical arm nervously scraped against the ground, producing a grating sound. Fool. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. His conqueror and Appo's haki erupted like a tsunami, causing rocks along the cliff and Appo's edge to plummet into the sea. Kaido rose, dragon scales protruding from his skin, glinting with a dark hue in the lightning. Spread the word. The entire crew is to be on high alert. Should that little brat dare to step foot in Wano, we shall welcome him with the Onigashima waterfall beast hunt. Jean picked up the newspaper. His voice icy as steel beneath his metallic mask. According to the intelligence, the ninjutsu he employs is exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 47. Toying with the devil's progeny in the face of my heat breath. Any ninjutsu is but refuse. Kaido kicked the wine barrel behind him, sending amber liquid cascading to the ground like a serpentine river. Let Jack gather provisions at Fishman Island. I shall show that fool what a true monster and Appo's is. In the New World. In the Whitebeard Sea, the deck of the Moby Dick trembled slightly with Whitebeard and Appo's laughter. Gururara. That woman actually fell. The misty phantom, what an extraordinary junior. He carelessly discarded the newspaper, his gaze sweeping over the anxious captains. Marco stared at the scars of Big Mom depicted in the news, struggling to fathom how the Iron Balloon could suffer such a devastating defeat. Old man, his bounty has surged to 4,800,000,000 berries. Gururara. Marco. What troubles you? Whitebeard bellowed, patting his chest with laughter. Do not forget, I am the Appo's, strongest in the world and Appo's. Before you little ones grow up, your old man will not fall. At his words, the others felt a surge of emotion, yet Marco discerned a deeper meaning. Old man. Are you trying to inspire our growth? In the North Sea, at a secret base, Fufufu, even Big Mom has fallen. This world is becoming increasingly amusing. Doflamingo crushed his cigar, the glow of the newspaper casting a fierce light in his eyes. Virgo stood in the shadows, his watermelon-shaped head projecting sharp angles under the lamp. Naval recruitment? Just in time. Doflamingo's fingertips sliced through a goblet, red wine pooling on the ground like a crimson sea. You rarely show your face. Go participate. Remember. He suddenly seized Virgo's wrist, fastening a sea prism stone bracelet around it. I require the ancient heritage files from the Navy headquarters. What of the production capacity of artificial fruits? Virgo caressed the bracelet, the metallic clang mingling with the unique sting of the sea prism stone. Tori Bowl is expanding the factory. Doflamingo grinned, veins bulging beneath his feather scarf. Once the naval recruitment concludes, I shall ensure that every pirate in the New World is tainted with Appo's, Smile and Appo's, including that misty phantom. 2 days later, deep within the dense forest of an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Ha ha ha. Roy Mustana, I have finally caught you. This time, you shall not escape. Barrett's furious roar sent dry leaves tumbling from the branches. His muscles bulged like steel, black hockey seeping from beneath his skin, glowing ominously in the sunset. This devil's progeny, who once plunged level 6 of Impel down into chaos, now approached, each step fracturing the ground beneath him. Oh dear. Have you not grown weary after 3 days and nights of pursuit? Roy gazed at the ominous Barrett not far away, his fingertips lightly tracing the alchemical array in his palm. Dressed in a modified Navy justice coat, with fiery patterns faintly visible at the cuffs. He bore not blades but rather a gilded cover of basic alchemical arrays at his waist. Little did he expect that after returning from Nine Snake Island, he would encounter this fellow immediately. Barrett suddenly frowned, his observation hockey detecting an anomaly. The aura of Roy Mustana before him was different. It bore a subtle hint of increasing strength. Have you been secretly cultivating while hiding for so many days? He licked his lips. Well, it's more interesting if you have grown stronger. Before his words could fully escape, Barrett unleashed a fierce punch. The air roared under the force of his strike. Shave. In an instant, Roy vanished, and Barrett and Apo's fist collided with the tree trunk, shattering the massive tree with a resounding crash. Yet his observation haki sensed an oddity. Roy's presence had appeared above him. Flame cutting. Roy lightly tapped the air with his toes, flames spiraling down his legs like blades. Barrett looked up to see a burning maple leaf descending towards him. He disdainfully swatted it away, only to find his pupils constricting in shock as the leaf transformed into a sharp flame blade, cutting a gash in his palm. This is. I told you not to underestimate an alchemist. Roy's voice drifted from the left, hands in pockets, leisurely strolling amidst the burning fallen leaves, wind foot, paper drawing. Before his words faded, Barrett's fist grazed past Roy's nose. Like a feather, Roy's body spun gracefully, activating moonwalk as he traversed a flaming staircase in midair. Hey. Chasing me like this is quite rude. Roy snapped his fingers, and suddenly a circular wall of fire erupted from the ground, encircling Barrett within. The alchemical array within the flames shifted, utilizing the island's plant fibers as fuel. Barrett charged at the firewall, but was rebuffed by the fiery shield. The clash of haki and flame crackling loudly. You think this will trap me? Barrett roared, engulfed in flowing cherry blossom haki, crashing into the wall like a tank. Yet at the moment he broke through, Roy's voice rang from above. Red Lotus Funeral, Illusion. A torrential rain of fire descended, transforming into countless butterfly-shaped flames upon contact with Barrett. They swirled around him, obscuring his vision without attacking. What kind of trick is this? Barrett swung wildly, but only grasped a few sparks. As the flame butterflies dissipated, Roy was seated 100 meters away on a tree branch, a cup of red tea in hand. Specialty tea from the Celestial Dragons. Would you care to try? You bastard. Barrett's forehead bulged with veins, his conqueror's haki erupting. I will tear you to shreds. He leaped, his fist coalescing with all his might aimed at Roy. However, just as his punch was about to land, the alchemical array at Roy and Apo's fingertip blazed with brilliance, alchemy, terrain reshaping. The ground beneath Barrett and Apo's feet suddenly liquefied, transforming into thick sludge that ensnared him. He struggled to activate his armament haki, only to discover the mud was laced with sea prism stone powder, rapidly sapping his strength. What is this? I warned you not to think with your muscle-bound brain. Roy elegantly leaped down from the tree, his boots pressing against the edge of the sludge. The mixture of sea prism stone powder and plant fibers, further refined by flames, was a special gift prepared just for you. He raised his hand to the ground. The alchemical array spreading through the sludge. Now, it is time to conclude. Wait. I surrender. Barrett finally panicked. Do not send me back to impel down. Roy raised an eyebrow. Surrender? Why not say so sooner? I can help you with tasks. Barrett gritted his teeth. As long as you don't throw me back, I'll do anything. Roy paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He snapped his fingers, and the sea prism stone powder and the sludge evaporated in flames. Barrett, now disheveled, scrambled to his feet, his pupils narrowing as cold sweat dripped from his chin. Chapter 48. Joining the Navy, it was only then that he realized he had fallen into a trap from the very beginning. What appeared to be prey was, in fact, a meticulously laid ambush, waiting for him to willingly step into it. Assist me? Catch up to me first, Roy remarked as he turned towards the sea, employing the moonwalk technique to vanish, leaving behind a trail of blazing footprints. Barrett attempted to pursue him, but found his legs still weak. He gazed at Roy and Apo's gradually disappearing silhouette, clenching his fists in frustration. This man was truly formidable. After a moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached. A group of Navy personnel surged forward, and from behind them emerged the renowned Admiral Kazan, also known as Akiji. He looked astonished at the sight of the weakened Barrett. Had Roy truly defeated him so swiftly? It was over. At that moment, Barrett felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was to return to impel down. How could he possibly endure such a humiliating return? Meanwhile, the Navy personnel were brimming with excitement. Even Akiji felt a hint of satisfaction. Although he was somewhat discontented about not capturing Roy, apprehending Barrett was still a noteworthy accomplishment. The Navy began to prepare handcuffs and leg irons, ready to transport Barrett back to impel down. 1 week later, at the Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. 2 warships docked at the port of Marineford. From the ships, several Navy members disembarked, followed by a number of individuals not in Navy uniforms. These individuals, both male and female, were notably few in number. Yet the women among them possessed an extraordinary presence. Among the group, Neely Ru Duo Deshevank strode forward with a calm demeanor, accompanied by a massive python named Shaka. This striking duo immediately captured the attention of the station Navy. The Navy personnel in their white uniforms turned to observe, their expressions revealing a mixture of emotions. This assembly was comprised of candidates responding to the grand recruitment. As the recruitment progressed, powerful individuals from various regions stepped forward. Candidates were required to complete initial assessments in various branches, tests of strength, explosiveness, agility, and other fundamental physical capabilities, culminating in a comprehensive score. Only those who met the standards would advance to the next stage. Notably, those with illustrious reputations or remarkable achievements could bypass these trials entirely. Following the basic assessments, candidates faced a written examination encompassing concepts of justice, tactical command, nautical knowledge, and analyses of global dynamics. Despite its minor weight in the overall evaluation, the Admiral insisted on its inclusion, asserting that while written responses could be deceptive, the true essence of a person and Oppos' character could be discerned through their words. The subsequent advanced assessments were critical and required direct evaluation of combat capabilities by examiners of lieutenant rank or higher. Only those demonstrating the strength of a lieutenant would qualify for transfer to the Marine headquarters, while others would be relegated to positions such as sergeant or corporal in local branches. At this moment, the port was bustling with elite candidates who had successfully passed the preliminary screening, now arriving for assessment at headquarters. For the Navy, their attitude towards these newcomers was decidedly ambivalent. On one hand, the headquarters had suffered tremendous losses during the Marineford War and desperately needed fresh blood to fill the gaps in their combat power. On the other hand, skepticism lingered regarding these potential new recruits who might ascend the ranks rapidly, requiring time to foster a sense of belonging. Who is that woman? I feel my bones quaking. Is she a monster? This oppressive aura. Even an Admiral Wooden and Oppos' typically exude such intensity, would they? As the Navy's gaze fell upon the crowd at the port, Neely Rue's presence instantly captured everyone's attention. Her waist-length, lake green hair danced in the sea breeze, and a rose-colored facial tattoo shimmered subtly in the sunlight. Fragments of a shattered skull mask adorned her hair, while beneath her tattered garments, a glimpse of a shimmering chain could be seen at her waist. As if sensing their scrutiny, she suddenly turned her gaze towards the shore. The station Navy felt an involuntary tightening around their throats, gripping their sheathed swords. The weight of her gaze seemed almost tangible, constricting their breath. After a brief moment, she averted her eyes and continued onward, with Shaka steadily following her. It was not until her lake green silhouette vanished at the entrance to the assessment area that the Navy personnel snapped back to reality, exchanging glances and realizing they were all drenched in cold sweat. How powerful could she be? Their legs felt weak, barely able to support them. This presence was likely more fearsome than that of a vice admiral. If such an individual were to join the Navy, perhaps they could indeed instill fear in those pirates. For the lower-ranking officers of the Marine headquarters, they understood the significance of top-tier combat strength far better than those in the regional branches. Such power was akin to a pillar supporting the heavens. Recalling the Marineford War and the hundreds of meters high tsunami stirred by the Sea Kings, they realized that had Aokiji not frozen the waters in time, the headquarters might have faced utter devastation. At this moment, the grand recruitment and Oppos' ability to attract such formidable individuals was akin to a potent tonic for their spirits. As Neely Rue and Oppos' form disappeared down the corridor, Shaka suddenly turned his head, his murky eyes surveying the crowd. A rookie instinctively stepped back. The salty sea breeze continued to swirl around the port. Yet the arrival of this mysterious woman accompanied by a massive python introduced a subtle tremor to the air. Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman was strolling gracefully, her lake green hair swaying with each step, and the suppressor of her spiritual pressure glimmering faintly beneath her tattered attire. Her demeanor was both elegant and authoritative, with Shaka's every move synchronizing with her breath, as if they were two sides of the same entity. However, her inner turmoil belied her tranquil exterior. As the former 30th blade of the Arrancar, she grappled with her confusion regarding human notions of justice. Her participation in the grand recruitment was merely an exploration of the so-called justice of this world. Perhaps the beliefs of humanity were worth investigating. She gently caressed Shaka and Oppos' head, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, on the other side of Marine headquarters, Garp was seated in Sengoku and Oppos' office. Sengoku. I and Oppos' heard there and Oppos' as an intriguing young lady among the candidates for this grand recruitment. What was her name again? Garp mumbled through a mouthful of rice crackers. Sengoku and Amp, Oppos. S forehead twitched with irritation. Her name is Neely Ru Duodeshivank, and do not eat snacks in my office. Haha. Sengoku, do you want some too? Just say the word. But I want and Amp, Oppos, to give you any. Garp beamed with delight. After Sengoku and Amp, Oppos, S initial anger, he suddenly felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Are you here for something specific? Noticing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Garp reined in his mirth. Haha, nothing much. Just heard about that intriguing young lady, Neely Ru Duodeshivank. You're the final examiner for this grand assessment, right? He cast a knowing glance at Sengoku, who raised an eyebrow in response. This old rascal was undoubtedly up to something. Chapter 49. The Assessment of the Naval Hero. I wish to see if this young lady is truly as formidable as rumored. If she proves herself worthy, then allow me the opportunity to test her. Garp spoke casually, yet it caused Sengoku's expression to darken. Garp, are you seeking a beating? The process of the Grand Conscription Assessment is of utmost importance. Do not create chaos. Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Garp produced a packet of tea leaves from behind him. Sengoku. Behold, this is the special moonlight tea I painstakingly gathered. Do you take me for a fool? Such a blatant bribe. Before Sengoku could finish his words, his hand swiftly swept the tea leaves into a drawer. This, I shall temporarily store. Do not think this will allow you to misbehave. Haha. Sengoku. Do not be so solemn. I merely wish to gauge the newcomer's abilities and assist you in maintaining standards. Garp seized the moment, if you agree. I shall gift you the 10 packets of senbei from my office. At this, Sengoku's gaze turned scornful. Garp, do you believe yourself to be a 3-year-old? There is a limit to childishness. 5 minutes later, the door to Sengoku and Oppos' office was flung open. Garp swaggered out, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Beside the tea leaves in the drawer, there lay 10 exquisitely packaged packets of senbei. 3 days later, the final assessment of the Navy headquarters commenced in earnest. The venue for the assessment was the open square of the Naval Academy, where a colossal 30-meter square arena shimmered with faint blue patterns of seawall stone. This was a specially designed barrier to prevent the aftermath of battles from spiraling out of control. Thousands of sailors gathered neatly on 3 sides of the arena, with several rear admirals standing just beyond the red line, poised to suppress any potential overflow of energy with their armed hockey. The Grand Conscription and Oppos' first major assessment officially began. All participants in the assessment, please draw lots. As the herald and Oppos' voice echoed, 13 candidates approached the dark box in turn. Neely Duodeshivank and Oppos' light green hair stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. Dressed in tattered blue garments, fragments of a bone mask glimmered in the sunlight, and the chain of her swayed with her steps. Upon reaching the dark box, the soldier in charge of drawing lots visibly trembled. Although the girl's spiritual pressure was contained, it still exuded a suffocating aura reminiscent of the deep sea. Please, draw a number ball, the soldier's voice quivered. Neely smiled faintly, her fingertips lightly brushing the dark box. As she drew the number ball, the gazes of the surrounding candidates froze. The sphere boldly bore the number 1. Number 1. The first match. The herald and Oppos' voice cracked slightly. Gasps echoed around the arena, and several candidates instinctively took a half-step back. Yet, Neely remained calm, her golden-green eyes sweeping across her opponent on the opposite side of the arena. He was a muscular giant, adorned with the tattoo of the North Sea and Oppos' premier fighter across his chest, wielding a massive executioner and Oppos' axe. The first match, Neely Duodeshivank versus and Oppos' Axe King and Oppos' Monk. Limited to 10 minutes, begin. The giant roared as he charged forward, the wind pressure from his axe sending fragments of the ground flying. Neely, however, stood her ground, only raising her hand when the axe blade was a mere 10 centimeters from her face. A ripple of deep blue spiritual pressure suddenly expanded. The giant and Oppos' body was struck as if by lightning, sent flying 20 meters before crashing heavily against the barrier. The executioner and Oppos' axe shattered piece by piece. Blood oozing from his palms, his eyes filled with terror. What manner of monster is this? Neely stepped forward slowly, her tattered clothes billowing without wind. Just then, a golden figure leaped from the audience into the arena. Let me test this young lady and Oppos' strength. Garp and Oppos' laughter resonated, vibrating the very air. As he tossed his navy hat into the audience, revealing his iconic spiky hair. Sengoku is far too rigid. Matters of strength should be settled with fists. Sengoku sighed deeply, supporting his forehead on the high observation platform. Neely Elu raised an eyebrow, regarding the elderly man before her, sensing the terrifying haki that belied his appearance. Little girl, be careful. Karp swung a fist, the wind from his punch sparking in the air. Neely Elu sidestepped, the hem of her tattered garment snapping in response to the wind. She suddenly realized that this seemingly frivolous old man was, in fact, a true top-tier powerhouse. His method of harnessing haki bore a striking resemblance to the external manifestation of spiritual pressure in the intriguing. A hint of battle intent curled at the corners of her mouth as she summoned a blade from the void, her Zanpakuto, the Antelope Knight. Her lake green hair was instantly enveloped by silver-white spiritual pressure, the bone mask transforming into a sharply defined two-horned skull, as 6 wings of unfurled behind her, each feather shimmering with the brilliance of ice crystals. The Zanpakuto in her hand morphed into a streamlined spear, its tip coalescing a core of deep blue spiritual pressure. Akin to a solitary moon in the desolate realm of. The atmosphere around the girl shifted dramatically, her previously restrained spiritual pressure erupting like a volcano, scattering the clouds above the arena and revealing the blinding sunlight of noon. Carpendopo's pupils contracted, yet his smile widened. Now this is more like it. Show your true capabilities. At the moment their fists and blades clashed, the entire arena trembled violently. The sailors watched in terror as a tangible golden haki collided fiercely with the deep blue spiritual pressure in the sky, forming a swirling vortex of energy with a diameter of 100 meters. The clouds were violently torn apart, creating a vast void above. Neely Elu and Amp. Appo's spear struck Karp and Amp. Appo's haki-encased fist, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged outward like a tsunami. Thousands of sailors simultaneously felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, while many bled from their noses, yet they remained transfixed on the battlefield at the center of the arena. This was no mere assessment. It was evidently a clash of admiral-level prowess. That young lady, is she truly just a newcomer in the Grand Conscription? 10 minutes later, Karp stepped back, clasping his fists. Young lady, you have won. My old bones nearly fell apart under your prowess. Neely Elu released her Zanpakuto, her spiritual pressure receding like a receding tide, the two-horned mask fragmenting into motes of light. Your haki is quite unique. I have never witnessed such a method of power utilization. Karp laughed heartily, patting her shoulder. Very well. If Sengoku dares to grant you a low military rank, I shall be the first to object. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the sailors, Neely Elu Duodexafank descended from the arena, the sound of her bell mingling with the cheers of the audience. Sengoku adjusted his glasses on the observation platform, a subtle smile gracing his lips, barely concealing his approval. He raised his hand to signal the herald, who announced loudly, Neely Elu Duodexafank, promoted directly. The crowd erupted in cheers reminiscent of a roaring sea. Neely Elu gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky, her golden-green eyes reflecting the fluttering navy flag. The chime of her bell intertwined with the cheers, and she suddenly recalled the starry skies of the. Perhaps here, she would discover an identity more meaningful than that of the Ten Blades. Chapter 50, Crocodile. The following day, newspapers flooded across the globe. Astonishing. The Navy and Amp. Appo's world recruitment takes a dramatic turn. The strongest new recruit, rider of the Antelope, Neely Elu Duodexafank. Newsbirds from the World Economic Journal began to soar worldwide, capturing the attention of all with their headlines. Those near the Navy headquarters at Marineford were particularly drawn to the mention of the rider of the Antelope, while distant readers were captivated by the term strongest new recruit. Yesterday marked the first major assessment of the Navy's grand recruitment drive, an event that attracted reporters from the World Economic Journal and other news outlets. However, the details of the competition remained a closely guarded secret within the Navy, with journalists permitted only to report after the assessment concluded. Nevertheless, through diligent inquiries, they managed to acquire more precise information, including explosive rumors that even the legendary Navy hero, Garp, had admitted defeat. Garp, known for his formidable prowess, had long held the title of the strongest in the Navy, and as the news spread, the implications of this recruitment were nothing short of shocking. The next day, in Amazon Lily, within the confines of a palace room, Meng Tian accessed Neely Elu and Amp. Appo's profile. Character. Neely Elu Duodexafank. Title. Strength. A. Agility. S. Stamina. A. Intelligence. A. Abilities. Spiritual pressure. SSS. Spiritual power. B. Observation haki. C. Armament haki. C. Skills. Salivation. Super acceleration. Hollow flash. Hollow flash requiem. Hollow flash reflection. Return blade. Emerald Lance, Antelope Charge, Sing, O Rider of the Antelope. Weapon, Zampakit, Rider of the Antelope. Reputation, 176. 000. Not long ago, Neely Elu had set sail, and the tales of her adventures garnered significant attention. Ming Tian promptly enhanced her spiritual power, stamina, and intelligence to the S level. Haki could be developed gradually, as her spiritual pressure was more than sufficient to counter it. However, the prospect of increasing her reputation further would be limited. Closing Neely Elu and Apos' panel, he turned his gaze to Zabuza and Apos' profile. Following his battles and leisurely travels, Zabuza had amassed nearly 1,000,000 reputation points. He was now approaching the territory of Kaido, the Beast. As for Roy, the Colonel was currently on a quest for devil fruits, during which he audaciously seized a nation and Apos' treasure from the sky. Coupled with his prior reputation, he now boasted close to 1,000,000 points. His actions infuriated the world government, prompting them to dispatch agents in search of his whereabouts, as they suspected he had developed a penchant for thievery. Currently, Meng Tian was well acquainted with Roy's next target, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, who had established himself in Alabasta. The desert terrain there was ideal for the utilization of his sand-based abilities, and the populous Alabasta kingdom served as an excellent stronghold for him. Crocodile might yet be unaware of the historical significance of Alabasta, but that could change with time, potentially leading to a storyline of conquest. Yet, the opportunity was fleeting. Roy had already set his sights on him. Ming Tian closed the panels and began to step outside. Brother. At that moment, as Ming Tian entered a courtyard, Hancock rushed towards him, arms wide open. Ming Tian playfully flicked her forehead, eliciting a pained expression from her as she gazed up at him with feigned innocence. Brother, you are so biased. Why can Perona be held, but I cannot? Look at your age. You and Apos, re so tall. You and Apos, re not a child anymore. Hancock persisted, undeterred. I am a child. All right. Ming Tian relented upon noticing Medusa approaching. Opting not to engage in further debate, he promptly lifted Hancock into his arms. Sister, I will be going out soon. I will return in half a month. Be careful. Medusa replied, nodding gently. Although she was unaware of Meng Tian's intentions, she resolved to support him quietly, as long as he remained by her side. Understood. I will be cautious. Meng Tian assured her before setting Hancock down. Wait, brother, can you take me with you? I can cook for you and warm your bed. Hancock clutched Meng Tian and Apos' clothing, hopeful. Seeing her eager expression, Meng Tian nodded. It was no trouble to bring one person along. He could consider it a trip. Yay, Hancock exclaimed, her joy palpable. A half-month of solitude was a delightful prospect. Now, her brother would be entirely hers. Then let us prepare to depart. With a sharp whistle, a melodious bird call echoed. A golden bird, resembling a phoenix, appeared before Meng Tian. It affectionately nudged his shoulder with its beak as he patted its head. He had tamed this creature on Beast Island, naming it Thunderbird for its ability to unleash thunder. It served as both a means of travel and a formidable ally. What a magnificent bird! Hancock admired the sudden arrival, enchanted. Let us go. Meng Tian lifted Hancock onto the Thunderbird's back. After exchanging nods with Medusa, who looked on with reluctance, the several-meter-long bird unfurled its wings and took flight, soaring swiftly into the sky. Meng Tian's current objective was the 7-star sword, the legendary Cursed Blade. Additionally, remaining on Amazon Lily indefinitely was not ideal. He yearned to explore the extraordinary landscapes beyond. Days later, in the Grand Line, Alabasta. In the capital of Alyabarna, within a clandestine stronghold, a formidable figure lounged. Indeed, it seems a remarkable individual has arrived. A man with slick-back hair, a prominent scar across his face, and draped in a black fur coat lounged in a leather chair. He propped his feet on the table, a cigar dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of arrogance. This man was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. He had just received news from the Navy. The legendary and notorious pirate Roy had arrived in Alabasta. They sought his cooperation to thwart Roy's advance. Am I to be treated as a soft target? Crocodile and Apos' countenance darkened at the thought of Roy and Apos' reputation. Then let us eliminate him. In the desert, my strength is greatly amplified. If that fool dares to come, I shall not hesitate to claim his head. With that, the atmosphere thickened with impending confrontation.